Chapter 983. Transforming into a Demon. The Art of Transforming into a Demon. Yu Munyun's voice turned bone-chilling. Her slender body floated up, and a white snake slithered out of the ancient door and swallowed her. Cultivating a demonic art and transforming into a demon. This woman has gone crazy in order to become stronger. The strange race person's eyes narrowed. In the ancient times, there were demons who devoured the essence of the sun and moon to transform into humans. However, there were also martial artists who pursued the terrifying talent of demons and cultivated demonic arts to transform into demons. However, humans and demons were different from each other. How could one easily transform into another? Therefore, cultivating demonic arts and transforming into a demon definitely had a terrifying price to pay. Sister Mengyun and Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She had long known that Yu Munyun had cultivated demonic arts, and she had tried to stop her. However, Yu Munyun had told her that in order to be with that young man, in order to protect him, so what if she transformed into a demon? Today, Yu Munyun had finally used that forbidden art. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the ancient white snake slithered out slowly, intimidating the world. This snake was extremely holy and beautiful. Its white scales seemed to be untainted by the dust of the world. There was a faint bulge on the snake's head, as if it was about to grow horns. A pair of eerie green eyes looked down at the saints. The strange race people and the saints stopped fighting. Clearly, they did not expect that there was a hidden super king of saints here. The battle gradually became more and more intense. Kill! The Yin clan people roared. They were determined not to let the saints obtain their treasures, and the saints had no way out. They could only fight with all their might. The two sides were evenly matched. Pop! 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 At this moment, the huge white snake swept its tail, and a large number of Yin clan people died. The experts in the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm could not block the tail of the white snake. What a terrifying beast! What kind of snake is it? A mere one tail actually has the power of the profound meaning of the martial way. The Yin Great Venerable said, his voice trembling with fear. Currently, there were several people on the Saint Sun side that weren't weak. There was a Saint Sun with 3 eyes, a Saint Sun who could control yin and yang, a black-clothed girl who wielded a sword, a girl who could transform into a white snake with her soul force, and a giant ape. These people were all extremely difficult to deal with. In addition, there was also that holy son Lin Ling who was breaking through. If he succeeded, the Yin clan's momentum would be greatly weakened. Kill! The Yin race great monarch clashed with the white snake in an attempt to stop Lin Ling from breaking through. However, the white snake's eyes were constantly emitting sound waves that were extremely powerful. It made it difficult for him to get close to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was also aware of the changes happening outside, and he was a little anxious. Inside his dantian, the Saint Arena was madly condensing spiritual energy. He had already swallowed a large amount of heavenly treasures before this, so he didn't lack any of them. As for his foundation, he didn't lack any profound martial arts, so he didn't lack any of them. What he lacked was that short period of time. Hurry up, hurry up! Lin Ling shouted anxiously in his heart. A very powerful, fierce beast, but it seems like you can't control it. Turning into a demon. How can it be so easy to transform into a demon? At this time, the Yin race great monarch noticed that the terrifying white snake's aura was weakening. Boundless magic. Rolling dark clouds rolled over, turning into a giant devil cloud palm that slammed heavily onto the mountain-like white snake. The white snake's head shook, and blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. However, its eyes were still fixed on the young man on the ground, as if it would never retreat. Then, it slithered over and coiled its body around the young man on the ground to protect him. Do you think he can reverse the situation just because he broke through? Too bad. Your hard work is going to be in vain. If he dies, you will die too. The Yin race great monarch waved his hands, and an even larger devil cloud rolled over, covering heaven and earth. The martial Tao they cultivated was somewhat different. It wasn't the profound meaning of martial arts, but it was the power to control heaven and earth. It was similar to the profound meaning of martial arts. The devil cloud surged out, turning into a demon with 2 horns on its head. It looked like a demon, but also like a bull. Then, the giant demon opened its mouth and roared, causing a violent wind to sweep across the sky. Puff, puff, puff. Many saints spat out blood, their faces pale. What a terrifying devil wind. On the ground, the giant white snake trembled. The white scales on its holy and beautiful snake body began to fall off, but it still stubbornly raised its head and looked at the demon in the sky. If it stayed far away, it wouldn't be injured, but it didn't retreat. Sister Mengyun, and Yu shouted anxiously, but she was still stopped by the alien race experts. Die! The Yin race great monarch roared again, causing the demon in the sky to grow even larger. Its aura was enough to turn all living beings into ashes. The great monarch's strength is too strong. Other than the top saints, no one could stop them. The Yin Tong's eyes were extremely ugly. If this continued, their saints would return empty-handed today. One had to know that the ancient tomb was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, they would miss the heavenly fall era. Right now, the Water Moon Holy Land girl had to protect Lin Ling. She would definitely be injured or even die. After she died, Lin Ling would fail to break through and also die. Without Lin Ling and the girl, they wouldn't be a match for the outsiders. Sister Mengyun, quickly dodge. The endless demonic wind blew against the white snake, causing Yu to shout continuously. All the saints were shocked by the pure white snake. The white snake was so determined. If there was a woman who would treat him like this and stay by his side in life and death, what regrets would he have in life? Chi-Chi. Finally, the white snake became lifeless and its light dimmed. In the air, a figure drifted down like a kite. Her beautiful face and her slender figure inexplicably made many of the saints' hearts ache. In the end, Yu Yun failed to block the attack of the Yin race's great monarch. Her demon transformation was over. Haha, what a powerful beast. Unfortunately, you can't control it. You could be a good human, but you want to be a demon. Then you will die here. All the outsiders sneered. They seemed to have seen the hope of victory. Whoosh. However, at this moment, the ground exploded and an enormous aura soared into the sky, causing the clouds in the sky to split apart. Then a figure shot into the sky like a shooting star and picked up the beautiful figure that was falling like a leaf. He slowly floated down. Yu Yun slowly opened her eyes. A familiar face appeared in front of her, making her heart tremble. Lin Ling had awakened. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. Yu Yun said softly with guilt in her heart. Her pale face made Lin Ling's heart ache. In fact, he didn't expect what happened before. He also didn't expect Yu Yun to cultivate the demon cultivation technique and turn herself into a demon. I wanted to become stronger, so I begged Master to let me learn forbidden arts. From then on, I became a demon. Lin Ling, to be able to help you once, Mengyun will be satisfied for the rest of her life. I will leave you. Yu Yun looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. In order to become stronger, she already had the bloodline of a demon. So what if you're a demon or a human? In my heart, you are the princess of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who helped me. You are the wife whose marriage was broken by me in front of thousands of people. I held your hand and walked down the stage step by step. Today was the company's annual meeting. Ooh, there were many things at the end of the year. However, you won a microwave oven from the lucky draw. Chapter 984. He was enraged for a beauty. Lin Ling gently shook his head. His eyes were clear and pure, and he didn't care about the difference between a demon and a human. In order to prove his point, he slowly lowered his head and kissed her gently. Yu Yun's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of excitement and gratitude. Lin Ling didn't despise her. At this moment, thousands of eyes fell on the 2 figures floating down from the sky. This scene was very beautiful. Under the rolling dark clouds, it seemed like the most beautiful scene. Next, it's my turn to protect you. Yes. Finally, a firm voice drifted out in this world, causing the entire battlefield to become even more silent. Bang! Lin Ling finally stood on the ground. He was like a giant. The moment his feet touched the ground, the whole earth shook. It was a shocking scene. Lin Ling, wake up! Yes. Countless chosen looked at the handsome young man in the blue and white robe and muttered to themselves. They didn't know why, but the current Lin Ling gave them an indescribable feeling. It was as if his appearance was to decide this battle. In this battle, kings had gathered. But in the end, who will be the king? You are come back. Yes. A cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. In the distance, Yuer nodded heavily. Her heart was filled with excitement. At the moment of life and death, the man in their hearts had finally succeeded in breaking through. I stopped you. Do you think you can leave just because you want to? Yes. In front of Yuer, a Yin clan supreme elder sneered. His mission was to hold back Yuer and even find an opportunity to kill her. But now, Yuer wanted to leave. Was it possible? Bastard. Yes. Yuer coldly shouted. Previously, it was this supreme elder who stopped her, causing her to be unable to help Yu Munyan. Sword piercing the clouds. Yes. At this moment, a sword came from the horizon. It swept up a strong wind and slashed towards the supreme elder from the Yin clan. This sword was undeniably upright and full of righteousness. This sword contained billions of bursts of power and cut through the sky. Boom! The supreme elder from the Yin clan narrowed his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind. So fast. In the next moment, his head was separated from his body, and the demonic clouds dispersed. He had killed a great sovereign with a single sword strike. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Before this, the battle between the foreign race's great monarchs and the Holy Sun stars had been evenly matched. None of the top Holy Suns or great monarchs had died. But now the first king had died. A great monarch from the Yin clan had been killed by a single sword strike. Lin Ling had broken through. What realm had his strength reached? The crowd was shocked. Whoosh! At the same time, Yuer was able to free herself and flew towards Lin Ling. She was excited because she never thought that Lin Ling's strength would increase so much. Little did she know that Lin Ling hadn't even used his full strength when fighting the young barbarian King Fujitor, not to mention now that he had broken through to the mid-stage Holy Spirit realm. His holy foundations had become more stable, and his physical body had become stronger. The Tai True physique had allowed him to transform into a fiend god physique. To Lin Ling, the increase in his cultivation realm was an increase in all aspects. His battle prowess had increased by a full 3 times. Look after Mengyun. Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold as he handed Yu Munyan over to Yuer. He then looked at the battlefield and said, Are you guys stupid? Stupid? Everyone's expression changed slightly. What did Lin Ling mean by that? Did he say they were stupid? No, he was talking about the foreign race's members. All the battles stopped, and those great monarchs and great primal yang experts looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed a great monarch earlier, but they could see that Lin Ling had taken the great monarch by surprise. Therefore, they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength, but they weren't afraid. I don't know, how are we stupid? An old man from the winged race said indifferently. This person was a great primal yang expert, and his strength was at the peak of the mid-stage Holy Spirit realm. I've said that anyone who dares to touch my loved ones has touched my reverse scale. Didn't you see that I killed the Saint Prince earlier? On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold. He was furious. Yu Munyan had turned into a demon for him. He didn't know how to cultivate a demon, but he knew that it wasn't easy. Therefore, he was angry and guilty at the same time. You're saying that we touched your woman, which is tantamount to touching your reverse scale? The great primal yang expert from the winged race said indifferently with a mocking smile. So what? I still don't understand why we're stupid. Because we'll die if we touch her. Lin Ling said word by word, and a sharp killing intent appeared on his handsome face. Ha, you? I admit that you're strong, but you're not strong enough to kill us. The great primal young expert from the winged race sneered. The other great monarchs also laughed disdainfully. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say much. Instead, he looked at Yin Tong and the others and said, "Leave the battlefield." What? Yin Tong and the other great monarchs' faces changed slightly. Lin Ling wanted them to leave the battlefield? Why? The young man in black, Lai Qing, who was holding a sword, said indifferently, "Because you're too weak. It's embarrassing to waste so much time in such a battle. Moreover, you're disturbing me." Lin Ling said indifferently. They were too weak? Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to kill all the foreign races by himself? The hearts of all the great monarchs trembled violently. Lin Ling was even crazier than they had imagined. After all, they had seen how strong Yin Tong and the others were when facing the foreign race's great monarchs. Lin Ling was also a great monarch, and he was at most slightly stronger than young barbarian king. It was crazy for him to want to kill all the foreign races by himself. You're kidding, right? Enyang Killer King couldn't help but say. Get lost. Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. An unquestionable majesty bloomed from his body. An intense anger and killing intent rippled from his body. He was enraged for a beauty. Yu Munyun was the princess of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. She had helped Lin Ling many times. When the royal clan of the Cloud Sea forced the marriage, Yu Munyun was sacrificed. Her innocent eyes deeply shocked Lin Ling's heart. At that time, he had said that he would protect her forever. Today, Yu Munyun was injured because of him. Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling suppress his anger? Even if he had to become a demon, even if he had to go to hell, he would still fight. If you don't get lost, you will die too. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered wildly as he stared coldly at the Saint Monarchs. All the Saint Monarchs' eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He actually shouted at them and asked them to get lost. If they didn't, he would kill them. All right, your battlefield. Let's see who is the king in the ancient tomb. The great expansion eyes looked deeply at Lin Ling. He took a step back and returned to the ground. He wanted to see if Lin Ling could become the king in the end and seize the river map Jade Pearl. You are the first person who dared to shout at me. I hope you won't disappoint me. The black-robed young lady, Lai Qing, who was as cold as a sword, also retreated. Everyone retreated. Lin Ling's footsteps echoed. He walked forward step by step and faced a large number of experts from the foreign races. You are alone. Everyone from the foreign races looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. Many of them were at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, they might be afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was alone. Where did his confidence come from? Chapter 985. Who was the king? You will be the last one to die. Lin Ling ignored the gazes of the aliens and looked coldly at the Yin clan's Great Venerate, who was attacking Yu Munyun. The Great Venerate was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling had actually decided who would die first and who would die last. This was even more impossible because a battle between experts was ever-changing. Unless one had the power to control everything, who could be sure of who would die first? Demonic cloud, come out. The Yin clan's Great Venerate roared. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky, and a terrifying demon with 2 horns appeared again. The Yin clan's Great Venerate sneered. Puny alien, when we were cultivating, you were still drinking milk. Pop, pop, pop. At this moment, the void was cut open, and a sword slashed out. One sword breaks all techniques. Righteous energy bloomed with divine light, and the second level of the profound meaning erupted. The sword slashed out, breaking all techniques. Rumble. In the sky, the demon was split into 2, and the demonic clouds were also separated. I'm still drinking milk? Lin Ling's disdainful voice was filled with anger as it floated out of his mouth. One sword slash was enough to break the Great Venerate's proudest technique. All of the saints widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. His sword is actually so terrifying. The Yin clan and the Wing clan's experts narrowed their eyes. When they saw Lin Ling defeat the young barbarian king with his physical body, They thought that Lin Ling only had a strong physical body, but who knew that Lin Ling's sword was even more terrifying? With a strong physical body and a profound meaning world, he was the most perfect genius. Kill. Although the two clans were enemies, they were united against the enemy. They ordered their clansmen to kill Lin Ling, to see if Lin Ling had the strength to be so arrogant. A large number of experts rushed toward Lin Ling, causing the sky to change color. The saints in the distance narrowed their eyes. Previously, they fought separately with the aliens, so they didn't know how terrifying they were. However, now that all the aliens had gathered together, they finally saw how many people there were and how powerful their aura was. As for Lin Ling, he would face them alone. Abyss my body, I've caught him. Everyone, kill him to your heart's content. Nothing more than an insignificant junior. Yet he dares to look down on us. The two foreign races were clearly enraged because Lin Ling was looking down on them. One of the Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator disappeared mysteriously and reappeared under Lin Ling's feet. Mud appeared and wrapped around Lin Ling. What a strange method! The holy disciple's eyes narrowed. In this way, Lin Ling seemed to be in danger. Didn't you see how strong I was during my battle with the saint? However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling stood firmly on the ground like a mountain, like an immovable wisdom king. So what if you're strong? My abyss mud body's strongest ability is to absorb energy. Brat, you're about to die. A cold voice came from the mud beneath his feet. Lin Ling's entire body was covered in mud, but he slowly raised his foot. 100 million points of strength gathered together, and he stomped heavily on the ground. Uproot mountains and rivers. Boom! 100,000 small worlds exploded at the same time, like a meteor crashing down from the sky. Boom! The ground shook heavily, and with Lin Ling as the center, cracks appeared as a large area exploded. The Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock. What a terrifying strength! By me! Boom! Lin Ling's eyes looked at the Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator in midair. He shot over and punched out. Boom! The sky seemed to blossom with mud as the Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator was killed by a single punch. Damn Junior! Boom! The Wings race's martial artists were enraged. Another Saint Spirit realm middle-stage expert had died in the hands of this youth. Myriad flying dance. Boom! Wings grew out of the Wings race's martial artists' backs, and they flew up like locusts. They wrapped around Lin Ling and formed a huge ball in midair. It was a ghastly sight. Get lost. Boom! However, at this moment, a shocking shout rang out, and a terrifying strength burst out. It was as if a peerless demon god had been trapped in the ball. At this moment, it broke free, and a large number of Wings race's martial artists were smashed into pieces. This defensive power is too terrifying. Lin Ling didn't even use his full strength in the battle with the young barbarian king. The Yin Tong and the other top Saint sons gasped. Hundreds of Saint Spirit realm experts had trapped Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had burst out with the strength of his corporeal body. He was like a giant that had broken free, and he killed them all by himself. Sword piercing the clouds. Boom! After breaking free from the Wings race's martial artists' encirclement, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The two alien races were furious. They thought that Lin Ling had humiliated them, but they didn't know that Lin Ling was even more furious at this moment. Boom! With a slash of his sword, it cut through the sky. Any Saint Spirit realm early-stage martial arts were broken. Swish! A rain of blood fell from the sky. It was colorful and shocking. Who is the king? The hearts of the Saints' sons in the distance trembled fiercely. It was difficult for them to fight a single alien, but Lin Ling had killed more than half of them by himself. Everyone move out. We must kill him and complete Lord's great cause. The alien race's great venerables and the Yuan Yang's faces were incomparably ugly. It turned out that Lin Ling was the most terrifying existence among the Saint sons. He had single-handedly decided the battlefield. Kill! Kill! The entire sky was filled with alien race martial artists, and a large number of them were coming from afar. Lin Ling stood in the air, his long hair dancing wildly. A cold light flashed in his sword. His eyes quietly became strange, and an ancient aura spread out. Boundless demon eye, kill! A mysterious and sharp eye appeared, looking down at the world and looking at the common people. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of alien race martial artists exploded under this eye. Only a few of the stronger ones were lucky enough to avoid the terrifying soul power attack. Hundreds of people killed in one move. His soul power is stronger than I thought. The Yuan Tong sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did he know that as the Yuan Tong was far inferior to Lin Ling's soul power. The difference was that Lin Ling did not know how to use soul power attacks. He only crudely used soul power to destroy a large area. If Lin Ling knew how to use soul power attacks, who knew what kind of limits he would reach? What? The alien race's great venerables and the Yuan Yang also felt fear this time. They had never seen such a terrifying method. With just a glance, hundreds of experts were killed. Moreover, those experts were Saint Spirit Realm experts. What kind of eye was that? Could it be the Great Emperor's eye? This kid is too strong. Looks like we have to move out. Let's join hands. In the end, the alien race's great venerables and the Yuan Yang exchanged a glance, and their eyes became even colder. If this continued, the river diagram Jade Pearl will be taken by Lin Ling. More Wings race people, come out. Yin race people, come out. Rumble. Beneath the heavens and earth, a massive number of powerhouses appeared, as if they had turned out in full force. This allowed the Holy Sons to finally realize that in the previous war, the foreign race martial artists hadn't mobilized their full strength because they had caused the foreign races to be too afraid of them. But now, Lin Ling alone had caused them to all move out. Kid, you killed so many of our people. Prepare to suffer the wrath of our Yin race. Angry voices came from the sky. The rolling aura gathered and turned into demonic clouds, shaking people's hearts. Rumble. The earth was already full of holes, but at this moment, the aura shook the earth dragon, as if it was the end of the world. What a terrifying aura. Chapter 986. Level 3 Fire Profound. Yin Emperor's Fist. Lin Ling, you can do it. Suddenly, a holy son shouted excitedly. Currently, Lin Ling was blocking all the strange races by himself, as if he was the king of the Holy Sons. You can do it, Lin Ling. After that Holy Son, all the other Holy Sons cheered loudly. Perhaps they knew that if Lin Ling died, they would definitely not be able to stop the strange races. On Lin Ling's side, his aura was also majestic. Everyone looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at their king. As for Lin Ling, they were already convinced. The first holy son of the 6 holy lands. Don't die, the Yintong also said softly. As the first holy son of the holy lands, he was also convinced. They're all supporting Lin Ling. And Yuer was shocked. One must know that the holy sons were the top geniuses of the holy lands. They had always been proud and arrogant. No one had ever been able to make them bow down. But now there was one, and not one, but all of them. Even if Lin Ling was defeated today, he would still receive endless glory. Lin Ling, you can do it. Inexplicably, in Yuer felt a sense of bliss. That was her man. However, Lin Ling did not care about the voices behind him. He looked coldly ahead. Were the strange races angry? But no one knew that he was even angrier than the strange races. He had already said that his family was his everything. They were his reverse scale. If anyone dared to offend them, even if it was the 9 Heavens Divine King, he would still dare to fight. The Fire Ancient Clan, Old Man Xiao, Yu Yu, and the others were the most important things in Lin Ling's heart. I'm even angrier than you. Let me show you the flames of my anger. A low and hoarse voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. The world began to heat up. Flames erupted from Lin Ling's body, shooting up into the sky and sweeping through the clouds. Boom! The most primordial fire of heaven and earth had appeared. This kind of fire was ever-changing. It was like a flower with all kinds of colors, but it was incomparably hot, even hotter than the blazing sun. Level 3 Profound of Fire. Among the countless saint children, the black-robed girl, Lai Qing's beautiful eyes narrowed. She also had a third level profound, so she knew how powerful it was. The most frightening thing was that she could feel that Lin Ling's profound was more skillful and tyrannical than hers. What? This kid actually knows the Tao of Fire. The eyes of the great paragon into Yuanyang narrowed. The young man had already disappeared, but the terrifying flames gave them a sense of dread. Fire was too ferocious. Rumble. At the same time, the flames rolled and intertwined like countless fire dragons. Gradually, a human figure quietly appeared in the flames. This person was like a giant that could hold up the sky. He was holy and dignified, and his hair stood on end. His eyes were filled with dignity as he looked at the world. Flame Emperor. This Flame Emperor came from an ancient treasure, the Flame Emperor octagonal stone. It was the profound meaning of fire that was comprehended from it. Flame Emperor's fist, flaming sun. The gigantic Flame Emperor shouted coldly. His flaming hair shot up into the sky with endless majesty. A flaming fist blasted towards the countless strange races in front of him. The flames exploded and the sky turned into a sea of fire. One had to know that the Flame Emperor octagonal stone came from the most ancient flame region. It allowed Lin Ling's comprehension of fire to reach a new level. The Flame Emperor's fist was even more terrifying than the 10-directional world lotus. Pop, pop, pop. The earth-shattering fist blasted out. The eyes of the strange races in the distance widened. What did they see? They saw the most ancient flaming fist in the world. The fist was so big that it occupied a part of the world. In their eyes, there was nothing but fire. Boom! This could no longer be called fire. It could be called flame. It was a real flame. Wherever the flame passed, everything was burned. The clouds were also burned, and the world turned into a sea of fire. What a ferocious flame! Flame Emperor. The saint children in the distance looked solemn. It was a sea of red, and there seemed to be no living creatures. Only the mighty Flame Emperor stood in the sky. Could anyone still be alive? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. After a long time, the flames rained down from the sky. Sure enough, under the Flame Emperor's fist, all the strange races were turned into ashes. Even the great sovereigns in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm couldn't withstand the flames. In the endless rain of fire, only a slender figure was bathed in it. At this moment, he was emitting a dazzling light. Who was the king? The facts had proven everything. Lin Ling had killed all the strange races by himself. His strength has indeed surpassed all of us saints. De Yintong murmured. He felt like he was in a dream. Previously, outside the ancient tomb, Lin Ling wasn't considered the strongest. He barely caught De Yintong's attention. At that time, De Yintong had told Lin Ling that his strength was not bad. At that time, his tone was condescending. But now he had to look up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling might have obtained the greatest opportunity in the ancient tomb. Lin Ling has obtained the Jade River Map Pearl. Then, the crowd looked at the mysterious pearl floating in the sky. It was indeed a supreme treasure. It was unscathed in the face of such flames. Now, Lin Ling was holding it in his hand. At the same time, Lin Ling dragged a figure with his right hand and walked over slowly. It was the great sovereign who attacked Yu Munyan. Lin Ling told him to die last, and he did as he said. At this moment, the great sovereign's face was pale. He was dispirited and disappointed, as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. When the treasure is unearthed, everyone will fight for it. But I hate it the most when people attack my woman. Lin Ling threw the great sovereign to the ground and said indifferently, "We're all dumbfounded." The Yin race's great sovereign muttered to himself. Previously, when Lin Ling said that they were dumbfounded, they were mocking him for not knowing what was wrong with them. But now he knew. When the treasure is unearthed, everyone will fight for it with their own abilities. Life and death are up to fate. But if they attacked Yu Munyun, the result was different. Everyone had a pure place in their heart that they had to protect with their lives. The reverse scale should never be touched. Touching it would make one angry for the sake of a beauty and kill 10,000 people. Your people are all dead. You could die too. Lin Ling slashed out and killed the Yin race's great sovereign. The hearts of many holy princes trembled. Lin Ling was not to be trifled with. The strange races are all dead. The other treasures can belong to us. Then the holy princes shouted in joy. Lin Ling, this is great. You've obtained the Jade River Map Pearl. Quickly give it to me. I'll give it to the Bodhi's Sacred Palace. Let our Bodhi's Sacred Palace become famous among the 6 sacred grounds. At this time, Ma Yubai shouted excitedly. But in exchange, countless holy princes looked at him with disdain. This Ma Yubai didn't even dare to fight before and hid behind the crowd. Now that Lin Ling had won, he acted as if he had made a great contribution. He wanted to share Lin Ling's harvest. Are you talking to me? Are you qualified? Go. In the distance, Lin Ling walked over slowly. At the same time, he collected the treasures in the surroundings. I'm the first holy prince of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. You say I'm not qualified? Ma Yubai was stunned and said with a frown, You're the number 1 trash of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Scram. Chapter 987. Leaving the ancient tomb. Lin Ling, you're too overbearing. The river diagram Jade Pearl is our harvest, and you want to keep it for yourself? Hiding far away, Ma Yubai gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Ma Yubai, shame on you. Scram. However, after he spoke, all the saints looked at him with disdain, which made Ma Yubai's face turn even uglier. Lin Ling had the reputation of being a villain, but now everyone was standing on Lin Ling's side, and they were laughing at him. How could he know that Lin Ling had saved all the saints today, proving his position as the king of saints? The saints were already convinced by Lin Ling. If you don't scram, then die. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled faintly, but his voice was even colder. I'll scram. Scram. Ma Yubai's face kept changing. He knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he could only escape. Lin Ling, there will be a time when you beg me. Scram. Unfortunately, no one cared about his words, making him like a stray dog. Lin Ling, use the river diagram Jade Pearl to help your girlfriend. Scram. At this moment, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind, which made Lin Ling shocked. This treasure has such an effect? The river diagram Jade Pearl is very important. It can control something terrifying, and it also has another effect, which is to make ordinary treasures precious. Naturally, it also has the power to suppress demon blood. The ancient flame devil's soul said, Didn't you get a lot of soul stones in the death god's garden? Give them to that little girl. Scram. Lin Ling quickly walked to Inuer, took out the river diagram Jade Pearl, and placed it in front of Yu Yun's forehead. Yu Yun's complexion gradually recovered. She had demon blood in her body, and she couldn't control it at all. That was why she was almost eaten by the demon blood. This was the biggest problem of cultivating demon techniques. Humans cultivated demon techniques. If they couldn't control it, they would lose their rationality and turn into a demon, or turn into a demon forever, never to return to human form. Soul Stone? Lin Ling, how did you get such a treasure? After Lin Ling took out the Soul Stone, and Yuer gasped. She remembered that when Meng Yun first cultivated the forbidden technique, her master had taken out a soul stone to help her cultivate. That kind of treasure was priceless. Unfortunately, it had been used, causing Yu Yun to not dare to use the forbidden technique easily. But now, Lin Ling actually had such a treasure? I have a lot. Lin Ling smiled and took out a large number of soul stones, causing Yuer's expression to change drastically. Just where did Lin Ling rob to actually have so many treasures? The other saints also narrowed their eyes. The soul stone guarded the soul and calmed the mind. Not only could it suppress chi deviation, but could also withstand soul power attacks. Lin Ling actually took out all of them for Yu Yun. This Yu Yun is really lucky. All right, her condition has stabilized. With the soul stone, she should be fine. But Lin Ling, quickly collect the treasures in the surroundings and let everyone leave the ancient tomb immediately. The ancient flame devil soul's voice sounded again, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble. The ancient flame devil soul's voice was very serious. That meant that a terrifying enemy had arrived. Prepare to set off and leave the ancient tomb. Lin Ling looked at the people around him and shouted coldly. Lin Ling, why? Many saints politely asked Lin Ling, because a strong enemy has arrived. Hearing this, the saints' expressions changed, but all of them nodded. Right now, they had already treated Lin Ling as the leader of the saints. Let's go. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw dark clouds rolling over. It was obvious that a strong enemy had arrived. It was the people of the foreign races. Since they had obtained the Jade River diagram, the people of the foreign races in the ancient tomb would naturally not give up. However, those people of the foreign races were not worth worrying about. The terrifying one was the mysterious expert. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Ling brought in Yuer and Yu Munyan with him and took a big step forward, shooting into the distance. Follow Lin Ling. All the saints looked at each other and shouted subconsciously. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. These guys used to call him the villain Lin Ling, but now they were pestering him. Lin Ling, why are you leaving the ancient tomb? The black-clothed girl, Lai Qing, followed Lin Ling and could not help but ask. Lai Qing has never spoken to anyone. She uses her sword to solve everything. Even when she lost to the Great Expansion pupil, she did not say much. But now, she is talking to Lin Ling in a tone of asking for advice. Many saints thought, because the strong enemy is very powerful and his methods are overwhelming, other than leaving the ancient tomb, there is no other way. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Although he had conflicts with these saints, when Yu Munyan was protecting him, many saints were also fighting against the foreign races and indirectly helped Yu Munyan. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to help them at this moment. Strong enemy. All the saints sucked in a breath of cold air. A powerful enemy that even Lin Ling was wary of must be very terrifying. Outsiders, put down the Jade River diagram and come to die. At this moment, a large number of foreign races appeared and swept over in a mighty manner. There were actually many great venerables and great primordial young experts. The saints' expressions changed drastically. There were too many, and they could not stop them at all. Great Expansion pupil caught up with Lin Ling in one step and suggested to Lin Ling, Lin Ling, go in this direction. The void gate has already opened there. Thank you. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. The Yintong was not that arrogant anymore. Haha, you were too powerful before. Even now, I am still shocked. The position of the first saint of the 6 great holy lands belongs to none other than you. Great Expansion pupil smiled faintly. Indeed, in the previous battle, he was still as shocking as before. All right, everyone, follow me to the southeast. Lin Ling nodded and shouted to the saints behind him. Follow Lin Ling. All the saints' blood was boiling. Even if a strong enemy was coming, they were not afraid at all. Among them, the saints of the Bodhi Saint Palace were the most excited. They never thought that their leader would become the king of saints and summon the saints of the 6 great holy lands. Lin Ling, save me. At this moment, an anxious shout came from another direction. A saint was surrounded by a large number of foreign races. It was Ma Yubai. Ma Yubai's strength was not weak, but he could only face one great venerables. However, there were more than one great venerables surrounding him. Poor Ma Yubai. He thought too highly of himself and ended up like this. However, all the saints ignored him. Ma Yubai was very arrogant before and did not contribute to the battle. After the battle, he wanted to share the spoils, which made people despise him. Sorry, you are the first saint of the Bodhi Saint Palace, and I am just a nameless saint. I am not qualified to help you. Lin Ling's face revealed an indifferent expression. He did not care at all and led the group forward. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have put on the airs of the first saint in front of you. Save me. At this moment, Ma Yubai's heart was filled with regret. He thought too highly of himself and thought that he was still the first saint. He wanted to obtain Lin Ling's river diagram jade beads even more. But now, he was surrounded and no one was willing to help him. If Lin Ling did not speak, all the saints would ignore him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling and the rest did not care about him, and he was drowned in the sea of foreign races. More and more foreign races are appearing. Where do they come from? Could it be that the ancient tomb leads to other places? Lin Ling led the group forward once more. Around them, more and more strange races were surrounding and attacking them. It's here, the Void Gate. Chapter 988. Ancient Buddha Burning Lamp. Look at the time, we can make it in time. The Yin Tong, on the other hand, was overjoyed. They would be able to rush into the black hole before the strange races arrived. That's not necessarily true. However, Lin Ling frowned and said, causing all the Holy Sons' faces to change drastically. At the same time, in front of the swirling black hole, a demonic figure stood there quietly. His white hair fluttered in the wind, his skin was gray, and his eyes were cold. He was like an ancient statue. The mysterious master had arrived. How could he let Lin Ling leave the old tomb safely? You stole the treasure of my death god's garden. The cold voice was like the might of the heavens, causing the Holy Sons' hearts to tremble. That aura was so terrifying. Had he reached the legendary transcendent realm? Legend had it that these powerful cultivators had reached the Nirvana realm and arrived at a new world of martial arts. They were extremely powerful. Not only did you steal the treasure of the Death God's Garden, you also stole the river diagram jade bead. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the figure in the distance. You're just an ant, but you're despicable. The demonic figure's eyes emitted a dazzling light, causing many Holy Sons to gasp. Lin Ling actually knew such a master. Moreover, Lin Ling was so bold that he even snatched the treasure of this expert. All of you must die, the demonic figure said in a low voice again. Rolling demonic clouds swept out, even more terrifying than the demonic clouds of the great seniors, causing the sky to turn dark. Remember, after I leave, immediately fly into the black hole. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression turned grave as he spoke to the saints around him. Lin Ling, you. The Yin Tong's face changed as he guessed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling wanted to attract the attention of the demonic figure alone so that everyone could leave the old tomb. There's no other choice except for this one. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. If you don't leave, then you will die here, and his goal is me. If I leave, he won't have time to care about you. The hearts of all the saints trembled violently. This was the villain Lin Ling. In order to save everyone, he sacrificed himself. All right, let's not waste time. Everyone get ready. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly when he saw everyone's excited expressions. Although these fellows were arrogant, after fighting side by side, they were honest with each other. Their temperaments were not bad. Lin Ling, I'll remember your kindness. If we ever meet again, I won't say anything else. Just say the word, and I'll accompany you to the ends of the world. Lin Ling, I owe you a favor. Lin Ling, good luck. I'll remember your kindness. All the saints were grateful to Lin Ling. Although they also wanted to fight side by side with Lin Ling, they also knew that the result of fighting side by side would be mutual destruction. Since that was the case, it was better to let Lin Ling attract the attention of the demonic figure alone so that everyone could leave. Lin Ling alone would be more flexible and might be able to escape the pursuit. After all, Lin Ling was a young man who had risen from an insignificant saint to the king of saints. Good luck. Good luck. The Yin Tong thumped Lin Ling's chest. He did not say any more words of gratitude. It was enough to remember the kindness in his heart. Get out of here. Good luck. Lin Ling smiled faintly. At this moment, he was filled with lofty sentiments. Then, he took a big step forward and shot in another direction. All the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was a real man. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Go. And Yuer chased after Lin Ling with Yumunyan. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Go. At this moment, the demonic figure ignored the saints and chased after Lin Ling obviously. He also knew that Lin Ling had too many important treasures on him. Behind him, the powerful man chased after him. In front of him, there was a large number of strange races. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Ancient flame demon, you don't want me to leave the tomb. Don't tell me you want to kill me. In reality, Lin Ling did not choose to leave. First, he could not leave. Therefore, he used himself as bait to help all the saints. Second, the ancient flame demon did not want him to leave because the most important secret was about to be revealed. But now, Lin Ling felt that any secret was useless. The most important thing was to stay alive. He had also heard from the Holy Sons that the mysterious man was likely a transcendent realm master. With such strength, killing him would indeed be as easy as flipping his hand. Not to mention, Lin Ling had snatched so many treasures from others. Junior die. Indeed, Yin was extremely angry at this moment. That Junior was just an ant, but he had ruined his plans time and time again. The first time, he destroyed his altar and let the ancient flame demon go. The second time, he robbed his death god's garden. The third time, he stole the jade beads from him. He wanted nothing more than to burn that Junior to ashes. Haha, if you want to kill me, come. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying through the sky with Immortal. Since he could not avoid it, he might as well face it. Don't be too arrogant. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly made Yin even angrier. My lord, we will catch him. At this moment, a large number of aliens had appeared in front of them. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he could not stop them for a while. As long as he was delayed for a breath, Lin Ling would be captured. Lin Ling, what should we do? And Yuer asked beside Lin Ling. Just keep an eye on Yu Munyan. Lin Ling's face became serious. Thinking of the ancient flame demon's soul, he could not help but curse. Was this old ghost trying to kill him? Didn't you get the ancient Buddha Dipankara? That's a rare heavenly weapon. It's more precious than your three-realm cloak, but it's a bit damaged. Pour the immortal spring into the lamp and blow it out with your spiritual chi. The ancient flame demon's soul said anxiously. The ancient Buddha Dipankara. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Previously, when he got the three-realm cloak, he also got an ancient bronze lamp. At that time, he already felt that it was extraordinary. However, he did not know what use it had. Now, he followed the ancient flame demon's soul's instructions and poured it into the immortal spring. Blowing out the lamp is enough? Lin Ling asked in disbelief. Little brat, just blow it when I ask you to. The ancient flame demon's soul scolded. I still prefer the cold side of you. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Holding the lamp in his hand, he poured spiritual chi into it and blew it out violently. The ancient Buddha Dipankara appeared and bloomed from the bronze lamp. It swept across the world. The vast green flames were sacred, as if the gods and Buddhas had descended from the heavens. The ancient lamp blew out terrifying flames. Boom! The flames burned and purified the world. Countless aliens were turned into ashes. Even the great primordial yang experts in the later stages of the Holy Spirit realm were killed. How terrifying! Lin Ling's eyes widened. He did not expect the bronze lamp to be so powerful. This lamp is already damaged. It needs the immortal spring as a catalyst. However, it can be used 9 times at most. The ancient flame demon's soul was not surprised by the power of the bronze lamp. When he saw Lin Ling in a daze, he could not help but roar, "Run!" Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. He was so surprised by the power of the bronze lamp that he had forgotten to run. Chapter 989. 3 Kings Stand. This kid found the ancient Buddha Dipankara. Why did he take every treasure I found? Behind him, Yin was stunned for a moment. His eyes revealed the light of anger as he turned into rolling demonic clouds and chased after Lin Ling. Moreover, his speed was incomparably terrifying. From the looks of it, it would not be long before he would be able to catch Lin Ling blow out the lamp. However, every time he was close, Lin Ling would turn around and blow out the lamp. Gods and Buddhas would descend from the sky and burn the heavens. As a result, Lin Ling was able to stop Yin from getting closer, which made Yin even more furious. Even he had to avoid the Buddhist flames of the ancient Buddha Dipankara. However, this was not a long-term solution. If this continued, Yan would definitely catch up. At that time, he would have to fight to the death. This way, just as Lin Ling was feeling anxious, the ancient flame devil soul's voice was constantly heard. This made Lin Ling puzzled. Where exactly were they going? Not long after, a huge palace appeared. It was ancient and seemed to have been there for thousands of years. An indescribable oppressive atmosphere floated around it. We're here, another secret place in the old tomb. The ancient flame devil soul's voice was solemn. We're here? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, his heart filled with doubt. At the same time, a large number of foreign race warriors also arrived, but they seemed to be afraid of this place, so they did not dare to approach. Instead, they watched from afar, causing the entire palace to be densely packed with people. Behind the crowd, the demon god, Yin, also arrived. His white hair danced wildly, and his face was extremely ugly. This is not a place you can come to. If you can come, why can't I? Lin Ling smiled gently. His expression was incomparably calm, but he felt helpless because he did not know why he had to come here. It was the ancient flame devil soul who asked him to come. You can still smile in front of me. I have to say that you are very bold, and spoke in a low voice. At this moment, this ant, Lin Ling, already had nowhere to run, and he wanted to see what sort of waves this ant could cause. You're not the first person to say that. Lin Ling replied indifferently, but he was getting more and more anxious. Life and death were at stake at this moment. If he couldn't find a way to resolve this crisis, then he would die here today. Then, the Eye of Time quietly appeared in his eyes. He wanted to see what secrets were hidden in this mysterious place. Then his heart violently trembled. So that was how it was. There were two great secrets in the tomb. One was the ancient flame devil, and the other was sealed here. The Eye of Time allowed him to see through the river of time, allowing Lin Ling to vaguely know many secrets that no one else knew. Hand over the river diagram jade pearl, and I'll let you leave. That thing is useless to you. Yin pondered deeply for a long time before he spoke calmly in the end. For some unknown reason, he didn't dare underestimate this young man, because an ordinary person would have panicked a long time ago when they encountered such a situation. However, this young man was still composed, and he was unable to see through this young man. Really? Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He knew that only by handing over the Jade River Diagram Pearl would he be truly dead. Don't give it to him. Hand over the River Diagram Jade Pearl to me, and I'll let you leave. Right at this moment, a voice resounded like the might of the heavens. A man with a pair of bone wings on his back flew over from the distance. His bone wings shook the heavens and the earth, and they were over 10 meters long when fully extended. It was extremely majestic. My lord! In the distance, the winged race martial artists all knelt down on one knee. Clearly, the leader of the winged race had arrived. Catastrophe, you're everywhere. Yan's eyes revealed anger. Clearly, he recognized the man with the bone wings. The bone wings on the man's back flapped slightly. He was indescribably domineering, but he ignored Yin. Instead, he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Junior, your courage is not bad, but if you want to leave here, you can only rely on me. Hand over the river diagram jade pearl, and I'll protect you. You think you can? Yin's aura became even colder, and vast demonic clouds rippled out. The two kings, one was the demon god ancestor, and the other was the bone wing god. At this moment, their auras collided, and they were evenly matched. Clearly, they both wanted the river diagram jade pearl. How terrifying! The strange races in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a clash between top kings. That young man is in the middle of two kings, but he's not afraid, as expected, of extraordinary courage. After that, many people looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling was like an ant in front of two kings, but this young man's courage was admirable. He actually didn't panic at all. Did I say I'd hand it over to you? However, under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His frivolous voice floated out, shocking everyone. He's not giving face to the two kings? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's strength was indeed very strong, but no matter how strong he was still not a match for two kings. Yin and the man with the bone wings frowned. This ant was very arrogant. It seemed that he didn't intend to hand over the river diagram jade pearl to anyone. They didn't know where his confidence came from. Then we can only kill you. The two of us can fight for the river diagram jade pearl. Agreed. The two of them looked at each other, and their cold voices floated out. As kings, they had the pride of kings. An ant had no right to speak between them. He, don't think too highly of you. However, Lin Ling still smiled calmly. He took out the river diagram jade pearl in his hand. At the same time, an illusory and almost transparent figure floated out from Lin Ling's body. This was a soul. It was the soul of the ancient flame devil. What? The two kings' eyes narrowed. This junior was actually hiding a secret. Right now, it's not a battle between dragons and tigers. It's a confrontation between three kings. Ancient Flame Devil, come out. Lin Ling ignored the shocked expressions of the two kings. His eyes finally turned cold, and his soft voice spread across the land. Facing two kings, he could only explode with his trump card. Smoke floated out, hazy the land. Chi chi chi. An ancient aura permeated the air. It was as if something terrifying had walked out from the void. Roar. An earth-shaking roar came out. Under countless gazes, the figure of a huge wild beast appeared in the smoke. The ancient flame devil had arrived. Since you control it. Yan's face stiffened, and veins popped out on his forehead. In the past, Lin Ling had destroyed his altar, but at the other exit, he could not do anything. He thought that although Lin Ling had the ancient flame devil, he would not be able to control the killing intent. Therefore, the ancient flame devil should not be with Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil. This meant that Lin Ling had control of the ancient flame devil. Amidst the billowing smoke, a gigantic fox's figure appeared. Its 9 tails were gently swaying as if it was a lazy, desolate beast king. As the smoke dispersed, the desolate beast had appeared. Its eyes were filled with mockery, cunning and even sinister as it stared coldly at the crowd. The ancient flame devil has been obtained by this brat. The winged man sucked in a cold breath. He also recognized this ancient wild beast. Chapter 990. Void Sacred Lands Guardian God, however. A voice that made the two of them even more shocked floated out from the ancient flame devil's body. At the neck of the ancient flame devil, a young man's lower body was buried in the ancient flame devil's body. His upper body was exposed, and his handsome face was filled with killing intent. Even his eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, the ancient flame devil was Lin Ling, not the ancient flame devil. This change made the two kings' hearts tremble. They had underestimated Lin Ling too much. It was indeed a tripartite balance of power. Lin Ling, yes, and Yuer's beautiful eyes widened. She hadn't expected Lin Ling to have such a trump card. Beside her, Yu Munyin had also woken up, her mouth slightly agape. Right now, he has the ancient flame devil under his control, but he can't hold it for too long. Otherwise, he will still be controlled by the murderous intent and turn into a mindless, murderous demon. Yes, at this moment, the illusory soul beside them spoke. It was the ancient flame devil's soul. Before he gave me the river diagram jade pearl, he also told me about a forbidden formation. Right now, he needs the 3 of us to set it up. Remember, don't be fooled by Lin Ling's powerful aura. He won't be able to hold on for long. Yes. All right, I'll help you. Yes. And Yuer and Yu Munyin both nodded. Right now, they had no other choice. The almost transparent soul also nodded. In truth, it didn't know how Lin Ling knew about the forbidden formation. That brat seemed to know everything sometimes. It didn't know that Lin Ling had come here before and used the Eye of Time to see how the experts sealed the secret. The key to that secret was the river diagram jade pearl. Kill. Take the river diagram jade pearl. Yes. After recovering from his shock, Yin stared at the river diagram jade pearl. The other man with the bone wings did the same. At this point, they could only fight. Rumble. Both of them unleashed their strength. The battle of the three kings had begun. It was as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Huge rocks weighing tens of millions of kilograms were flipped into the sky like straw. It was fierce and domineering. As for the distant foreign race martial artists, all of them were trembling with fear. This was a great battle between three kings, and many martial artists were affected by the powerful auras and instantly turned to ash. White flames rumbled and soared into the sky. The demonic clouds were vast and mighty, sweeping through the heavens and earth. The bone wings also seemed to have come from hell, splitting the sky apart. Hurry up! The ancient flame devil's soul also knew that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to last long against the two kings. At this moment, the three of them formed a mysterious seal with the jade pearl as the center, causing the sky to be filled with resplendent light. Unfortunately, it was obscured by the aura of the great battle before them. This ancient flame devil has only awakened 6 tails, but it is already so terrifying. It is hard to imagine how world-shaking the 9 tails will be. This child is very mysterious. He seems to be surrounded by killing intent, but he hasn't lost his mind. How'd he do it? However, the protector of the 6th Shaman Holy Land is not someone he can control. As time passes, he will definitely lose his mind. It is only an 8-star 6 Saint domain, but the protector is so powerful. If I can get it, I will be able to shake the world when I return to the 7-star field. The two kings chatted as they fought, shocked by the ancient flame devil's strength. All right, the killing intent is getting stronger. If he controls the ancient flame devil again, he will definitely be devoured. After an unknown period of time, Yin finally said coldly. The killing intent in front of them had already spread, and he could even feel that he was being affected by it. This also meant that more and more killing intent was emerging from the ancient flame devil, and Lin Ling could not control it. The Bone Wing Man also stopped attacking, staring ahead in shock. An 8-star 6 Saint Domain brat actually suppressed him to the point where he could not resist. One had to admit that this was a dream. All right, it's over. However, at this moment, smoke billowed out, and the huge, ancient flame devil disappeared. At the same time, a slender figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Clearly, Lin Ling also knew that if he continued to use the ancient flame devil, he would be surrounded by the killing intent and lose his mind. Therefore, at this critical moment, he sealed the ancient flame devil again. This method of controlling the ancient flame devil made the two kings' eyes widen. Lin Ling could summon the ancient flame devil whenever he wanted and seal it whenever he wanted. This made them extremely envious. Junior, you don't dare to use the ancient flame devil anymore. Now, what else do you have? Yin stepped forward, and demonic aura rippled out from his body. Lin Ling no longer had any trump cards. Is that so? At this moment, Lin Ling's face was somewhat pale. He had used the ancient flame devil for too long, causing the killing intent to grow thicker and thicker. Now it was affecting him. If not for his righteous energy, he would have already lost consciousness. But now there was enough time. Indeed, I don't dare to use the ancient flame devil anymore, but it's time for it to come out. The other secret sealed in the tomb comes from the void, sacred land's protector. Lin Ling walked step by step into the sky, his voice cold, but it carried the calmness of a ruler. The two kings trembled. Lin Ling knew this secret. Their 2 tribes had come from 7-star Saint Domain and prepared for many years to obtain the protector of 8-star 6 Saint Domain. Very few people knew this secret, but this young man actually knew. How'd he know? You nonsense! The Bone Wing Man frowned. I know more than all of you. Am I spouting nonsense? Lin Ling smiled faintly, his smile carrying confidence. He had seen everything around him through the eye of time and knew that a long time ago, an ancient expert had come and sealed the protectors of the 6 Saint Domains. Their goal was to drop the 6 Saint Domains from 8-star to 9-star. From then on, their names would be erased from the world, and they would be controlled by even more powerful emperors. One had to know that the world was vast and boundless. The six saint domains were collectively known as the six saint domains, but they were only a small corner of the world. This was because the saint domains in this world were divided by stars, and the six saint domains were only 8-star. It was a very small place. In the distant horizon, there were 5-star, 4-star, and even 1-star divine domains that resembled immortal palaces. The star system was used to determine the strength of a region. As for the so-called Heavenfall era, that was nothing more than a trick played by the ancient emperor. He eliminated the 6 holy domains and caused all living beings here to be plunged into misery and suffering. Everything had to be restarted from 8 stars to 9 stars and be controlled by others. And if the great calamity of the 6 holy domains approached and the world was reshuffled, then the 6 guardian divinities of the Holy Land had to be sealed away. Thus, the saint domains had no masters and could be cleansed. This was the heavenly fall era. Through the eye of time, Lin Ling knew everything. He also knew what was sealed this time, and what the key to unlocking the seal was. It was the jade pearls of the river diagram. Come out, protector of the void's sacred land, Xianxia King. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the gray sky in the distance before his gaze finally landed on the 2 kings. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed forward. At the same time, the forbidden formation set up by Nuer and the others blossomed with dazzling light. Several mysterious runes shot out from the jade pearls of the river diagram, dazzling and resplendent. Lin Ling had seen the formation through the eye of time. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult to set it up. The key was the jade pearls of the river diagram. Chapter 991. Xianxia King descends. How do you know all this? At this moment, the 2 kings' eyes were wide open as they stared at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with fear. Lin Ling was only an ant in their hearts. Especially Yin. He'd even taken Lin Ling to be a cockroach. But now, this ant caused him to feel fear and even fear. Everything was like a dream. When he first met Lin Ling had destroyed his altar. He had never thought that this ant would grow to such a level. Rumble. As if it had heard a call, the ground started to shake. The soil of the ancient palace started to tumble, and dust filled the air. An ancient voice came from the palace. As soon as the voice came out, a large number of foreign martial artists in the distance started to bleed from their 7 orifices as they retreated. Demon. A demonic aura that was even more terrifying than Yin erupted. Roar. A gray arm, which looked like the arm of an ancient demon god, slowly stretched out from the ground. The arm was as thick as an ancient python, causing everyone's heart to tremble. The ground was constantly being dug out by that arm, and another arm slowly appeared. A pair of green eyes slowly rose from the dust that filled the sky. Xianxia King descends. The demonic aura was so dark that it could grab one's soul. It was so dark and so shocking. The huge Xianxia King seemed to have crawled out from hell. When it stood up, the entire ground seemed to have turned into a demonic domain. The demonic clouds that rolled out from it corroded countless people. It was extremely terrifying. No one could clearly see what the Xianxia King looked like. They could only vaguely see the giant figure of a demon god in the rolling demonic clouds and the strange eyes that could grab one's soul. Kill them. At this moment, a cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment, he was holding the river map jade bead in his hand, and his face was extremely cold. The river map jade bead was the soul of the Xianxia King. Unfortunately, the powerful emperor had crushed the soul, leaving only the soul behind to become the river map jade bead. This was also the reason why everyone wanted the river map jade bead. Obtaining the river map jade bead was equivalent to obtaining the Xianxia King. The king who once rebuked the world has ended up like this today. Looking at the ancient figure, the soul of the ancient flame devil said with some vicissitudes of life. In the tall figure, it seemed to see a brother who had fought side by side in the past. But now, he had become a walking corpse with no consciousness. Moreover, if Lin Ling had not accidentally broken the taboo, it might have ended up like the Xianxia King. Boom! The earth trembled as demonic clouds swept across the land, turning it into a vast ocean that drowned all the foreign race martial artists. Run! Yan's heart trembled violently. He was from the 7-star sacred realm and had few opponents in the 8-star 6 sacred lands. But right now, he couldn't care less about face and was running for his life. The bone-winged man's eyes narrowed. He spread his wings and left with the wind and clouds. Rumble! However, a pitch-black arm appeared in the sky, and it seemed to cover the sky. It suddenly grabbed the bone-winged man. Blood splattered everywhere, but it was all absorbed by the terrifying arm. The bone-winged man was on the verge of death. Although he was a king, how could he be a match for the protector of a holy land? Lin Ling, don't kill him. Yes. At this moment, the ancient flame devil's soul's voice sounded. I want his body. Don't you have the ability to devour souls? Devour his soul, and let my soul enter. Yes. Okay. Yes. Lin Ling immediately nodded. His body was tired, but his soul power was not damaged at all. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to devour the dying bone-winged man. Lin Ling took a step forward, and with the river map jade pearl in his hand, the Yiksha king did not dare to touch him. He also saw the Yiksha king at a close distance. The Yiksha king's body was covered in dark gray skin, and his muscles were firm. There were 2 horns on his head, and his cold teeth gleamed. What shocked Lin Ling the most was that the Yiksha king was as tall as a giant, and he seemed to have the strength to move mountains and rivers. Devour souls. Yes. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling's eyes shone with a mysterious light, and he began to devour the bone-winged man's soul. No. Yes. The bone-winged man screamed in fear. Unfortunately, he was already on the verge of death and could not resist at all. After devouring the bone-winged man's soul, Lin Ling felt that his soul power had more than doubled. It turned out that devouring souls could increase one's soul power by devouring other people's souls. Lin Ling, thank you. Yes. In the distance, the almost transparent ancient flame devil's soul floated over. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently and smiled. Lin Ling also smiled. When he first met the ancient flame devil, he was very wary of it. However, after interacting with it, he realized that although the ancient flame devil's demonic nature was deeply rooted, he was honest and open. He was a real man. Gradually, the two became close. To Lin Ling, the ancient flame devil was like a senior, a respectable senior of the demonic path. The ancient flame devil's soul vanished into the body of the bone-winged man. An instant later, the bone-winged man opened his eyes. Although his eyes were cold, a sense of familiarity arose in Lin Ling's heart. This was no longer the king of the winged race, but the ancient flame devil. This body is really weak, but my talent is not bad. This is the first time I'm using a human body to cultivate. Seems like I'm going to become a human in the future. The bone-winged man surveyed his body before looking at Lin Ling. Little brat, I know you have many treasures. Take out some heavenly treasures that can help you recover. Don't be so stingy. Ha, ha, ha. Lin Ling laughed uproariously. This was the ancient flame devil he knew. Since you've been reborn, you should have a name, right? Ha. Then I shall be called Gu Zhantian. Ha, ha, ha. Old brother Zhantian. Ha, ha. Lin Ling took a step forward and hugged the ancient flame devil, causing Gu Zhantian to be stunned. An indescribable feeling arose in his heart. How nostalgic. In the past, he had many brothers like Lin Ling. Sadly, all of them died in battle. But today, from Lin Ling's body, he could feel a sense of brotherly love. Little brat, men hug and hug each other. Don't take advantage of this, daddy. Ha! Gu Zhantian laughed uproariously as he couldn't help but tease. Ha ha ha! The laughter of the two resounded through the heavens and earth. And from afar, and Yuer and Yumunyan were also laughing. Before this, the two alien kings were extremely terrifying. They thought that it would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. But who would have expected that after Lin Ling and Gu Zhantian's hard work, they would still be able to force the two alien kings to retreat? And before this, they were incomparably nervous. But Lin Ling was extremely calm. Evidently, in the days they didn't know, Lin Ling had encountered such situations many times. To Lin Ling, life and death situations were already as common as eating rice. Old brother Xianxia, the reason why you asked me to come here earlier was because you already knew that the Yiksha king was sealed here. Lin Ling laughed as he asked. Gu Zhantian shook his head as the bone wings on his back retracted. I only knew where the Yiksha king was sealed. That's why I brought you here. But as for how to break the seal, it still depends on you. Lin Ling's eyes widened. If I don't find the forbidden formation, how are we supposed to face it? Gu Zhantian shrugged. We can only improvise. Lin Ling was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the Eye of Time, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Chapter 992. Spirit Splitting Technique. What's with that expression? Are you looking down on me? Gu Zhantian's lips twitched. Back then, did you really think you could leave the ancient tomb? Also, the Yiksha king is a protector. Do you really want to miss out on this opportunity? Lin Ling nodded his head. Back then, that mysterious expert was guarding the spatial passageway, and he couldn't leave. Hence, there was nothing he could do back then. In the end, he managed to borrow the strength of the Yiksha king to force the enemy to retreat. Then how should we deal with this fellow? Lin Ling pointed to the motionless ancient devil god Yiksha king. It no longer has a soul. You can send your soul into it. Among us, you're the only one who can do so because your soul is larger than mine. Gu Zhantian laughed. After entering the ancient tomb, he already had a plan. If there was a chance, he would let Lin Ling obtain the Yiksha king. The kings of their generation were all sealed and their souls were shattered. As long as there was an opportunity, anyone would be able to obtain an ancient king. Hence, instead of benefiting others, why not benefit Lin Ling? At the very least, Gu Zhantian was somewhat fond of Lin Ling. Not only that, Lin Ling had risked his life to obtain the Yiksha king. Now that he was reaping some benefits, it was only fair. In that case, wouldn't I have two protectors now? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. You still need to become stronger. The Heavenly Fall era is about to arrive, and the power balance of the 6 saint regions will be reshuffled. Your current strength is still too weak. Gu Zhantian shook his head. Having two protectors might seem powerful, but in reality, Lin Ling wasn't able to fully control them. For example, the ancient flame devil's killing intent could still affect Lin Ling. As for the Yiksha king, there was probably some sort of restriction as well. After all, if his strength was too weak, he naturally wouldn't be able to control an ancient king. Lin Ling nodded. Earlier, through the Eye of Time, he already knew what the Heavenly Fall era was. It represented the reshuffling of the power balance of the heavens and earth. It was merely a small trick of the ancient emperors. What he could do now was to protect his family with all his might, allowing everyone to survive. I got it. How do I control the Yiksha king now? Split your soul and put it into the Jade River Diagram Pearl. Then, let the Jade River Diagram Pearl enter Yiksha King's body. The Yiksha King was one of the guardian deities of the 6 great holy lands. To control it, one had to possess a powerful soul, and Lin Ling was the only one who was qualified to do so. This soul-splitting technique can help you split your soul. However, take note that splitting your soul is very dangerous. Gu Zhantian's countenance turned heavy as he pointed a finger at Lin Ling, causing an ancient cultivation art to appear in Lin Ling's mind. Spirit Splitting Technique. It was a cultivation technique that could split the soul and allow it to rise again. Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. Although it was dangerous, it was worth the risk because he was still very weak at the moment. Even if he was the #1 expert of the 6 holy lands, the Rainforest Holy Land was only an 8-star saint realm. There were many more ancient kings outside, after which Lin Ling floated down to the ground. Holding the Jade River Diagram Pearl in his hand, he started to cultivate the spirit-splitting technique. The soul might seem powerful, but in reality, it was also the weakest part. It couldn't be compared to the physical body. Even if the physical body was destroyed, it could be reborn, but the soul couldn't. It grew very slowly, and if it was injured, without the nourishment of heavenly and earthly treasures, the soul would slowly wither away. Eventually, the soul would be plagued by all sorts of illnesses and disintegrate, and splitting the soul was naturally extremely difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling's soul was powerful enough, he wouldn't have dared to take the risk. After a long time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He nodded heavily as he stared at Gu Zhantian and the others, after which his soul transformed into a sharp saber and slashed down heavily into his sea of consciousness. Pain, an indescribable pain, gushed forth. This pain was so intense that it reached the depths of his soul. It was 100 times more terrifying than any physical pain. Little brat, do your best. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to obtain the Yiksha King, you have to pay the price. Gu Zhantian stared at Lin Ling with worry in his eyes. He knew that this little brat was trying to transform. If he succeeded, Lin Ling would definitely become the #1 king of the 6 great holy grounds in the future. He will be fine. And Yuer and the other two also stared at Lin Ling with worry in their eyes. Pain. Lin Ling's soul was trembling. Under the attack of the soul saber, his entire soul was on the verge of collapse. But the crucial moment, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. It was like the core of his soul, guarding the scene of his soul dissipating. At the same time, a huge sea of consciousness flew out from Lin Ling's body and flew towards the Jade River Diagram Pearl, causing it to seem as though the Jade River Diagram Pearl had a spirit of its own. The Jade River Diagram Pearl floated up. It floated towards the ancient Yiksha King. He is about to succeed. Gu Zhantian's heart trembled with excitement. It was like he was watching the rise of a new king. With 2 protectors, it was hard for him to imagine what heights Lin Ling would reach in the future. The Jade River Diagram Pearl gradually vanished from the body of the Yiksha King. At the same time, the Yiksha King opened its eyes as a cold aura gushed forth. It was as though it had come alive. Lin Ling, is that you? Gu Zhantian roared. However, the Yiksha King didn't move at all. It only quietly stared at Gu Zhantian. But at the next moment, it glanced at the young man sitting cross-legged on the ground. The young man's handsome countenance was somewhat pale. His eyelashes fluttered as he finally opened his eyes. That pair of clear eyes stared right at the Yiksha King. You are me, and I am you. Yes. A light voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. An indescribable feeling rose up from the depths of his soul. He split his soul and sent it into the Yiksha King's body. After that, he felt that the Yiksha King was like an arm of his connected by blood. But in reality, they were 2 different people. I am you, and you are me. Rumble. The Yiksha King spoke in a low voice, causing the earth to tremble. Although it was also Lin Ling, the aura it exuded was clearly different. It was even colder, exuding boundless devil chi. But one couldn't deny that it was indeed Lin Ling. Old brother Zhantian, you Mingyun. Rumble. After that, the Yiksha King stared at Gu Zhantian and the other 2 as its cold voice drifted out. It was none other than Lin Ling. However, the eyes of Gu Zhantian and the others froze. Although they knew that the Yiksha King was Lin Ling, they still had a strange feeling. The devil chi emitted by the Yiksha King was too terrifying. Lin Ling had transformed into a devil god. Right now, my soul is still very weak and I need a rest. Hence, I will enter the earth first. Rumble. The Yiksha King retracted its gaze as it spoke. In truth, it was speaking to Gu Zhantian and the others. Because Lin Ling, who was on the ground, already knew everything about the Yiksha King. These words were spoken by him, but it was through the Yiksha King. This feeling gave him an incomparably strange feeling. Rumble, the earth trembled as the Yiksha King slowly sank into the earth. In the earth, it could recover even faster. It was an earth devil god, and Lin Ling could clearly sense that after entering the earth, the Yiksha King's recovery speed was even faster compared to the ancient flame devil. Its gigantic body started to turn pitch black, and in its body, The jade pearl of the river diagram also entered a deep slumber, causing the Yiksha king's soul to slowly recover. Chapter 993. Days in a Mountain Valley. Let's just let the Yiksha king sleep here. If there's anything I can't solve, I'll just awaken him. Lin Ling silently mused. After that, he took out a large amount of soul force recovery treasures and started to devour them. Right now, his soul force was greatly depleted and wasn't as strong as before. This brat actually succeeded. Seems like there's an even more terrifying talent hidden in his body compared to the Yiksha king. Gu Zhantian shook his head and smiled as he stared at the sky. Now that he was reborn, there were many things he could do. The dignity and justice that was taken away from him could be reclaimed. And after Lin Ling's soul force recovered, he stood up and stared at Gu Zhantian. Brat, I'm going to leave now. I'll leave the 8-star 6 Saint regions and head to the higher-ranked Saint regions. There are many things waiting for me to do there. I have to do them. Gu Zhantian stared at Lin Ling. In truth, Lin Ling was his benefactor. Lin Ling destroyed the sacrificial altar and prevented his soul from dissipating. This was why he gifted the ancient flame devil to Lin Ling as a form of repayment. Although this body isn't as strong as the ancient flame devil, after so many years, I've learned many cultivation techniques. It's sufficient for me to grow stronger step by step. Gu Zhantian spoke again, but there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Old brother Zhantian, are you going to leave? Lin Ling also felt reluctance. Although the ancient flame devil was a devil, it was magnanimous and had a carefree personality. In addition, they had fought side by side many times. This caused him to be reluctant to part with the ancient flame devil. We will meet again. I'll leave this soul stone for you. When you come to my place, I'll be able to sense you. Gu Zhantian tossed the stone to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it cautiously. Gu Zhantian continued. There are many entrances to the ancient tomb. One of the entrances leads to the higher-ranked saint regions. I'll leave from there. If you want to return to the 6 saint regions, you have to wait for a month in a mountain valley in the north. At that time, a black dot will appear and you just have to forcefully open it. This is the map. Lin Ling took it again. The two of them looked at each other, and the reluctance in their eyes deepened. Brother, I don't have anything to give you. I can only give you some wine. Lin Ling knew that all good things must come to an end. Hence, he smiled in a carefree manner, causing Gu Zhantian to laugh uproariously. It's good that there's wine. Lin Ling took out the wine flask. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine before tossing it to Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian also drank a mouthful of wine. Little brat, the 6 saint regions won't be able to trap you. You will eventually have to face experts stronger than you in this world. This old brother will be waiting for you there. All right, once I'm done with the Rainforest Sacred Land, I'll leave the Rainforest Sacred Land. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence as he looked at the sky. The trip to the ancient tomb was extremely important to him. It allowed him to know that there was an even bigger world outside of the 6 great holy lands. It also allowed him to know that the pace of battle had yet to stop. However, now that his strength had greatly increased, it was time to settle some matters in the rainforest. Yuer, Mingyun, let's go. Lin Ling brought in Yuer and Mingyun with him as they flew towards the north. Not long after, the 3 of them landed in a mountain valley. This place was somewhat peaceful, with lush green grass. It was like the most beautiful paradise in the world. The 3 of them had to wait here for a month. Mingyun, what's the deal with your demonic cultivation art? The 3 of them tidied up and decided to stay here for a short period of time. However, Lin Ling looked at Yu Yun with worry in his eyes. I begged my master to obtain a drop of demonic blood from an ancient desolate beast. After that, I used a forbidden art to absorb it into my body, allowing the demonic blood to grow. Yu Yun lowered her head, not daring to match Lin Ling's gaze. She knew that Lin Ling was blaming her for casually cultivating a demonic cultivation art. However, she still stubbornly said, I want to become stronger. I want to be with you forever. At this moment, she was like a willful girl. That kind of stubbornness seemed to be unchanging. Lin Ling's body trembled, and his eyes became gentle. He slowly hugged Yu Munyan. He knew the girl's heart. He knew that the girl wanted to help him. How could he have any regrets when he could have such a bosom friend in his life? Silly girl, I will protect you. The process of you cultivating a demonic cultivation art will be very difficult. Lin Ling said softly. I'm not afraid. Yu Munyan raised her delicate chin. Her eyes were still stubborn, causing Lin Ling to shake his head helplessly. It seemed that Meng Yun was cultivating a demonic body. This was something that could not be changed. However, that white snake was a ferocious beast. He wondered what stage it would grow to. In ancient times, there was a demonic snake that transformed into a dragon. He wondered if Yu Munyan would be able to transform into a dragon in the end. I have many heavenly and earthly treasures here. They will allow you to completely control your demonic body without going berserk during the process of cultivation. Lin Ling took out a large number of spiritual herbs and treasures. After that, he took a step forward and held Inyuera's hand. This caused Inyuera to smile. Previously, she had been watching from the side and appeared extremely obedient. Therefore, Lin Ling did not want to neglect her. I have learned a lot of alchemy. During this period of time, let's exchange ideas together. Okay. In the valley, isolated from the rest of the world, the three of them settled down peacefully. This period of time was a rare period of peace in Lin Ling's life. He also enjoyed it greatly. As for Lin Ling, he obtained a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures. He also took them out to allow Inyuera and Mu Chi to increase their strength. At the same time, the two of them concocted large amounts of medicinal pills. As for Little Flame, it also benefited greatly. With the help of the heavenly and earthly treasures, its strength increased tremendously. It would frequently roam outside, looking for foreign experts to challenge. This caused the foreign experts in the ancient tomb to take a detour whenever they saw Little Flame. As for that mysterious expert Yin, he didn't appear again. However, even if he did appear, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of him. Right now, he had two protectors. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. If it wasn't for the fact that the two protectors were of great importance, Lin Ling would have already used the protectors to suppress the 6 great holy grounds. Sadly, the Heavenly Fall era was about to arrive. This caused Lin Ling to have no choice but to be cautious. Time silently flowed by. Today, a black dot appeared in the gloomy sky. If it wasn't for Gu Zhantian's guidance, Lin Ling wouldn't have noticed it at all. That black dot has appeared. We can leave the ancient tomb now. Lin Ling stared at the sky and smiled faintly. Can we return now? And Inyuera and Yu Munyan also smiled. Their smiles were devastatingly beautiful. The three of us will go and open up the black dot. Lin Ling took a step forward and soared into the sky. The two girls behind him also hurriedly followed. Come out. Yu Munyan waved her right hand, and an ancient gate appeared in midair. Slowly, a mountain-sized ice and fire demon rhinoceros walked out. That rhinoceros seemed to know Yu Munyan's intentions and charged towards the black dot in the sky. Right now, the black dot in the sky needed to be forcefully opened up. Rumble. The sky trembled as the black dot in the sky became the size of a fist. It was being forcefully opened up. Extreme Realm. Inyuera's face turned cold. She was like the most beautiful ice fairy as a red bolt of lightning shot towards the black dot in the sky, after which another 5 bolts of lightning shot out. Clearly, after this period of bitter cultivation, her strength had increased once again. Yuer's soul force is very condensed, but it isn't huge. That method of hers is very strange, as though she can directly shatter the soul of others. Lin Ling silently mused. And Inyuera's strength was also very powerful. The moment she used her extreme realm, it was impossible to guard against. She could instantly kill experts of the same level as her. Chapter 994. Leave. Red lightning bolts smashed onto the black hole, causing it to expand. It's Lin Ling's turn. After the two girls made their moves, they looked at Lin Ling. The final attack would depend on their man. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly, and his blue and white robe fluttered. In the next moment, raging flames erupted, and an ancient flame emperor appeared. His hair formed by flames soared into the sky, and his raging fists smashed towards the black hole. Flame Emperor's Fist. 4th level fire profundity. Lin Ling is worthy of being the #1 genius of the 6 great holy lands. And Yuer and Yomu smiled. During this period of time, Lin Ling had used the Flame Emperor's octagonal stone to cultivate again, and it allowed his fire profundity to rise by another level. At this moment, he was just like the real Flame Emperor. Bang! Flames erupted, and his fist broke through the sky. The black hole shook violently and finally formed a 5-meter wide passageway. Even the surroundings of the passageway were filled with cracks, and it was as if a stone had been thrown into the sky, causing ripples to spread out. In the sky, the flames receded like the tide, and a slender figure slowly walked out from the flames. His long hair fluttered, and his handsome face made Yuer and Yumu blush. Lin Ling was very attractive. "Let's go." Lin Ling smiled, and he opened his arms and hugged Yuer and Yu Munyun's slender waists, and he strode into the void. At this moment, the rainforest's holy land, Mountain Demon Sea, had regained its peace. A month ago, a great battle had occurred here. It was between the sage of calligraphy's faction and the barbarian king of the 6th Shaman Holy Land. They fought with some saints. Of course, the battle didn't last long, and everyone dispersed in the end. As for the origin of the battle, it was because Lin Ling had killed Han Yitzi and defeated the young barbarian king, Fujitor. However, what surprised the 6 Holy Lands was that all the Holy Sons stepped forward to support Lin Ling, fighting for Lin Ling's reputation. Although everyone thought that Lin Ling was already dead, the Holy Prince's battle for Lin Ling's reputation still alarmed all the elites of the 6 Holy Lands. They couldn't understand what Lin Ling had done to make the Holy Princes support him like this, as if they were supporting the king of Holy Princes. In the end, the experts of the various hallowed grounds stepped forward and stopped the battle. After all, it wasn't worth it to fight over a dead person. After all, Lin Ling was trapped inside the old tomb and had encountered a transcendent realm master. He was doomed. Mountain Demon Sea, Tianyuan faction. This sect was the largest sect in the vicinity, attracting countless young elites to come here to learn martial arts. Today was the day of the inter-sect disciple test, so it had alarmed a large number of nearby experts. Little Iron Leg is worthy of being called the most outstanding genius of the present age. Currently, he has already won 15 matches in a row. Balin's Fast Blade is also very good. He is only 19 years old, but his saber moves faster than the wind. It seems that he will definitely be one of the strongest fighters. However, the strongest dark horse is Yixiao. He is the most dazzling existence. His sword can cut through anything. Around the wide square, people were talking. The famous cultivators were all commenting on the geniuses. The most talked about person was none other than Yixiao. This young man was a nobody at the beginning, but during this period of time, he suddenly rose up. His strength soared to the sky, and he became the focus of attention from a trash existence. He was the biggest dark horse in this year's intersect disciple test. Damn it, that trash actually won so many matches. Who the hell taught him how to cultivate? Not long ago, he killed the young master of the Pan clan. The Pan clan can't wait to kill him. They have already forced the prime master of Tianyuan faction to step in. In the Tianyuan faction, many disciples spoke with cold faces. The trash that used to be above their heads made them extremely unhappy. Yixiao wins. At this moment, a thin and weak young man slowly walked down from the stage. The steel sword in his hand was shining with dazzling lights. Even the third-ranked Blood Shadow Palm lost. Who could stop Yixiao now? The crowd was shocked. Even the Prime Master of Tianyuan faction was shocked. Yixiao's sword was not the martial art of their sect. Besides, he knew that Yixiao's father used to be a famous cultivator, but was killed by someone else. Did his father leave some powerful martial art to Yixiao? However, the Tianyuan faction had been looking for Yi Xiao both openly and secretly, but they had no clue. However, the Prime Master of Tianyuan faction was sure that Yi Xiao had cultivated his father's martial art. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as strong as he was now. My son, Pan Long, was killed by some random passerby. In my opinion, it was Yi Xiao who killed him. He hid his strength well. In a corner of the square, the people of the Pan clan looked cold. They were the dominators of the Mountain Demon Sea. They didn't attack Yi Xiao before, because Yi Xiao didn't have the power to kill their bloodline. However, it was obvious that Yi Xiao was hiding his true strength. Yi Xiao against Iron Leg. At this moment, the fierce fight started again. Iron Leg was the second most talented disciple of the Tianyuan faction. Yi Xiao, your good luck has come to an end. On the martial stage, a young man wearing iron boots coldly looked at Yi Xiao and said. Yi Xiao's long hair was flying in the air. His childish face was cold and indifferent. He held the iron sword tightly in his hand and said, I won't lose. Humph, your sword is powerful, but don't forget who my master is. My master is North-South Leg Hiyun, one of the 5 most powerful cultivators in the Mountain Demon Sea. The young man's body was releasing a huge amount of qi. On the other side of the square, a middle-aged man blandly smiled. Many people were looking at him. No wonder Iron Leg is so powerful. It turns out a great master produces a great disciple. Compared to my master, your master is just a toad. However, on the martial stage, Yi Xiao blandly spoke. He had been holding it in, but today it was time for him to shine. He wanted to take back the dignity he had lost. Besides, he wouldn't allow anyone else's master to be stronger than his master. His master was omnipotent. Bastard, how dare you laugh at my master? Iron Leg's eyes turned cold. The crowd frowned. Yi Xiao is so arrogant. He actually called North-South Leg a toad. Who is Yi Xiao's master? Can he be better than North-South Leg? I am not laughing. I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, take 3 sword strikes from me. If you can't defeat me in 3 moves, I will admit defeat. I will never practice sword again. Yi Xiao took a step forward and spoke with a firm voice. You can't defeat me in 100 moves. Boom! On the martial stage, the fight between geniuses started. Many people were staring at Yi Xiao. They wanted to see if Yi Xiao could defeat Iron Leg in 3 moves. If he succeeded, North-South Leg Hiyun would lose face. Ha ha ha, this little guy is like you. On a mountain peak far away from the Tianyuan sect, 3 silhouettes were quietly standing there. The man was handsome, and his long hair was fluttering in the wind. He had the aura of a king, and beside him were 2 devastatingly beautiful women. The 3 of them were quietly looking at the genius martial platform below, and their hearts were filled with nostalgia. Chapter 995. Seeing Yi Xiao again, do they look alike? Lin Ling smiled. Yi Xiao didn't look alike, but they did. He felt like he was back in Gu Yin's sect. In the past, you had no background and no potential, so you were bullied in the Gu Yin sect. It was in the battle of Yangming that you shone brightly. And you, and Lin Ling were both from the Gu Yin sect, so she felt a sense of familiarity. It was like a dream. Nobody knew that the stubborn young man in Gu Yin's sect had become a #1 genius in the 6 Great Holy Lands. He even had the potential to become the #1 king in the 6 Great Holy Lands. Everything that had happened in the past few years was like a fleeting cloud. In the past, no one had thought of this. The nostalgia on Lin Ling's face deepened. He had not thought of this point. Looking back on the past, there was blood and sweat, laughter and tears, life and death. This was a life without regrets. That little guy is going to win, Lin Ling blandly said. He could see that the martial art left by Yi Xiao's father was powerful enough to defeat all the geniuses in the mountain demons. See if Yi Xiao succeeded in the first stage. He has comprehended the vital energy. Lin Ling, it seems to be the same as yours. Yu Munyin was confused. Of course, because my great righteousness was comprehended from the martial arts that his father left behind. However, my great righteousness is different from his. He is more righteous. Lin Ling nodded, and Yu and Yu Munyin were surprised. Lin Ling knew that young man. His so-called master should be you. Yu Mingyun said with a smile. Lin Ling rubbed his nose. It was hard to answer. He didn't take the young man as his disciple. It was the young man's wishful thinking. If he wins, I don't mind being his master. Soon, Lin Ling shrugged. At the same time, he thought of Wan Er, who he met in the Water Moon Holy Land. Wan Er seemed to see him as her master too. One sword to break all laws. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, a sword appeared and cut through everything. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the young man slowly walked down. Yi Xiao wins. The referee was shocked for a long time before he finally announced the result. He Yun's face turned dark. His disciple was defeated. Yi Xiao slapped him in front of so many people. The ultimate battle, Yi Xiao against Balin Quickblade. Not long after, the battle between the strongest geniuses of the sect began. Countless people were looking forward to it. Balin Fastblade was the disciple of the Tianyuan sect's prime master. He was even chosen to be the #1 genius in the sect. How could Yi Xiao, the dark horse, win? Yi Xiao, you have been hiding well. You used to be known as a useless trash, but now you have shocked the world. However, I do believe that you have a master guiding you. Do you think you could defeat me? On the martial stage, a young man in black clothes was holding a big saber, looking at Yi Xiao blandly. We can win. Yi Xiao spoke blandly. My master taught me something. I can't lose. Otherwise, I will be humiliating him. Can your master be better than the prime master? The young man in black sneered. Compared to him, the prime master is like a toad. Yi Xiao still casually spoke the same words. The young man in black's face turned dark. He thought that Yi Xiao would respect the prime master, but unexpectedly, Yi Xiao didn't even respect the prime master. How arrogant! This young man is neither superior nor inferior. In the sect, many elders' faces also turned dark. Yi Xiao insulted the prime master in front of all the heroes in the world. How could the prime master show his face? If you lose, ask your master to come out and kowtow to the prime master 3 times. I would like to see how great your master is. The young man in black spoke coldly. He couldn't swallow this insult. Don't insult my master. However, Yi Xiao's face was even colder than his, as if he had been hit on the reverse scale. Don't you have confidence in your own strength? The young man in black smiled disdainfully. I do. Yi Xiao nodded. This fight is related to my master's honor. I will definitely win. I will defeat you with 1 sword strike. If I win, you take back what you said and kowtow to my master 3 times as an apology. Good. Not only him, but I will apologize as well. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. It was the prime master of Tianyuan's sect. Apparently, Yi Xiao had ignored him again and again, which made him angry. Fine. However, the prime master's words only got Yi Xiao's nod. Everybody was so angry that they gritted their teeth. Righteousness. My master taught me to cultivate righteousness in the world. Yi Xiao raised up his sword. Righteousness was awe-inspiring, and the sword intent was gushing out. Righteous sword intent. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xiao to have comprehended the sword intent at such a young age. Shoot! With 1 sword strike, the young man in black was defeated instantly. It was dead silent. Yi Xiao was reborn. Who on earth was his master? How could such a freak be taught by such a freak? The young man in black looked extremely upset. He couldn't resist 1 sword strike from Yi Xiao. Kneel down and apologize. Yi Xiao didn't care about the young man's surprise. He pointed his sword at the young man so that he couldn't say anything. Was he going to kneel down? Countless people's faces were stiff. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Enough. Stop. At this moment, the prime master's cold voice sounded. You didn't cultivate the martial art of our sect. Where did you steal it from? Tell me the truth. Tell me. In the Mountain Demon Sea, it was a taboo to steal martial art. There would be consequences. Of course, the prime master knew that Yi Xiao must have cultivated the martial art left by his father. However, as the prime master of Tianyuan's sect, he couldn't lose face if his disciple lost. That was why he slandered Yi Xiao. Today, his disciple was the #1 disciple. No matter what, Yi Xiao couldn't be the #1 disciple. I didn't steal it. My master taught me. I have one. I am a #1 disciple of Tianyuan's sect. Yes. Yi Xiao raised his head and looked at the prime master stubbornly. Who is your master? Tell him to come out. Otherwise, we will punish you according to the rules of our sect. You are nothing but a useless trash. Yet you have comprehended the sword intent. Where did you get it from if you didn't steal it? The prime master shouted angrily. That was the only way he could regain his face. Yi Xiao, you stole the martial art of our Pan clan. How dare you make a master out of nothing? Do you think we are all idiots? If you don't hand over the martial art today, you can't leave this place. Humph. People of the Pan clan spoke coldly. They had been eyeing the martial art left by Yi Xiao's father for a long time. In the Mountain Demon Sea, I would like to see what your master is. North Lexian spoke coldly. Yi Xiao was a genius, but he wasn't his disciple. Since that was the case, he would rather destroy him. People were looking at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's face turned dark. He was young after all. He didn't know how evil people could be. He thought that as long as he won today, he would be able to regain his dignity. However, he was too naive. A bunch of half-century-old guys. You are all twisted. How dare you? Shame. Chapter 996. I am his master. Who are you? Since when do you have the right to meddle in the affairs of our Tianyuan sect? The prime master of Tianyuan's sect frowned. He didn't know this man. He wasn't one of the guests, yet he showed up in the Tianyuan sect. Did he think the Tianyuan sect was a street? Did he think he could just come in? I am his master. Tell me, how can I not meddle? Thousands of eyes were staring at him. Some were questioning, some were angry, and some were waiting for a good show. However, the young man in the blue and white robe spoke blandly. He moved his feet and slowly walked over. The crowd was shocked. This young man was only about 20 years old. He was actually Yi Xiao's master. Master! On the stage, Yi Xiao looked at the young man who was walking out. He was so excited that he suddenly kneeled down. Big brother is here. He admitted that he is my master. Lin Ling is my master. That is just my wishful thinking. He never thought that he could see Lin Ling so soon. You won, so I will take you as my disciple. Yes, it was Lin Ling. At the moment, he looked at Yi Xiao and smiled blandly. Although it was the first time he took someone as his disciple, it still gave him a weird feeling. It felt like he had aged a lot. In fact, he was only 20 years old. Master. Yes. Yi Xiao was so happy that he shed tears. He kowtowed to Lin Ling 3 times. Get up. Yes. Lin Ling waved his hand casually. He didn't care about anybody at all. Enough. Yes. This attitude made the prime master of Tianyuan's sect even angrier. That young man was too arrogant. He ignored them and directly took Yi Xiao as his disciple. Did he think the Tianyuan sect didn't exist? This guy is young, but he actually took Yi Xiao as his disciple in front of the elders. Yes, those famous cultivators of the Mountain Demon Sea sneered. They couldn't see through Lin Ling's capability, but Lin Ling was young, so they thought he was just so-so. Enough? Lin Ling looked at the sect leader slowly. His lips curled into a mocking grin. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. As a great sect leader, you don't even have the courage to admit defeat. What kind of sect leader are you? Furthermore, you bully my disciple right in front of me. I haven't even said enough, and you're telling me you're done? Huh. The crowd burst into laughter. This young man was crazy beyond belief. He actually dared to use such a tone to talk to the sect leader. Ignorant. You must be joking. The head of the Tianyuan sect couldn't help but laugh. That young man was putting on airs. Did he think that his seniority was higher than his own? You are his master. Then, where did he get his sword intent? North and South Legs, Yin disdainfully shook his head, but he was interested in Yi Xiao's sword intent. Lin Ling smiled. He had just come to the Mountain Demon Sea after he left the ancient tomb, so he decided to visit Yi Xiao. He wanted to take Yi Xiao as his disciple, but he didn't know that in the sacred land of the rainforest and the Mountain Demon Sea, power was everything. Yi Xiao didn't have a powerful background. Even if he won the fight, he would be denied by the others. People might even take the opportunity to get Yi Xiao's martial art. If Yi Xiao was just a passerby, Lin Ling wouldn't have time to talk to him. However, Yi Xiao was his disciple. How could he let others bully his disciple? I taught him how to use his sword intent, but he learned it himself. However, you are too old to even understand the basic sword intent. You better not learn martial arts. Lin Ling blandly said, which made the crowd laugh. Is this young man talking about one of the 5 most powerful cultivators in the Mountain Demon Sea? He is not qualified to learn martial arts? What about me? The Prime Master of Tianyuan's sect sneered. You're even worse. You are useless. You're only at the Earth Spirit stage at such a young age. The spiritual qi in your body is impure. You broke through with Dan beads. You will never be able to reach the next level. How dare you call yourself the Prime Master? How dare you be my disciple's Prime Master? Lin Ling disdainfully looked at the Prime Master of Tianyuan's sect. This guy actually dared to criticize the Prime Master? The crowd stopped laughing. The arrogance of the young man was beyond their imagination. The face of the Tianyuan sect leader was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ling would be afraid of him, but who knew that he would say that he was useless? And the most important thing was that he said it very naturally, without any pretense, as if he, the sect leader, was so useless. Yi Xiao also opened his mouth wide. In his world, the Prime Master of Tianyuan's sect was the most powerful cultivator in the world. Although his master Lin Ling was famous in the world, he didn't know how powerful he was. That was why he was surprised by his master's arrogance. Yi Xiao, come with me. Here is an immortality Dan. It can help you reach the martial spirit stage in one day. You have wasted too much time in this rubbish sect. Your foundation is not good. You must strengthen your foundation. Ignoring the people around, Lin Ling walked to Yi Xiao and threw a bottle of Dan beads to him. Reach the martial spirit stage in one day. Everyone gasped. Some of them couldn't believe it, but Yi Xiao had already opened the bottle of Dan beads. A stream of dense spiritual qi filled the air. Some of the powerful cultivators were sure that the Dan beads were extraordinary. Yi Xiao was naturally excited. He had heard that in the ancient world, some cultivators could be reborn in one day and become a powerful cultivator. However, he didn't expect that his master would have such Dan beads. That was why he was so grateful that he kneeled down again. You little kid, it is just a crappy Dan bead. If you had a good foundation, I would have helped you reach the earthly spirit stage in one day. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. In his eyes, the earthly spirit stage was also a weak cultivator. The crowd was silent. That young man was not only arrogant, but also good at bragging. Reaching the earthly spirit stage in one day meant that he would become the Prime Master in one day. He didn't even need to prepare a draft for bragging. Let's go. Lin Ling took a big step forward. Yi Xiao followed behind him excitedly. Wait. At this moment, the Prime Master of Tianyuan's sect stood up. How could he tolerate a young man coming and going as he pleased? Yi Xiao can go, but he has to return all the martial arts he has learned in the sect. That is the tuition fee. Of course, Yi Xiao can also leave if he returns all the Dan beads and martial arts he has learned. When these words were spoken, Yi Xiao's body started to tremble. Although he was the strongest disciple, he was still extremely respectful to the Prime Master. But soon, a cold voice came from beside him. Yi Xiao is my disciple. What if I don't agree? The voice was calm, as if it was the most normal thing in the world, but it made Yi Xiao tremble. He was touched. His master was protecting him. Then we have to cripple him. You are his master, but you don't know how to teach him how to be a good man. I will cripple you too. The Prime Master sneered, and his aura became even colder. Today, if you don't hand over the things, neither of you will be able to leave. The people of the Pan clan also walked out. No matter if it was the martial arts or the Dan beads, they all wanted them. So you want to die? Lin Ling's eyes finally became cold. Before, he didn't want to make a move, but it didn't mean that these ants could be arrogant. Kid, there should be a limit to bragging. It also depends on who you were talking to. Facing us ancient cultivators, your fox, assuming the tigers, won't work. However, the Prime Master's eyes became even more indifferent. He thought that Lin Ling was just bluffing. Is that so? Chapter 997. using violence against violence. Puff. It was as if he had been struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. The sect leader's face paled, and he powerlessly slumped back into his chair. What had he seen? He had seen an expert emerge from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had seen a king who looked down on the world in a great war. How is this possible? This young man was only 20 years old. Bragging? Lin Ling spat out these two words coldly with a strong sense of mockery. The crowd was shocked too. They didn't know why the Prime Master was so emotional. You stinky kid. You can be arrogant in Gu Yin's sect. Seeing the Prime Master suddenly become silent, one of the elders rushed to Lin Ling. It was the best time to flatter the Prime Master. Spiritual qi was moving in the air. In the air, a fist was hitting toward Lin Ling. Master, be careful. That is the elder of law enforcement. Yi Xiao anxiously shouted. The elder of law enforcement was the most powerful man in the sect. Elder of law enforcement? What law? Cold. A cold voice drifted out in the silence. What? Yes. All the powerful cultivators stood up. You said I was bragging? Yes. Lin Ling blandly looked at the Prime Master and shouted again. Yi Xiao bullied his disciple. That was fine, but he kept asking for death. Did he think Lin Ling didn't have a temper? Kid, this is the Mountain Demon Sea. Since you are here, just stay. Yes. Amidst the silence, the Pan family's family head and the North and South legs looked at each other and tacitly attacked. This young man was not weak, but with two of the 5 great experts of the Mountain Devil Sea attacking, this young man would have to hold back his hatred. North leg technique. Yes. Rolling spiritual qi was moving in the air. In the air, an iron leg was chopping down toward Lin Ling like it was going to split the world. At the same time, a long purple spear appeared out of nowhere, stabbing toward Yi Xiao. This man was sneaky. He was afraid that Lin Ling would dodge, so he attacked Yi Xiao so that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to dodge. At this moment, Yi Xiao's pupils constricted. Looking at the spear of death, he felt powerless. Today, all the powerful cultivators of the mountain demons sea were targeting him. They were too much. However, at this moment, a man stood in front of him like a huge mountain. Yi Xiao's eyes were wet. He saw that man. It was his master, his big brother, Lin Ling. Boom! In the sky, the wind and cloud iron kick smashed down. Its power was vast, and in addition to the spear of death, it was as if a single spear could kill. These two powerful martial arts were enough to dominate a region in the Mountain Demon Sea, and Lin Ling alone bore the brunt of the attack. Dead. Looking at the soul-stirring scene, everyone shook their heads. The Tianyuan sect leader sneered. He thought that the young man was powerful, but it turned out that he was just a waste who thought too highly of himself. Yi Xiao, hand over the Dan beads and martial arts. In front of Yi Xiao, 2 figures coldly showed up. They were Pan Clan and North and South legs. He Yun. At the moment, they looked calm. They didn't know that what they did had awakened the killing god. I won't. I will die with my master. Yi Xiao was sad. He took a step back and gritted his teeth. These people were so disgusting. They killed his big brother and his master. Silly boy. Who said I am dead? At this moment, a soft voice sounded. It made Yi Xiao tremble. He turned around and saw Lin Ling standing there like an immovable king. His handsome face was smiling, but there was a spear in his chest. What? You're not dead yet? Many people widely opened their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. I'm not dead, but you can die now. Lin Ling blandly smiled, but it was extremely cold. His body shook, and in front of everybody's shocked eyes, the spear in his chest was broken into pieces. With the strength of his fleshly body, how could these ants hurt him? Puff! At this moment, everybody took a cold breath. What did they see? They saw the young man shatter the spear and take the kick of North and South legs without getting hurt. What kind of powerful cultivator was he? Puff! The Prime Master of Tianyuan's sect had stood up excitedly, but now he panicked and sat back down on the chair. The chair even broke because he sat down, but he didn't feel it all. As for the Pan family in North and South legs, their bodies were trembling at this moment. When their eyes met Lin Ling's, a terrifying, murderous intent shattered their hearts. They felt as if they had provoked the wrong person. After all, in their lives, no one had ever been able to take a blow from them and come out unscathed. I am sorry. I was reckless. The Prime Master of Pan Clan stepped back and said with a pale face, Sorry is useful. What do you need the police for? Lin Ling spoke blandly. They were tempted by the treasure. If he was weaker than these people, he would have died long ago. What was the point of apologizing? Puff. North and South legs. Hien kneeled down and kept kowtowing. Master, I was wrong. Yi Xiao was stunned. His childish face was full of shock. Those powerful cultivators in his heart were all begging for mercy and kneeling down. That was like a dream. Yi Xiao, remember, how people treat you, how you treat them. That is my principle. Lin Ling looked at Yi Xiao and said blandly. He was also teaching Yi Xiao how to be a man. As a master, he should not only teach martial arts, but also teach them how to live their lives. That was the most important thing. Yi Xiao had the same experience as Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had survived all by himself, so he didn't want Yi Xiao to walk on the wrong path. At least he wanted Yi Xiao to understand how ruthless the world was. How people treat me, how I treat them. Yi Xiao murmured. He repeated it in his heart and kept it in his heart. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He walked to North and South legs, looking down at Hiyun. Your disciple lost to my disciple. You didn't want to admit it. I don't dare. North and South legs, Hiyun didn't dare to raise his head. I don't like to hear hypocrisy. You better tell me the truth. Lin Ling blandly said. Yes, I did. But that was before. Now I do. North and South legs, Hiyun hurriedly said. Now you do. But there is one thing you don't want to admit. Good. Let me tell you why your disciple is not as good as mine. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He reached out his left hand and made a heavy palm hit. Boom! He didn't even need to use his full power. 30 million power had already smashed Hiyun into pieces. He died with one palm hit. The earth shook violently. Now you understand. Because I am stronger than you, my disciple is stronger than yours. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. In his eyes, there was a strong, killing intent. When he used the ancient flame demon last time, because he had to fight against the two kings, his killing intent was boiling up again. Today, these ants enraged him, so his killing intent burst out. It is your turn. Lin Ling looked at the master of Pan Clan. The master of Pan Clan trembled and sat down on the floor. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Chapter 998. Tang Yicheng, wait. If you let me go, I will give you anything you want. I am sorry for what I did to you. Life was more precious than anything else, so the chief of Pan Clan still had hope. However, if apologizing worked, why would he need the police? You can die now. Enough. Lin Ling didn't even bother to talk. He just made a palm hit and slowly walked to the Prime Master of Tianyuan's sect. At the moment, the entire Tianyuan sect was in silence. Everybody was shaking in heart. Is this Yi Zhao's master? Facing the most powerful cultivators in the Mountain Demon Sea, he killed them with one strike. Those powerful cultivators in the Mountain Demon Sea were like mountains that they had to look up to, but now the mountains had collapsed. It was such a shock to the disciples who respected those powerful cultivators. You wanted Yi Zhao's master to come out, and then I came out. You wanted to cripple my disciple, and now you want to cripple me? The cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. The Prime Master was shaking. He regretted it. He shouldn't have let Yi Zhao's master come out. He shouldn't have stopped Yi Xiao. I am sorry. When Yi Xiao won, I said I would kowtow 3 times. I will kowtow now. The sect leader's heart pounded violently, and he quickly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. At the same time, he kept apologizing. Although he felt that this kind of last-minute begging was not very effective, he could not think of a better way to deal with Lin Ling other than apologizing and begging. The disciples of Tianyuan's sect couldn't believe that Yi Xiao was like a stray dog. Before, when Yi Xiao rose up like a dark horse and defeated all the other geniuses, they didn't want to accept it. They wanted to see Yi Zhao's performance because they knew that their Prime Master wouldn't let Yi Xiao have an easy time. However, Yi Zhao's master came. His master was as young as them. Yet he was so horrible that all their masters had kneeled down and kowtowed to him. The Prime Master was still kowtowing. His forehead was bleeding, but Lin Ling was indifferent. He didn't move at all. I gave you a chance. Finally, Lin Ling spoke softly. A wisp of flames rippled out from his left hand and scattered down slowly. Boom! The head of the Tianyuan sect was burned in an instant. He still had a lot of words to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't have time to listen. No matter how much he begged for mercy, it was useless. Lin Ling had given him a chance, but he was the one who was tempted by the treasure. He was just courting death. Let's go. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly walked to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was still trembling. Is this my master? How amazing. One person decided everything. After that, Yi Xiao glanced over the crowd. He saw that his senior brothers and elders were all frightened. Everybody showed respect in their eyes. That made him feel proud. His master killed the Prime Master, and nobody dared to say anything. He and his master just left casually. That was the shock of power. Who was this person? Staring at that slender figure, everyone had the same thought, but no one dared to ask. Ha! Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come to the Mountain Demon Sea. At this moment, a giant beast flew over from the sky. It was a one-legged beast with the body of an ox. On the beast, there was a young man in white clothes. His long hair was flying in the air, and his face was as smooth as jade. He looked indescribably powerful. That is the king of the Mountain Demon Sea, Kuei. Many people took in a cold breath. They knew that beast. It was the most horrible thing in the Mountain Demon Sea. It was said that it had the bloodline of the ancient wild beast, Kuei. Now that the beast was under control, it meant that the young man was extremely powerful. Besides, he seemed to know Yi Xiao's master. Who are you? Lin Ling stopped and blandly looked at the young man in white clothes. I'm a new superstar of the Sparrow clan, Tang Yicheng. Lin Ling, I have heard about you. The young man stopped the bull-bodied demonic beast in the sky and looked down at Lin Ling with a smile. Sparrow clan? Is it the ancient clan? Some of them had read some books about the Sparrow clan. It was said that the Sparrow clan was one of the 4 ancient wild clans. Is Yi Xiao's master Lin Ling? After that, the crowd was shocked again. The Mountain Demon Sea was isolated from the rest of the world. It was like a small village, but many people knew Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling was the most talented cultivator in the martial arts hall. He was a legend from the middle 3 regions. Because he was born in an ordinary family, he was famous in the lower 3 regions and the middle 3 regions. I'm so jealous. Wow! Many disciples were surprised. Yi Xiao has found himself a great master. Sparrow clan? Tang Yicheng? Tang Yicheng? Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. He was still looking at the sky. Is he from Yu Yu's clan? Yu Yu often talked about you in front of me. You were in the Rain clan, so I know you too. The young man in white smiled politely. He was very polite to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded with a smile, but he was curious about why the young man was here. I heard some rumors about something happening here, so I came to try my luck. It seems I am late. Tang Yicheng seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking. He shrugged and said, It must be the gathering of the Holy Sons. Yes. Lin Ling guessed why the young man was here. Tang Yicheng was shocked. In the rainforest, the Holy Sons were a secret. Only a few people knew about them. Tang Yicheng was the most talented cultivator in the Sparrow clan, so he knew a thing or two about the Holy Sons. Besides, he wanted to be a Holy Son and enter the Bodhi Saint Palace. This time, he had heard about the gathering of the Holy Sons, so he wanted to try his luck and defeat the Holy Sons. He wanted to be recognized by the Bodhi Saint Palace and become a Holy Son. However, he was too late. However, Lin Ling was only the number 1 genius of the martial arts hall. He could not compare to the number 1 supernovas of the 4 desolate clans. But Lin Ling knew about the Holy Sons? It seems that Sir Lin Ling also came with the same intention. But we're all too late. Tang Yicheng smiled again. His expression was calm, hiding the shock in his heart. Yes. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He was not only a Holy Son, but also the star of the Holy Sons. How was he late? All right, since I missed it, I will not stay any longer. Let's meet again at the Rainforest Sacred Land. Yes. Tang Yicheng's feet moved, and the demonic beast galloped into the distance. In his heart, Lin Ling had the same idea as him. They both wanted to become the holy son of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Unfortunately, he was the #1 supernova of the Sparrow clan, while Lin Ling was not. He still had Mo Zilong above him. So, was Lin Ling qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him? If he was not qualified to be the Holy Son, Lin Ling was even less qualified. This man is quite shrewd. Yes. Lin Ling looked at Tang Yicheng's back and spoke blandly. Master, I think he is quite polite. Yi Xiao asked confusedly. Just on the surface, there are a lot of cunning people in this world. They will do anything to become stronger. That Tang Yicheng looks polite, but the ambition in his eyes can't be hidden. He disdains me, and he is even a bit jealous. Lin Ling smiled blandly. He was not a newbie. He had met a lot of people, so he naturally had an intuition. He is quite powerful. Master, how do you compare to him? Yi Xiao asked expectantly. Within 3 attacks, we are evenly matched. Within 5 attacks, he will be defeated. Yes. Lin Ling patted Yi Xiao's shoulder and strode forward. Yi Xiao trembled. His master was so powerful. Chapter 999. Protect everything, Master, wait. After leaving Tianyuan's sect, Yi Xiao took Lin Ling to his ancestral home. He took a lot of things and left. Lin Ling nodded. Yi Xiao didn't know how long it would take for him to come back, so it was normal for him to take some things from his hometown. Some of these things were left to me by my father, and some by my mother, Yi Xiao said sadly. Lin Ling nodded and took it for him. However, one of the bamboo slips made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. What was recorded on the bamboo slips was not martial arts, but a mysterious and complex symbol. There were many symbols, but Lin Ling could see that it was a matrix. It seems your father has left the 6 Saint Realms. Lin Ling was shocked. It was a human formation. There were formations made by human beings, such as the Black Goldbull Formation and the Ancient Cloud Tengu Formation. They were mysterious and powerful. Prime Master took this bamboo slip to me, but he said it was useless, so he gave it back to me. Yi Xiao was confused. Was this bamboo slip valuable? He couldn't see how valuable this bamboo slip was. Yi Xiao, you have found something good for your master. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. At the same time, he had an idea to make his fire army stronger. One day later, several people showed up at the edge of the ocean. The sky was blue, the white clouds drifted, and the wind blew gently, making people feel relaxed and happy. Looking at the vast sea of rain in the hazy sky, the towering tree was vaguely reflected in one's eyes. It was still so ancient and mysterious. The sacred land of the rainforest was in their sight. It is raining over there. And Yuer stood beside Lin Ling, looking at the sacred land of the rainforest, and blandly said, That's right, a storm is coming. Lin Ling looked into the distance and shook his head. After that, he told her what happened in the Tianyan era. The 6 Saint Realms are only 8-star Saint Realms, and there were experts from the Heavenly Fall era who wanted to cleanse this place. Yu Yun's pupils constricted. She had no idea about these things. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all living things as dogs. The 6 Saint Domains are just playthings of the ancient emperors, or even just a game. Perhaps, in order to pass the time, those ancient experts gambled with each other and eventually lost the 6 Saint Domains to another expert. And that expert wanted the 6 Saint Domains to start anew, so he purged this place. In short, this world is in the hands of the ancient emperors, and we are just ants in their eyes. Lin Ling said indifferently. There was a trace of determination in the depths of his eyes. The strong had the power to dominate everything. If they wanted to live, then they would live. If they wanted to destroy the world, then they would destroy the world. Everything was just a thought of the strong. Then are we all going to die? And Yuer and Yu Yun's eyes dimmed. Xiao Yin and Yi Xiao were playing far away. They seemed to have heard what Lin Ling said, so they both stayed silent. No, the heavens want me to die. I will go against the heavens. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the determination in his eyes grew stronger. Ever since he came to this world, he had always been going against the will of the heavens, making all the impossible possible. He had gone beyond life and death and had defied common sense. This time, he would definitely be able to go against the will of the heavens and earth. In his dictionary of life, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. The only difference was whether he had the courage to face it or not. At the moment, the Tianyan era is the most important thing. Before the calamity, I will make all my friends and family become stronger. Everyone, follow me. We will definitely get through this calamity. Lin Ling's hair fluttered in the air. The aura of supremacy on his body became stronger. He clenched his fists. He wanted to protect everything. We believe in you. And Yuer and Yu Munyin took a step forward and held Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, when the calamity arrived, he had two great guardians. Although they couldn't stop the merciless world wheel, protecting himself shouldn't be a problem. However, his goal wasn't to protect himself. He wanted Yuer and Yu to live. He wanted them to accompany him to the ends of the earth. Therefore, if the heavens wanted to destroy them, he would go against them. Increasing everyone's strength is one thing. Secondly, it is time to end those grudges. Lin Ling lightly said. There were many things that he needed to solve. First, he had to avenge Old Man Xiao. He had vowed to avenge this grudge. Second, he had to rescue his mother. At the same time, he had to openly marry Yu. Third, he had to fulfill Senior Limitless Belief and seize the position of the 7 profound martial house master. There were too many things. But now, Lin Ling already had the strength to do all of this. Therefore, he had to plan ahead and set his sights on the heavenly fall era. Then, what should we do now? And Yuer asked. I don't know when the heavenly fall era will arrive. My agreement with the Rain Clan is half a year. There are still 2 months left. Therefore, first we have to go back and see how the Flame Legion's strength has increased. Lin Ling thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. We have to bring that girl, the heavenly concubine, back. Before, he had obtained the array formation bamboo slip that Yi Zhao's father had left behind. The heavenly concubine was an expert in array formations. In addition, the heavenly fall era was about to arrive. For safety reasons, it was time to bring the heavenly concubine back. I heard you say that the heavenly concubine is at the ancient Dao Martial Palace. How do we go and bring her back? Thinking of the heavenly concubine, and Yuer and Yu Munyin were excited. They were filled with nostalgia. Just take her by force. Lin Ling faintly smiled. His smile was domineering and frivolous. In the rainforest holy land, he didn't need to give anyone face, nor did he need to keep a low profile. In the world of martial arts, the strong were respected. In the past, he had plundered the Xianhu building of the Duan family, and Duan Zunwang had brought powerhouses to the 7 profound martial house to kill him. At that moment, the sacred martial hall was like a piece of paper. This explained everything. Today, when he returned, Lin Ling would not only welcome the heavenly fall era, but he would also tell the people of the rainforest holy land that he was not the #1 genius, but the #1 king. Only in this way could he protect the tranquil place in his heart. I feel that the rainforest holy land is about to go berserk. Yu Munyin smiled. She felt that her man was about to spread his wings and soar high. I hope so. Lin Ling held the 2 women's hands and took Yi Xiao and Little Flame to the Sea of Rain. They rowed the dragon boat and went straight to the rainforest holy land. At this moment, the rainforest holy land was still hazy with rain. However, no one knew that a storm was coming. The ancient Dao Martial Palace was one of the 7 martial halls of the rainforest holy land. It was bustling with noise as usual, but today it welcomed the geniuses of the other martial halls to exchange martial arts. Long Aoxiang has come. It's an honor to meet you. Is that young man riding the golden-winged rock Jin Pengzi? I've heard of him for a long time. Seeing him today, he is truly extraordinary. In front of the gate of the ancient Dao Martial Palace, many geniuses politely greeted the people who had come from afar. Those who had come were all top geniuses of the ancient Dao Martial Palace. Even the #1 genius of the ancient Dao Martial Palace, Lu Fei, had appeared. This showed that they attached great importance to this exchange. Tang Tianshu is here too. So handsome. Chapter 1000. Frivolous and unrestrained Tang Tianshu was one of the top 5 geniuses in the semifinals. He was quite famous in the 7 major martial arts halls and was the target of countless girls' unrequited love. Greetings everyone. Tang Tianshu smiled faintly when he saw the admiring gazes around him. He then looked at Lu Fei and said, Senior brother Lu Fei, I've heard a lot about you. Young Master Tang, you flatter me. Today, my ancient Dao martial palace welcomes the top geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling, especially young Master Tang. You are one of the 18 young masters and the youngest genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lu Fei said politely. He was a little proud of himself. As the saying went, dragons did not cohabit with snakes. He disdained to participate in ordinary gatherings of geniuses, but today was different. This was a true gathering of top geniuses. Everyone here was strong and famous in the sacred ground of the rainforest, especially Tang Tianshu, who had participated in the semi-finals. The youngest number 1 genius? Many people's eyes flickered. The number 1 genius should be that guy in the rumors. Although Tang Tianshu was powerful, he could not be compared to that guy. It's just a false reputation. However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Tianshu actually admitted his identity as the number 1 genius. So boring. A bunch of people flattering each other. What's the point? At this moment, another person arrived at the ancient gate of the ancient Dao martial palace. However, his words were calm, and he ignored the crowd. This caused many people's eyes to narrow. That person was saying that they were flattering each other. Who are you, sire? You're being too rude. A sky pride from the ancient Dao martial palace shouted coldly. In the distance, 4 figures stepped on the cobblestones and slowly walked over. They were not affected by the angry expressions of the crowd. Everything was very natural and beautiful, especially the young man in the lead. At this moment, he was wearing a black cloak and black clothes. His footsteps were steady, as if he was a king who had arrived. Beside him were 2 devastatingly beautiful women. One wore a robe as white as snow, and the other was as noble as a princess. Countless young men were envious of them. That person looks like Lin Ling. Everyone's gaze landed on the young man in the lead. Although the young man was wearing a black cloak and a black robe, his cold and handsome face was not unfamiliar. He was the champion of the semifinals, Lin Ling. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that Lin Ling would come. Moreover, he had also changed his signature robe that resembled the blue sky and white clouds into a mysterious black robe. It gave people a feeling that Lin Ling was no longer young and inexperienced. Instead, he had spread his wings and soared into the 9 heavens. Moreover, he was even more free and unrestrained. So that's Lin Ling sure enough. Hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Many people secretly said. They suddenly felt that it was somewhat ironic. Today was the gathering of the number 1 geniuses of the martial arts hall. However, they had forgotten to invite the true number 1 genius. Instead, they were flattering each other. This was indeed, as Lin Ling said, very boring. Lin Ling, Long Aoxiang, Jin Pengzi, and the others narrowed their eyes. There was even a trace of lingering fear in their hearts because the shadow that Lin Ling had left in their hearts was too heavy. This caused them to be blocked in the middle of the road. They could neither walk nor retreat. But soon, Long Aoxiang coldly said, Lin Ling, this is not a place where you can come. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Get lost. Is it fun to block the road? Ignoring the gazes from the surroundings, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of them. His indifferent voice drifted out, causing Long Aoxiang and the others to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling actually told them to scram? Don't be so rude. Long Aoxiang said with an unsightly expression. You are from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and are my enemy. Do you want me to invite you? And you, the guy with the eagle, I remember that you were incomparably arrogant in the past. Do I have to bow to you today? Lin Ling's face was calm as he looked directly at the two great sky prides. On his shoulder, Little Flame had also woken up. It clenched its fist and waved it at the golden-winged eagle on Jin Pengzi's shoulder. It remembered that this feathered beast was very arrogant in the past. Boom! An invisible fierce beast aura bloomed. Now that Little Flame's strength had increased greatly, it was extremely easy for it to suppress the golden-winged eagle. Screech! The golden-winged eagle let out a terrified cry. It spread its wings and fled. At this moment, Jin Pengzi suddenly felt that he had lost all face. The mount that he was most proud of was actually scared away by Lin Ling's monkey. Still not going to get lost? Lin Ling's face was a little impatient. Now that the heavenly meteor era had arrived, he did not have much time to be polite. Moreover, these guys were not considered friends, so there was no need to give them face. If you don't get lost in 3 breaths, I will kill you, Lin Ling said softly, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Long Aoxiang and Jin Pengzi's faces were incomparably pale. Today was the day when the top sky prides of the martial arts hall gathered. Before this, they had also enjoyed countless respectful gazes. However, Lin Ling had come and asked them to get lost, to make way, or to kill them. This was a great humiliation to them. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ling indifferently counted. His killing intent was thick. Long Aoxiang was from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, so he naturally did not see eye to eye. Get lost! Finally, after the 3rd shout, Long Aoxiang and the others had no choice but to step aside in shame. The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. The top geniuses of the martial arts palace were like trash in front of Lin Ling. They would only be arrogant when Lin Ling was not around. Lin Ling did not pay attention to them and continued forward. In front of him was Tang Tianshu. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's face was green and red. In the past, he had lost to Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling again, he did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. It's just a gathering of losers. I don't understand where you guys get the time to do this. Sigh. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. These people did not know that the heavenly meteor era was coming, yet they still had the time to gather. You said that I was a loser, but that was in the past. Now, I may not be weaker than you. Sigh. Tang Tianshu did not want to lose face, so he braced himself and said, You're not a loser, you're trash. Sigh. However, Lin Ling indifferently replied. His tone was full of disdain, directly calling him trash. Tang Tianshu gave him a very bad impression. If he was stronger than him today, that guy would definitely not give him any face. Get lost, or I don't mind embarrassing you here. Lin Ling led Yue and the others forward again. His disdainful voice caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. He defeated Tang Tianshu in a single move? Was the disparity really that great? Tang Tianshu's face was incomparably ugly, but he finally stepped aside. In the past, Lin Ling had fought with the Justice Duan family at the 7 Profound Martial House, and his name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land. Everyone knew that this terrifying genius had already reached the early Saint Spirit realm. So how could he be his match? Before, he had only said those words because he did not want to lose face. But in reality, facing Lin Ling, even if he did not want to lose face, he would still lose face. Lin Ling, you are truly worthy of being called the number 1 proud son of heaven of the martial hall. Many proud sons of heaven looked at that frivolous figure, their hearts beating wildly. However, in the world of martial arts, strength was everything. So Lin Ling's frivolous and domineering attitude did not disgust them. Instead, they admired him even more. Chapter 1001. You may go in. Lin Ling, for you to come to the ancient Tao martial palace in such a tyrannical manner, it seems you don't place us in your eyes. Scram. Tang Tianshu and the others were forced to concede, but Lu Fei could not. After all, he was a proud son of heaven of the ancient Tao martial palace. If he were to concede, then he would lose even more face. Scram. I am a student of the 7 Profound Martial House. If you don't respect me when you see me, Then it seems you don't place me in your eyes. Scram. Lin Ling continued to move forward. He lightly said, "However, I do not have time to talk nonsense with you. I came here today to take away the heavenly concubine. If I act recklessly, I hope you can forgive me. Arrogant. Do you think the ancient Dao Martial Palace is your home? Do you think that the number 1 rank prodigy, Lu Fei, doesn't exist?" Lin Ling's words had clearly angered Lu Fei. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He took away Anywhere and continued to move forward. But as he passed by Lu Fei, he coldly glared at him and released a terrifying aura. The pressure of an early Saint Spirit Realm master caused Lu Fei's entire body to tremble. Although Lu Fei was the number 1 prodigy of heaven, he was still hovering at the peak of the royal spirit realm. How could he resist the aura of a Saint Spirit Realm master? It had to be known that the further a martial artist cultivated, the more difficult it became. A realm was a world unto itself. In the rainforest Holy Land, there were many ancient powerhouses that had been stuck at the early Saint Spirit Realm their entire lives, unable to make a breakthrough even after death. For instance, Duan Zun Wang and the others had spent 100 years just to make a single step in their cultivation, but they still hadn't made a breakthrough. Although Lin Ling had made rapid breakthroughs, that was only because he had been lucky enough to obtain a massive amount of heavenly materials. Of course, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling was still at the early Saint Spirit Realm. This was because Lin Ling's 3 realms cloak had another function besides concealing his body. That was to conceal his cultivation, locking his aura within the 3 realms cloak so that it wouldn't leak out. Others would think that he was still at the early Saint Spirit Realm. Lin Ling guessed that besides a top transcendent powerhouse, no one else would be able to see through his cultivation. After all, the 3 realms cloak was something that Evian couldn't do anything to him. The reason why he did this was because the heavenly meteor era was about to arrive. He wanted to hide a trump card so that he could take the enemy by surprise and turn the tide of battle in a life and death situation. Facts have proven that you don't exist. Lin Ling walked past Lu Fei and spoke softly. Lu Fei was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Previously, he had said that Lin Ling was too arrogant and treated him as if he didn't exist. But now, Lin Ling was telling him that he didn't exist. He was speechless and didn't even dare to face Lin Ling. Lin Ling martial sect. Martial, is of no have a martial of the sect. Of course. Suddenly, an old man walked out from the door. He had white hair, and his cultivation had returned to its original state. He was an apprentice at the initial stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. Senior Yu. Many people were pleasantly surprised. None of the proud sons of heaven could stop Lin Ling. But now that the Senior Yu had appeared, he would strike down Lin Ling's arrogant momentum. After all, Lin Ling had entered the ancient Dao Martial Palace without greeting them. Although this was admirable, it was also a loss of face for the ancient Dao Martial Palace. Senior, I said before that I was in a hurry. If I was reckless in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Lin Ling stopped and said lightly. Indeed, he did not have the time to pay a visit. That was why he had come to bring people here directly. Are you apologizing? The Senior Yu lightly said, with the demeanor of a Senior Yu. Yes, Lin Ling sincerely said, giving the other party face. Then I won't bother about your previous recklessness. But if you want to enter the ancient Dao Martial Palace, you must pay a visit and send out an invitation. The Senior Yu is still dignified. Lin Ling frowned. He gave the other party face, but that didn't mean he wanted to waste time here. Then I'll offend you. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward, and a vigorous force erupted. His fist pounced toward the Senior Yu. It seemed ordinary, but it carried the strength of a giant. How arrogant! He actually attacked a Senior Yu. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was too arrogant. The Senior Yu frowned. He also thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, when the fist was close to his eyes, he felt an ancient force rushing toward him, causing his heart to tremble. A thought arose in his mind. He couldn't take this punch. In fact, although he was an expert in the initial stage of the Holy Spirit Realm, Lin Ling could even defeat a saint in the initial stage of the Holy Spirit realm. So, why would he put him his eyes? I've given you face, but you still want to stop me? Let's talk with strength. You can go in now. Just as the fist was about to reach his eyes, the old man anxiously shouted. The fist stopped right in front of his face, but the terrifying astral wind still forced him to take several steps back. Thank you. Lin Ling took back his fist and waved to Immortal and the others. After that, he kept moving forward. Yixiao kept following him. He was excited. When Lin Ling brought him to this place, he realized how powerful the outside world was. Those young men who were the same age as the Tianyuan sect disciples were all immeasurably powerful. It made him feel like he was in a world of giants. However, his master was so arrogant that he actually brought him into the world of giants. Those geniuses who were like heavenly soldiers and generals all made way for his master. Even the senior Yu, who looked like an immortal, was frightened by his master and stepped back. This was a shocking scene. That was Yi Zhao's master, who could command the wind and the clouds. How terrifying! Lin Ling actually made the senior Yu afraid to face him. Sigh. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all geniuses, but it was clear what a monster among geniuses was. Lin Ling was the same age as them, and he was even a few years younger than many of them. However, his strength could crush everything, and no one could stop him. Lin Ling, Sister Yue, Sister Mengyun, come. Inside the gate, a white figure showed up. She had a slim waist like a snake, which made people's hearts beat faster. Her delicate face showed a happy and nostalgic smile. It was the heavenly concubine. Apparently, she had heard about what happened in this place. She didn't expect that Lin Ling would actually suppress all the geniuses just to find her. Senior Yu, I am sorry. He is in a hurry. That is why he is so rude. Come. The heavenly concubine bowed to the old man politely. The old man bitterly smiled and said, He is not good enough. Don't blame him. Heavenly concubine, your friend is awesome. He. Of course. The heavenly concubine bowed and then rushed to Lin Ling like a girl. And Yue and Yu Munyin were also excited. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. All right, let's go. Lin Ling looked at the three ladies and couldn't help laughing. One of his family members in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was back. Senior, please forgive me. Senior. After that, Lin Ling took the three ladies and left. At the same time, he spoke to the old man. The old man bitterly smiled. Forgive me? He came to the ancient Dao martial palace in such a domineering way. If he wasn't so powerful, it would be useless to forgive him. On a mountain somewhere in the ancient Dao martial palace, Elder Xian and the palace master were standing far away in silence. Palace master, this man is too rude. Senior. Chapter 1002. The joy of reunion. This boy gives me an unfathomable feeling. In addition, a storm is brewing in the rainforest Holy Land. So let him be. Perhaps in the future, we will have to rely on him. The martial house master lightly said. He had an intuition that with this youth's return, the rainforest Holy Land would undergo an earth-shaking change. The other Xian elders were silent. They looked at the ancient Dao martial palace and shook their heads. These geniuses had lost face, but their skills were inferior. Could they blame Lin Ling? Heavenly concubine, long time no see. Look at you, you've gotten fat. Dream clouds, don't touch my waist, it's ticklish. I miss you, and you Xiaolan. After leaving the ancient Dao martial palace, Lin Ling brought the three women to the 7 profound martial house. On the way, the three women were still in high spirits, touching each other. They even went to the main city to buy clothes, leaving Lin Ling speechless. Yixiao was also speechless, but he didn't dare to look at the three women. In his heart, he thought, Master's wives are so beautiful. Only they are worthy of Master. With Lin Ling's return, he wasn't low-key. With his current strength, he didn't fear any assassination, so he brought the three women to the main city to buy clothes. As the three women talked, they would occasionally look at the helpless youth behind them. They were excited. This fellow was still as frivolous as ever. Only he dared to openly go to the ancient Dao martial palace. This made them look forward to the reunion. With Lin Ling here, the others would also be reunited. After a long time, they finally returned to the Seven Profound Martial House. The news of Lin Ling's return instantly spread throughout the Seven Profound Martial House, shocking everyone. During this time, Lin Ling had disappeared. No one knew where he went, and some even thought that Lin Ling had died. However, today Lin Ling had returned. This boy's strength has increased. In every corner, powerhouses were asking each other. They were spies that the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family had placed in the Seven Profound Martial House. He's still in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. If he were to fight Duan Zun Wang one-on-one, Duan Zun Wang could easily kill Lin Ling. What was gratifying was that Lin Ling had returned. Not much had changed. At this moment, in the valley, everyone was looking at Lin Ling, and all of them were extremely excited. Grandfather and Yuer and the others obediently stuck to Ancestor Extreme Flame. In the past, they had always lived in the Fire Ancient clan, so when they saw Ancestor Extreme Flame, it was like seeing their own family. Ha ha, everyone is back. Ancestor Extreme Flame was ecstatic. In this chaotic world, it was extremely fortunate for his family to be reunited. He then looked at the smiling Lin Ling and knew that all of this was brought about by his grandson. His grandson had blocked all the storms in this chaotic world. Linger, you've worked hard. Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Haha, this is what I should do. Lin Ling gently smiled, and his smile became even more brilliant. No matter how arrogant and overbearing he was outside, in the Fire Ancient clan, in front of Ancestor Extreme Flame, he was a very ordinary youth. He was everyone's family. The Fire Ancient clan and everyone else looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Among them, Elder Sword smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. He discovered that Lin Ling seemed to have changed, but as he looked carefully, he discovered that there wasn't much of a change. He was still at the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. This made him feel very strange. But thinking about it, this was also normal. Lin Ling had only been gone for 3 months. How could his strength have increased so much? If this was the case, then how could these old ghosts that had cultivated for so many years endure? Tian Xiaoman. Lin Ling withdrew his smile. His handsome face became dignified. In the distance, Tian Xiaoman walked over. There's a change in the plan. Gather everyone back. Lin Ling shouted again, and Tian Xiaoman's pupil shrunk. In the past, Lin Ling had said that the Fire Legion would break up and go out to gain experience for half a year. But now, it had been brought forward. However, she didn't think too much about it. Lin Ling's orders were her sky. Xianxia, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. Next, both of you need to increase your strength. It's best if you reach the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. He needed more Holy Spirit realm experts on his side because there were a few arrays set up by Holy Spirit realm experts that could kill stronger enemies. Master, the Holy Spirit realm isn't something that can be broken through in a short period of time. I've been in this realm for 10 years. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang said helplessly. Lin Ling sighed softly. Ordinary Holy Spirit realm experts couldn't be compared to holy princes. Not only were holy princes powerful, but their cultivation speed was also faster. However, Lin Ling quickly smiled and said, what about Mortal Origin Fruit, Jade Paste, 100 Herb 9 Transformation Fruit, and Immortal Spring? What are these? Heaven Fiend Ming Wang asked curiously. He had never heard of these things before. They didn't even exist in the Rainforest Holy Land. Jade Paste turns the Dantian's Saint Altar into a jade paste. Mortal Origin Fruit is said to be the fruit of the Earth's essence. It's even more precious than the Bodhi liquid. Legend has it that this fruit is half human and half fruit. Lin Ling, how do you know these things? Elder Sword was indeed knowledgeable, and he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Elder Sword, you're right about the jade paste, but the Mortal Origin Fruit isn't half human and half fruit, but the entire fruit is like a human. Lin Ling shrugged and waved his right hand. A fruit the size of a baby appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and the rich spiritual energy it exuded made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Such a precious treasure. The rainforest holy land doesn't have it. Lin Ling, you actually have it. Elder Sword's eyes narrowed. Elder Sword, this is for you. Lin Ling casually threw the fruit to Elder Sword. Elder Sword's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly caught the fruit. This brat actually threw away such a precious treasure? Didn't he know that a mortal origin fruit could nurture an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator? This fruit contains the essence of the earth. It seems like I'll have to ask Long Dan Long to refine pills for me. Elder Sword looked at the mortal origin fruit lovingly. It's not that precious. This little guy eats it every day like it's his meal. Lin Ling pointed at Little Flame, who was on his shoulder, and helplessly shook his head. When the Sword Elder looked over, his eyes widened. He saw that Little Flame was holding a mortal fruit in his hand and was happily eating it. That bastard monkey! Elder Sword couldn't help but curse. What a waste! The others were also shocked. Although it was their first time seeing such a precious treasure, they could tell from Elder Sword's expression how precious those spiritual herbs were. Master, I want one too. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang rubbed his hands and said. He realized that after becoming Lin Ling's disciple, the benefits were beyond his imagination. Everyone will have one. You only have one goal, and that is to increase your strength. Lin Ling nodded lightly, then waved his hand and said, Follow me. He led the group to the valley where the spiritual roots were. Lin Ling's heart shook, and a raging flame gushed out from his body. It was as if there was nothing it couldn't burn, and it even melted the earth. What a powerful flame. Has his ultimacy reached level 2? Elder Sword and the other experts sucked in a breath of cold air, and they felt that they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Chapter 1003. Master's Test. From now on, you have to stay here and cultivate until the era of Heavenly Fall arrives. Lin Ling looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. He then told them the secret of the era of Heavenly Fall, which made them look serious. They now knew what Lin Ling wanted. Lin Ling wanted them to become a secret army. When the era of Heavenly Fall arrived, they would control the sacred land of the rainforest. Everybody was excited. They were looking forward to that day. Lin Ling smiled faintly and told Yu and the others to get ready as well. After a few days, a large number of people from the Flame Corps returned. Their strength had greatly increased. Clearly, they had undergone a transformation after experiencing the trials of blood and slaughter. Many of them had reached the Emperor Spirit Realm. They weren't geniuses, but they had reached such a high level within 3 months. It meant they had been through a lot. Of course, the Dan beads and treasures that Lin Ling gave them were also a great help. When everybody came back, Lin Ling sealed the valley and returned everything to normal. This was his secret army. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Lin Ling, the 12 Floating Dreams Array, needs a few Saint Spirit Stage cultivators to set it up. If it succeeds, it will be terrifyingly powerful. The Golden Sky Water Array for the Royal Spirit Stage cultivators needs a lot of black refined stones to make it. The Heavenly Concubine was indeed talented in formations. After reading the bamboo slips that Lin Ling gave her, she immediately gave her opinion. Is that all? I will find a way to get it. Lin Ling frowned, but he was already thinking of a solution. In order to make the Flame Legion stronger, he had to do more. Where is Lin Ling? That day, a shout sounded outside the valley. After that, a middle-aged man in a master's robe walked in. Wait, the valley belongs to my master, Lin Ling. You can't just go in. At this moment, Yi Xiao was outside the valley, leading the Fire Ancient clan to stop the middle-aged man. They knew that the valley hid Lin Ling's secret, so they naturally couldn't let anyone enter. Bastard, the valley belongs to the 7 Profound Martial House. When did it become Lin Ling's territory? The middle-aged man coldly shouted. A huge aura bloomed, causing Yi Xiao and the others to turn pale. This person was too rude. However, the middle-aged man was obviously afraid of Lin Ling, so he didn't dare to hurt him. Instead, he swaggered into the valley. Lin Ling was a master of the seven profound martial house. So, although he was afraid of Lin Ling, he didn't need to be so humble. He didn't dare to enter the valley. Your Excellency, you are too bold. Just as he stepped into the mountain valley, a black-robed figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He had heard that Lin Ling was a young hero, but he didn't believe it at first. But after seeing him today, he finally believed the rumors. When Lin Ling looked at him, he felt his heart tremble. Lin Ling, I have been ordered by the Great Sun Elder to allow you to participate in the Master Assessment. This is the rule of the seven profound martial house. The middle-aged man forced himself not to fall behind. In the seven profound martial house, the disciples had their own assessment, and the masters also had their own assessment. The only difference was that the assessment was once a year, and if one failed, they would be stripped of their status as a master. Wasn't the Great Sun Elder punished to face the wall for a year? Why did he come out so soon? Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man indifferently, which made the middle-aged man's heart tremble. He said nervously, I don't know. I'm just here to deliver a message. I've already delivered the message. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Goodbye. Wait. He had just started to move when Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. What do you want to do? You must know that I am a master, not a disciple. You cannot offend me as you please. The middle-aged man stopped. Inexplicably, he felt some regret in his heart. He shouldn't have been so arrogant in the mountain valley. Fortunately, he hadn't hurt anyone before, so Lin Ling shouldn't dare to touch him. I never said I would touch you. Lin Ling faintly smiled. I naturally won't miss the master assessment. After all, my status as a master is still very important to me. If one wanted to challenge the martial house master, then they had to become a master and then old Xian. Otherwise, their status wouldn't be legitimate. After all, challenging the martial house master was Senior D Wuji's belief. This was to wash away the shame of the D family bloodline, and was not as simple as defeating the martial house master. It's good that you know. Goodbye. The middle-aged man said again. Why are you leaving so quickly? If you want to leave, let's leave together. Lin Ling took a step forward, and the coldness on his face disappeared. He smiled as if he had seen a friend. He patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, and the middle-aged man felt relieved. Lin Ling was still a little afraid of old Xian, so he didn't dare to touch him. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling's secret was hidden in the mountain valley. He had barged in without saying anything. So how could Lin Ling not dare to touch him? Crack, crack, crack. His arm seemed to have patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, but a vigorous force came out, causing the middle-aged man's pupils to dilate. So heavy, it was as if he was carrying an ancient mountain on his back. Why are you so nervous? Do you think that I, Lin Ling, am not easy to talk to, so you have a problem with me? Lin Ling said with a smile, as if he was talking to a good friend. How can I have a problem with you? But, Lin Ling, can you let go of your hand? The middle-aged man's bones cracked, and it was really difficult for him to speak. However, he didn't dare to do anything because Lin Ling was smiling and talking to him like they were friends. If he turned hostile, then Lin Ling would use this as an excuse to attack him. So, he could only swallow this loss. I feel like old friends at first sight, so I want to be friends with you. You don't seem to like me. Am I so disgusting? Lin Ling smiled regretfully. How is that possible? I really want to be friends with Sir Lin Ling. The middle-aged man's face turned even paler. Lin Ling was so annoying. He was teaching him a lesson, but he looked like he regretted not meeting him earlier. He couldn't do anything at all. That's good. Let's walk slowly. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He still held the middle-aged man's shoulder and slowly walked forward. Every step they took, the middle-aged man had the urge to vomit blood. His shoulder bones were completely shattered. This made him regret even more. This task of passing on messages was not easy. Serves you right. Yi Xiao and the others looked at the middle-aged man's sullen appearance and laughed. At this moment, in the most sacred hall of the seven profound martial house, the smell of sandalwood filled the air. A large number of students had gathered here. Some were middle-aged and some were old. They were all sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. They had gone through the student examination before. In fact, the student examination was just for show. As long as they didn't make any big mistakes, they wouldn't be deprived of their qualifications. So, many of them knew that today's student examination was actually aimed at Linling. "They're here." At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice. At the tall door, two figures stepped on the steps and slowly walked in. One of them was wearing a black robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He was so handsome that one would never forget him. This person was Linling. Chapter 1004. Support Linling at the same time. The three elders in the Great Hall opened their eyes. One of them was Elder Great Sunday. During the semifinals, Linling killed her disciple, causing her to attack Linling. In the end, she was punished by the headmaster for a year. However, she regained her freedom in less than half a year. There was clearly something fishy going on. Linling stepped into the Great Hall and released the middle-aged man from before. That middle-aged man seemed as though he had just been freed from a calamity. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and groaned, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. What happened to Hu Fei? His face was full of fear. "Linling, how dare you? I told Hu Fei to pass on a message to you. You actually dare to hurt him?" The great sun-child Old Pan opened her eyes. After seeing Linling, the murderous intent within her heart erupted like a volcano. However, she ultimately suppressed it and spoke in an icy, cold voice. "Old woman, don't accuse me like that. That Hu Ruo, no, I think his name is Hu Fei. We're good friends who regret not having met earlier. Why would I hurt him?" Linling looked calmly at Great Sun Elder. He wasn't afraid at all and was instead really calm. "Run amok?" The crowd was astonished. Linling had called the dignified apprentice Hu Fei a troublemaker. This really made people laugh. Moreover, Linling was as arrogant as ever. When he saw Great Sunchild Elder, not only did he not bow, he even scolded her as an old granny. "You!" Great Sun Tong was infuriated. Linling's wings had become so full, and he didn't fear her at all. But very soon, she looked at Hu Fei and asked, "Teacher Hu Fei, did Linling bully you? If there is, just say it. With me here, you don't have to be afraid." She wanted to punish Linling, but she still had to convince everyone. After all, other than Elder Xian, the most dignified Elder Dao of the Law Enforcement Hall was also present. "Bully." Hu Fei Shui smiled bitterly in his heart. Right now, his shoulder was already shattered. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to maintain his face, he would have screamed out in pain. Hence, when he heard Great Sun Elder's words, he wanted nothing more than to tear Linling into pieces. "Brother Hu, we feel like old friends at first sight. You have to speak up for me." At this moment, Linling's light voice drifted over, causing Hu Fei Shui to turn his head. He saw Linling taking the initiative and sitting down on a chair. Furthermore, he was holding a teacup and drinking from it. That calm and composed scene, coupled with the frightening strength from before, caused Hu Fei Shui's heart to violently tremble. Linling was not someone to be trifled with. "He, Master Linling, and I really hit it off at first sight. We're good friends." Master Hu Fei forced a smile. "Good friend?" Linling had squeezed his shoulder until it exploded. The most despicable thing was that Linling's previous words were obviously a threat. If he spouted nonsense, it wouldn't just be his shoulder that exploded. This caused him to feel aggrieved. Linling was a malefic star. If he offended him, there would be endless trouble. "What?" Great Sun Elder's face turned ugly. She didn't expect Hu Fei to speak up for Linling. The other students' hearts also trembled. One must know that Master Hu Fei's status wasn't low. Furthermore, Great Sun Elder had already hinted to him that as long as he testified against Linling, it would be enough for Linling to be punished. However, Master Hu Fei didn't dare to offend Linling. All of this was like a dream. "All right, I'm very busy. If you have anything to say, just say it." While everyone was still in shock, Linling's indifferent voice rang out once again. His attitude was even more arrogant than before. "This is the master assessment. Linling, as a master, you can't avoid it. Furthermore, if you want to become Elder Xian or even go further, the master assessment is even more unavoidable. At this moment, Elder Dao, who had been silent all this while, slowly opened his mouth. In fact, he was reminding Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he was extremely fond of him. This was because he had watched this kid grow up. Now, he was already the #1 genius in the martial arts hall. Furthermore, he believed that Lin Ling's potential wasn't just limited to this. Thank you, Elder Dao. Lin Ling was much more courteous to Elder Dao. There are many types of apprentice assessment, such as martial arts, cultivation, etc. Of course, there is one assessment that is the fastest, and that is to let the apprentices vote for you. If half of the 56 apprentices present here vote for you, then you will still have the qualifications to be an apprentice. Elder Dao opened his mouth again. Of course, Lin Ling could also choose to take the foundation assessment, but it would take a long time. Lin Ling also guessed this layer of meaning. He looked at the students present and smiled helplessly. He didn't know any of these people. Furthermore, they were all older. It was obvious that they didn't trust a newborn calf like him. It would be difficult to get them to support him. However, the position of master was related to the competition for the position of housemaster. Lin Ling definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. After all, this was one of his goals when he returned to the sacred rainforest. Elder Brother Mischief. Lin Ling first looked at Hu Fei, causing Hu Fei to tremble. How unlucky! He was targeted by Lin Ling again. I support Lin Ling. Hu Fei smiled bitterly in his heart and said helplessly. Elder Desun's eyes were filled with anger. This Hu Fei was ruining his plans. However, Hu Fei alone wasn't enough. The others wouldn't support Lin Ling. Indeed, some of the other students were drinking tea. Some were resting with their eyes closed, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. The hall fell silent, and Elder Dao also smiled helplessly. Lin Ling didn't seem to be able to intimidate the older generation of students. Damn it! Lin Ling looked again, and his first target was Elder Desunday. This time, his strength had increased greatly, and he could see through Elder Desun's cultivation. Elder Desun had actually reached the peak of Saint Spirit Realm. Even the breath he exhaled contained the aura of a Saint stage. As for the other students, they were all at the early stage of Saint Spirit Realm. They were obviously much weaker. Of course, although they were all at the Saint Spirit Realm, the difference of a small realm was like the difference of a great world. Unless Lin Ling was an all-round genius, Elder Desun alone could kill all the other students. I support Lin Ling. Yes. At this moment, another voice sounded out. It was student Gusu. She knew that Lin Ling's situation was far from good. Then, she turned to a silent old man in the corner and said, Senior Chi, you are neutral in the 7 profound martial house. Since that's the case, why don't you support Lin Ling? Yes. Obviously, she was helping Lin Ling. However, the old man faintly looked at student Gusu and then closed his eyes again, indifferent. Not only that, but a touch of sadness quietly bloomed from his body, giving off a sorrowful feeling. The profound meaning of sadness. Yes, Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This old man had at least a second-level profound meaning. But the profound meaning of sadness? It's because of this sad flower that I missed the time assessment. Now I can only rely on everyone's votes. This sad flower, it seems that I have no use for it. Lin Ling gently sighed, as if no one supported him, so he was very disappointed. A purple flower appeared in his hand, emitting a halo of light that made one's mood turn gloomy. Chapter 1005. Turning the tide, this flower. The gloomy old man in the corner narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling had such a treasure. If he could get it, his mastery of martial arts would rise again. Oh, I forgot to say. Not only do I have one flower, I think I have a few hundred. Lin Ling took out another flower and placed it in the teacup to brew tea. He had plundered the death god's garden, and the treasures in front of him were as numerous as mountains. I support you, the old man immediately said. Hee, thank you, senior. Lin Ling smiled lightly. The purple flower in his hand shot toward the old man, causing a hint of joy to appear in the old man's eyes. If you still want it, come to the mountain river valley tomorrow to find me. Remember, I won't wait for you if you're late. Lin Ling said indifferently. His attitude became cold. The old man's strength was not bad. If he could be recruited into the Mountain River Valley, the Heavenly Concubines Array would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Okay. The old man did not care about Lin Ling's arrogant attitude at all. The other students narrowed their eyes. They only supported Lin Ling with one sentence, but it was exchanged for a rare heavenly treasure. I could support you, but you have to have the golden rhino eye soul, a scholar in his 40s said. Many people's eyes narrowed. This guy was asking for a lot. One had to know that the golden rhino's ice soul contained the spiritual chi of heaven and earth of golden ice. It was a rare gem. Only one had appeared in the rainforest Holy Land in the past 100 years. You have a big appetite. Lin Ling frowned and looked at the student. The student smiled awkwardly. It seemed that he was indeed a little greedy. I'm sorry, but I happen to have this kind of gem. Not to mention a lot, I have at least 10 million pieces. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out, causing the student to suck in a breath of cold air. 10 million pieces of golden rhino eye soul? He immediately said, I support you. Support me, not now, but always. So if you want it, you have to come to the Mountain River Valley tomorrow. Lin Ling picked up the teacup, blew on it, and drank a mouthful of tea. No problem. That student immediately patted his chest. The golden rhino eye soul was too rare. It could greatly increase his strength and support Lin Ling. What was so difficult about that? I support you, but you must have the mortal origin fruit. Many of the students became excited. Lin Ling seemed to be a rich man. Sure, but you have to come to Mountain River Valley tomorrow. Lin Ling's words made many people gasp. How could Lin Ling be so rich? Gradually, all the apprentices started to support Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he slowly started to choose his targets. Some of them were great solar elders, and he only gave them a single word, scram. As for some of the neutral students, he recruited them. He believed that, with his potential and wealth, it was enough to make them follow him. What's going on? Great Solar Elder's expression was extremely unsightly. The changes in the situation had exceeded her imagination. She looked at everyone who supported Lin Ling and felt a sharp pain in her heart. In addition, the number of people supporting Lin Ling gradually exceeded half of the total. Xianxia, tell your people not to support Lin Ling. Great Solar Elder looked at a girl and said, this girl was very beautiful and had a crush on her. As long as she didn't say anything, the remaining people would definitely not support Lin Ling. Lin Ling's efforts would ultimately be for naught. Okay, Xianxia was a beauty on the same level as Gusu Shui. Compared to Gusu Shui's coldness, she was more of a fickle woman. This was why she could control the hearts of many students. Student Gusu Shui, thank you for supporting me previously. I have a small bottle of Eternal Youth Spring here. It can preserve one's youth forever. Treat it as a gift to you. I hope you will always be beautiful. Seeing that no one was supporting him anymore, Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at Gusu Shui. His words made Gusu Shui's beautiful eyes narrow. As a girl, she naturally valued her appearance the most. She had consumed many pills and spiritual herbs to improve her appearance. Although the effects were there, it didn't last long. The best pill to preserve one's youth was naturally the Eternal Youth Spring. However, this legendary item didn't exist in the market at all. Even if someone had such a treasure, they wouldn't trade it. They would consume it themselves. And now, Lin Ling was giving her a bottle? Little guy, you have a sweet mouth. As expected of me, I have always helped you. Gusu Shui suddenly smiled. Her smile was very beautiful and filled with the charm of a woman. Lin Ling also smiled faintly. Last time, when the Duan family attacked him, Gusu Shui didn't hesitate to support him. This kindness, Lin Ling, would remember it in his heart. Today, he would naturally repay that kindness. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This was Lin Ling's principle. Eternal Youth Spring. Lin Ling, do you have any more? On the other side, Xianxia's beautiful eyes narrowed. Of course. Lin Ling nodded and smiled. I support you. Everyone should also support Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the youngest student and also the pride of the 7 Profound Martial House. As seniors, we should help him, Xianxia immediately said, causing Great Sunchild's eyes to widen. Before, she had told Xianxia not to support Lin Ling, but in the next moment, Lin Ling had slapped her across the face and bought the hearts of the people in front of her. Xianxia, Great Sunchild roared. Great Sunchild Elder, I'm sorry. Besides strength, what women value the most is their appearance. Xianxia lightly replied. Although she had offended Great Sunchild Elder, she felt that it was worth it to keep her youth forever. After she spoke, some middle-aged students also opened their mouths to support Lin Ling. The situation instantly changed. The number of people that supported Lin Ling surpassed expectations, allowing Lin Ling to pass the student examination. But Elder Dao was dumbfounded as he looked at this scene, feeling as if he were in a dream. This little boy Lin Ling was too fierce. He had turned the tide and even turned all these seniors into his own people. Then, he looked at Great Sunchild Elder. He knew that Great Sunchild Elder was about to explode with anger. After all, today Great Sunchild had used the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House to make things difficult for Lin Ling. But the result was that Lin Ling's wings had become even more plentiful. This was accompanying his wife and losing his soldiers. Lin Ling, I also support you. The remaining students all opened their mouths. They were all Great Sunchild Elder's people, and at this moment they were jealous and jealous. I'm sorry, but I don't need your support. Lin Ling picked up his teacup and lightly sipped. He didn't need these types of fence-sitters. These students' hearts fiercely trembled. They felt as if they had missed out on something, and they were filled with incomparable regret. Well, the student examination is over. I'm very busy, so I won't accompany you all. Lin Ling stood up, patted his black robes, and indifferently left. At the same time, he said, the tea is good. Thank you for your hospitality, Great Sunchild Elder. Lin Ling, seeing the youth leave in such a frivolous and carefree manner, Great Sunchild Elder's wrinkled face bloomed like a flower, his body constantly trembling. Today, she had helped Lin Ling. She had allowed Lin Ling to obtain a massive number of students, and his wings had become even more plentiful. Moreover, she couldn't understand just where Lin Ling had obtained so many treasures. She was extremely envious, especially the Immortal Spring. She feared that no woman would be able to resist the temptation of such a treasure. Tomorrow, remember to look for me. There will be more surprises in the Mountain Valley. Chapter 1006. Recruiting powerhouses after returning to the Mountain Valley. Lin Ling recounted what had happened, causing everyone to laugh in excitement. Awesome. Great Sunchild was defeated, and now our wings are even fuller. More powerhouses are joining us. The heavenly concubine was happier than anyone else. With so many Saint Spirit powerhouses joining them, they could finally lay down the array formations. As Lin Ling looked at the excited crowd, the corners of his mouth curled up. His influence had grown. The next day, a massive number of students arrived. These people were all early Saint Spirit powerhouses. But as they arrived at the Mountain Valley, they were immediately shocked by the rich spiritual energy of the Mountain River Palace. No wonder Lin Ling's cultivation was so fast. This was a treasure trove. How come they didn't know of this treasure trove, even though they had been in the 7 Profound Martial House for so many years? In this world, strength is everything. You have strength. That is why you have the qualifications to be a student. That is why you have the qualifications to be respected by thousands of people. But one day, others will surpass you, and you will be nothing. Lin Ling slowly walked out from the depths of the mountain valley, getting straight to the point. The students frowned. What did Lin Ling mean by these words? Lin Ling smiled faintly, but did not explain. Although he wanted to recruit this group of strong cultivators, he still needed them to be convinced. Therefore, he looked at a burly man around 40 years old and said, "You're a piece of trash." The man was a student in charge of training the foundation of the mortal body. At this moment, his pupils shrank. Lin Ling was cursing him. Student Lin Ling, although you are the youngest student in the Rainforest Holy Land, your rudeness is too overbearing, the man said with dissatisfaction. Overbearing? When you are not as strong as others, they can easily humiliate you. Don't forget that I started off as a disciple and became a master step by step. This means that a disciple is mocking me right now and even disdaining you. Lin Ling was unmoved and said indifferently. The man's face paled. I know, but you don't have the qualifications to disdain me. You can attack me, but I will only defend and not attack. If you lose, you can call yourself a waste. Lin Ling knew that the other party was unwilling, so he didn't care. Arrogant, the man shouted coldly. He took a big step forward and released his first-level profound meaning. 5 earth-shattering strikes. Wind breaks earth. Not a single early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert dared to take this terrifying palm strike head-on. Bang! The terrifying palm landed on Lin Ling's body. Dust and smoke spread out, but after the smoke dispersed, Lin Ling was like an immovable wisdom king as he mocked. Trash. You. The man's face turned even uglier, and he attacked again. Water overflows the heavens. Bang! Lin Ling was still unscathed. Trash. Wildfire burns. Ghosts and gods frighten the mountains. Thunder, heaven and earth shatter. Terrifying, profound meanings bloomed one after another. However, Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree, allowing him to hit him. He couldn't even move an inch. The word trash floated out like the wind. I'm not fighting anymore. The apprentice's hands were trembling. He had attacked with all his strength, yet Lin Ling was unscathed. It was as if an iron mountain had landed on his palms, causing him to feel intense pain. Was the difference between him and Lin Ling that great? Trash. Lin Ling smiled faintly, which made the other apprentices suck in a breath of cold air. Their former disciple was above them today, and he was calling them trash, and they couldn't fight back at all. All of the apprentices were silent. This blow was too great. You don't feel good, right? That's good. Remember this humiliation forever. When your disciple surpasses you, your status as an apprentice means nothing. Therefore, strength is everything. Lin Ling was very satisfied with their expressions and said with a faint smile. This made many people even more puzzled. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Before, I just wanted to tell you that you were weak. Even my former disciple could humiliate you. If you want to become stronger, it might seem difficult. However, if you join my camp, I have a way to increase your strength. You might even become famous in the Rainforest Holy Land in the future. Lin Ling finally revealed his purpose. What makes you think you can do that? Many of the apprentices were moved. Although the previous incident was embarrassing, it was indeed possible. They didn't want to be humiliated. If they wanted to be respected and respected, they had to become stronger. First, my strength is stronger than yours, but my training time is shorter than yours. Second, I have everything you want. What you have to do is to give me your soul. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. You could just leave now. However, I have to say that there is no free lunch in this world. If you want to become stronger, you have to pay the price. Lin Ling took a step forward, his eyes shining with confidence. Give me your soul. Many of the apprentices' hearts trembled. 2 choices. If you want to become stronger, give me your soul. If you don't want to, you can leave. It was a fair trade. Everyone fell silent, but soon the apprentice who had lost to Lin Ling walked out. When I lost to you previously, you kept calling me trash, which made me very uncomfortable. I can't bear the thought of my disciple looking down on me in the future, so I'll accept your challenge. Great. Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction. In this world, strength was everything. Some people could give up everything for strength. Therefore, it was just giving up their soul. For some people, it was not hard to refuse. Even if it was Lin Ling, he would also dare to enter the Forbidden Land in order to become stronger. After all, you have to pay the price for it. If you can increase my strength greatly, I will agree. Of course, there is a condition. You can't make me do something I don't want to do. Me too. One by one, the apprentices hesitated for a moment. In the end, they all nodded and agreed. Of course, there was a small group who refused. Lin Ling didn't force them and sent them away. After that, the remaining apprentices had part of their souls devoured by Lin Ling's eyes. They were in awe of Lin Ling. This made them even more surprised. Lin Ling actually had such a method? Okay, now you're all my people. I can destroy your souls with a thought. Of course, unless you betray me, I won't do such a thing. Moreover, you should know a little about my character, Lin Ling. I am ruthless to my enemies, but to my friends and family, I will protect them. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked at the apprentices indifferently. The apprentices all nodded. They believed this point. After all, they heard that Lin Ling publicly challenged 2 ancient countries for Xianxia of the Great Qin Empire. Such a righteous person was indeed worth following. Moreover, the heavenly meteor era is about to arrive. Lin Ling revealed the secret in his heart again, causing the apprentices to be greatly shocked. This meant that the great tribulation of heaven and earth was about to arrive. Lin Ling was preparing for it. He was uniting all his friends and family so that they could protect their lives when the great tribulation approached. Master, I was still a little unwilling before, but now I am sincerely convinced. The man at the beginning said respectfully to Lin Ling. Everything Lin Ling did was not for himself, but for everyone. I know. Chapter 1007, Lei Du Huang Huang, or Follow me to the most secret place in the mountain valley. You will be one of the strongest forces that I, Lin Ling, have been hiding. When you surface, I want the entire rainforest sacred land to go berserk. The 5 great ancient countries and the 4 great desolate races will all be under my control. Hearing this, the students drew in a cold breath. What huge ambition! However, they felt an inexplicable sense of heroism. They had been students for many years and thought that this was the end of their lives. But now, they also had the chance to shake the rainforest sacred land. Go with the heavenly concubine. Although she is a disciple, she is better than all of you in the art of formations. Besides that, all of you have to help me guide the members of the Flame Legion and help them improve their strength quickly. As for cultivation resources, you don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling waved his hand, as expected of the master. As long as you don't lack cultivation resources, I can help you cultivate a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm experts. I look forward to the day when the rainforest sacred land goes berserk. All of the students said excitedly. They were going to become stronger as well. Those students who had left before were fools. It wouldn't take long for them to realize that they had already surpassed them and were above their heads. Seeing the students follow the heavenly concubine into the valley, Lin Ling faintly smiled. His secret army was completely on track. Now, all he needed to do was wait for it to grow. Next, it was time to settle the old scores. Ancestor Extreme Flame and company looked at Lin Ling from afar. Previously, Lin Ling was like a king who controlled everything. It made them feel like they were in a dream. After all, they were all students. Each of them had hundreds or even thousands of disciples. But now, they had all become Lin Ling's subordinates. And compared to them, Lin Ling was only a 20-year-old junior. Linger, well done. Your mother will be proud of you if she knows what you have done. The Rain Clan will regret underestimating my grandson. Ancestor Extreme Flame knew what Lin Ling had encountered in the Rain Clan. But now, he was looking forward to it. So what if it was the ancient desolate race? Once his grandson rose up, he would also surpass the ancient desolate race. Yuer, come with me to settle the score. Lin Ling said to Yuer after they arrived at the middle of the valley. He was going to bring Yuer out of the valley for a short period of time. She was the only person he had brought out of the valley. After all, the heavenly concubine needed to study formations. Yuman Yin had not mastered the demon cultivation method and was not suitable to be used again. And Yuer was the most suitable. All right. And Yuer smiled sweetly and nodded. Her snow-white dress matched Lin Ling's black cloak and long robe. One black and one white. They seemed to be opposites, but they also seemed incomparably harmonious. After leaving the valley, Lin Ling first went to the Qin clan and paid his respects to Grandpa Qin Shao. At the same time, he told Xianxia about his objective. He wanted to take revenge on the two great ancient nations. In the rainforest's sacred land, the lightning capital brilliant Oregon legend had it that this was the place where the Bodhi tree's lightning elemental spiritual energy was the densest. 1,000 years ago, there was year-round thunderstorms that washed the land, forming a large and precious ore vein. It was one of the 4 ore veins in the rainforest sacred land that produced the most lightning-refined ores. And this ore vein belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was also a heavily guarded place. The expert that presided over it was the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Lord Long Fan. Hurry up, leave behind the good quality 1,000-year-old ores and give them to the 4 desolate races. Take out the rest to trade. Yes, Lord. Under the gloomy sky, a large number of miners were busy. Rumble. Although there was much less lightning here now, there were still occasional thunderstorms that illuminated a large area. The densely packed, lightning snakes in the clouds were intimidating. According to Xianxia, Lord Long is here. In the distance, a soft voice sounded amidst the thunderous roars. However, the voice was somewhat cold. Thunderstorm weather, I like it. Beside him, there was a slightly cold voice. Looking over, 2 figures, one black and one white, stood quietly on a mountain peak. They ignored the lightning in the sky and coldly looked at the ancient fortress in the distance. These 2 people were Lin Ling and Inyuer, who had come for revenge. In the past, Lord Long was one of the murderers in the grasslands encirclement that led to the death of Old Man Xiao. Hence, Lord Long was someone that Lin Ling had to kill. This was a vow that he had made a long time ago. However, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would not hand over Lord Long. Hence, Lin Ling could only kill them himself. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Let's go. Looking at the sky, Lin Ling thought of the benevolent old man. His handsome face was filled with indifference. Swoosh! The 2 jumped down from the mountain peak and walked towards the ancient fortress in front of them. This is an important area of the ore vein. Who are you? Tell me your name or die. The area around the ore vein was heavily guarded. Lin Ling and Inyuer were discovered the moment they appeared. These guards were all experts of the Emperor's spirit realm. From this, it could be seen that the Heavenly Dragon Empire valued this ore vein highly. Kill Lord Long's men. Under the rumbling of thunder in the sky, a cold voice drifted out. Bang, bang, bang. Around the ore vein, everyone put down their hammers and shovels. Their eyes were cold as they stared into the distance. Lord Long was a highly respected old man in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He was loyal and devoted. He had made great contributions to the Empire and guarded the ore vein. He was an amiable and approachable person. But who dared to kill Lord Long? This was touching their reverse scale. All the ore veins stopped working. The miners and guards walked out with weapons in their hands. Take back what you said before, or you won't be able to leave this place. From a huge fortress, an angry and cold voice came out. It was a burly man in armor. Junior, Lord Long is a man of honor. He treats his people like his own children. You dare to kill him? What are your intentions? This person can't differentiate good from bad. I'm afraid he's also a villain. The angry voices of the miners also rang out. Their respect for Lord Long came from the bottom of their hearts. This was because Lord Long was an honest and upright official. He treated the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire very well. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, if there are still people in the ore vein, they will all die. Under the gray ground, one black and one white figure was still striding forward. The young man in the black cloak had cold eyes. He was unmoved, as if he was an emissary from hell. Lin Ling could see that Lord Long was indeed a good person in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But so what? Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Killing Old Man Xiao, regardless of whether the other party was a good person or a bad person, he would not be soft-hearted. Otherwise, he would be ashamed to face Old Man Xiao. Moreover, the so-called right and wrong, good and evil, in reality, they all had their own masters. Lord Long was loyal to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but in the Great Qin Empire, he was actually a villain. You're courting death. Since you don't want face, you can die here. Kill. The crowd in the distance released a murderous aura. They would not allow anyone to harm Lord Long. A large number of miners rushed out. When they leaped over, the sky was filled with locust-like figures. Extreme state. At this moment, a cold voice drifted out. Pa pa pa. As if they were struck by invisible lightning, the figures in the sky fell down one by one like raindrops. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 1008. Lei Du Huang Huang, or Those Two Aren't Ordinary Cultivators. The guard were astonished. How terrifying. What kind of attack was that? They couldn't see any spiritual qi attack, but they were able to kill thousands of cultivators in an instant. They couldn't believe that the girl in white clothes could be so powerful. Bastard, do you think that there's no one in the Heavenly Dragon Empire who can stop you? However, more and more miners rushed out. They weren't afraid at all. They were determined to kill those two people, even if they had to use numbers. G Realm. However, no matter how many people came out, it was useless. Once the G Realm was over, thousands of miners would die. G Realm cultivators could easily kill Holy Spirit layer cultivators. What a strong killing intent. In the distance, the crowd was astonished. Could it be that they were Holy Spirit layer cultivators? Miners, come back. The guard shouted. The girl in white clothes was too strong. The miners were like ants. No matter how many of them there were, they would all die. The two people who dared to come and kill Master Long were obviously not weak. Master Long, are you still not coming out? Do you want all your people to die? At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out, and his eyes became even colder. The ancient fortress was silent. Nobody dared to come out. They were all looking at the middle-aged man. It seemed like he was the only one who could stop those two people. Your Excellency, who are you? The armored middle-aged man took a step forward and floated forward. He was not afraid of death and appeared in front of Lin Ling and Yin. This person had a square face and was firm and resolute. He gave off a good impression. It's none of your business. I have a personal grudge with Master Long. Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. He had a good impression of the middle-aged man. After all, the middle-aged man was only an early Holy Spirit layer cultivator, and Yuer's strength was enough to defeat an early Holy Spirit layer cultivator. However, the middle-aged man still dared to come. It meant that he wasn't afraid of death. Lin Ling would give respect to courageous people. I don't know what misunderstanding there is between you and Master Long, but there is no such thing as an unsolvable knot in the world. I hope that you can give me some face. Even if you can't resolve this matter, don't kill too many people. I can take you to see Master Long. The man saluted Lin Ling, his voice filled with righteousness. However, his gaze was more focused on Yuer. She was very beautiful, like a snow fairy, but she was very strong. There were probably few in the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm who could match her. However, what a pity. Sure. Lin Ling nodded and followed the armored man with Yuer. The crowd in the distance had ice-cold expressions, but there was a sinister look in their eyes. Finally, at a certain moment, they all started to sneer. I'm sorry, but Master Long is our benefactor. How can we let you see him so easily? I don't care who you are, but since you dare to come here, you must die. The armored man suddenly stopped and turned his head. His eyes were cold. At that moment, he was leading Lin Ling towards the ancient fortress. However, he stopped on a hill and shouted coldly, "Come out, God-killing crossbow!" Rumble. As though a taboo had been summoned, the ground shook and the soil churned. A large number of black crossbows appeared, the tips of the crossbows pointing at Lin Ling and Suyu. They were densely packed and rippled with spirit energy. God-killing crossbows. It was the secret weapon of the Duan family. It was said that once the crossbows were used, even a Saint Spirit Realm expert would find it difficult to block it, not to mention there were thousands of God-killing crossbows here. The only flaw of the God-killing crossbows was its poor mobility. If Lin Ling didn't trust the armored man and walked into the trap, those God-killing crossbows wouldn't have been effective. Obviously, This place was guarded by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Apart from the experts guarding it, there were other powerful means. Duan Jingtong, come back. At the same time, 6 figures shot out from the ancient fortress. They were all Saint Spirit Realm experts. They covered Duan Jingtong's retreat. As expected of one of the 6 Qilins, Master Long's right-hand man, he caught the enemy so easily. Killed him. When Duan Jingtong's body shot backward, the crowd on the fortress side cheered, and their killing intent soared. Despicable. And Yuer looked into the distance. She had believed that Duan Jingtong was an upright person, but who knew that he had deceived them? I'm just serving my own master. Duan Jingtong had arrived at the ancient fortress. When he heard Yuer's words, he smiled coldly. Although his face was still firm and upright, it gave people a feeling that his face was twisted. Lin Ling, to be honest, I didn't expect you to come here. You want to kill Master Long, but you came to the wrong place. You can choose to kill him on the street or in a restaurant, but you shouldn't have come to the mine because it's heavily guarded. An old man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. When Lin Ling had arrived, the 6 Qilins had already recognized him. However, they had pretended not to know him in order to trick Lin Ling. Now, what else do you have to say? Another old woman said while playing with her nails. She was happy because they had made a great contribution today. After killing Lin Ling, they would definitely become famous in the Rainforest Holy Land. Enemies of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Kill them. The miners and guards were in an uproar as they looked at Lin Ling and Duan Jingtong. Their eyes were filled with complacency and killing intent. Only now did they know that the black-clothed youth was Lin Ling. According to the legends, Lin Ling was the enemy of the 2 ancient empires and was the most difficult person to deal with. However, after seeing him today, they realized that his reputation was undeserved. It seems like I've been too merciful. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the killing intent in his eyes became thicker. Sorry, I think so too. Duan Jingtong smiled and nodded. Then he shouted, kill that white-clothed girl first. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. He had the strength of an early Holy Spirit Realm expert. However, they had seen that the white-clothed girl was even more terrifying. She had the ability to kill people without them noticing. Duan Jingtong guessed that Lin Ling dared to kill Master Long because he had the girl by his side. That was why he dared to act so recklessly. God-killing crossbow. Shoot. Swoosh. 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 Dazzling lights bloomed in the sky, as if there were stars twinkling in the sky. However, from afar, one could see that those lights were actually crossbows shooting forward. Each of these crossbows cost 100,000 spiritual crystals to activate. Naturally, their power was beyond imagination. Let me do it. Go. Looking at the sky, Lin Ling's killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. Duan Jingtong had deceived him, and what angered him the most was that he wanted to kill Yuer first. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep them alive. Flame Emperor. Fire. The cold voice was filled with anger, as if it was the ancient language of the Flame Emperor. Boom! Incomparably turbulent flames soared into the sky from the top of the hill. It seemed to have transformed into the most ancient volcano. Under countless shocked gazes, an angry fire god appeared. Its emotionless eyes stared at the ancient fortress. In the next instant, an unstoppable flaming fist directly smashed out. Chapter 1009. It's your fault. It's fire, not red lightning. In the distance, the faces of the crowd froze. In their eyes, the world had already disappeared. Apart from the flames, there was nothing else. Especially that towering flame fist, it seemed to want to destroy everything. Boom! Flames erupted and countless god-slaying crossbows were destroyed. 2 figures slowly walked out from the raging flames, one at the front and one at the back. The person in the lead was dressed in a black robe. His cape flapped loudly in the flames, as if an ancient flame god had descended. What a terrifying flaming fist! The 6 senior Qilins widened their eyes and looked around. All the god-killing crossbows had been destroyed by the Flame Fist. The god-killing crossbows were killing weapons that even Saint Spirit Realm intermediate stage experts didn't dare to face. Lord Long had tested it in the past, and he could only block 300 crossbows at most. He couldn't do anything after that. The newcomer was going to destroy everything. I hate it when people lie to me. An indifferent voice drifted out from the crowd. It made the crowd's heart tremble. It's Lin Ling. Duan Zhengtong stared at the figure in the distance. He sensed that the aura of the young man had reached the middle stage Saint Spirit Realm. Not good. We thought that the white-clothed girl was the strongest, but Lin Ling is actually stronger than her. The other senior Qilins' faces stiffened and their bodies trembled. They were wrong. Lin Ling was the most terrifying one. Moreover, Lord Long could block 300 crossbows and Lin Ling could destroy everything. It meant that Lin Ling was stronger than Lord Long. He was invincible in the middle stage Saint Spirit Realm. What kind of genius was he? Lin Ling was only at the early stage Saint Spirit Realm when he fought with Duan Zunwang of the Duan family. However, in such a short period of time, he was like a dragon that soared to the sky. Lin Ling, Lord Long, isn't here today. If you want to find him, you can go to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Duan Zhengtong's body couldn't help but tremble. What kind of person did the Heavenly Dragon Empire provoke? No wonder Lin Ling dared to come here with only one person. Do you think I'll still believe you? On the ground, Lin Ling's face was ice cold. Some things believing once was enough. There was no need to believe a second time. One sword to break all laws. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song appeared. He coldly and mercilessly slashed out. Whoosh! The sword light was like water, filled with boundless righteousness, capable of killing all demons and ghosts. It was so righteous, so domineering. Rumble! As the sword passed by, the ancient fortress was split into two under countless gazes. In the sky, 5 of the 6 supreme Qilins trembled. Previously, they felt as if something had passed through their bodies, but they didn't feel any pain. However, when they lowered their heads, they discovered that sword marks had appeared on their lower bodies. Blood was slowly seeping out, and even their bodies were gradually splitting apart. 5 miserable cries reverberated in the sky, causing many people to raise their heads. They immediately saw that the eyes of the experts they had to look up to were still open, but their bodies had already been separated and fell to the ground. Terrifying. He had killed 5 early-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts with a single strike. How terrifying. Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in their lives, causing the weapons in their hands to fall to the ground, but they did not seem to feel it. Among them, Duan Jingtong was the one who felt it the most. The 6 of them had been nurtured by the Heavenly Dragon Empire since they were young, and they didn't disappoint the Heavenly Dragon Empire's expectations. They had risen step by step, and they had wanted to make a name for themselves. However, today 5 of them had died. It had to be known that they did not underestimate Lin Ling, nor did they overestimate Lin Ling. Everything was based on Lin Ling's strength. However, Lin Ling's strength had risen too quickly, exceeding their expectations. As Duan Zhengtong thought of this, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, "Run away!" Everyone was still in shock. They had even forgotten to run until they saw the murderous intent in Lin Ling's eyes. They didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Their only thought was to run. However, would they be able to escape? When Lin Ling was surrounded by the god-slaying crossbows, they should have run away instead of gloating over his misfortune. Therefore, it was too late for them to run away now. Emperor Yan's fist. Raging flames soared into the sky, and the ancient fist struck the ground fiercely. It was like a huge battering ram, and wherever it passed, all living things were destroyed, killed, and burned into nothingness. A pitch-black crater appeared on the ground. It was caused by the huge fist. The remaining people who were still alive were terrified and regretful. They shouted for Lin Ling to spare their lives as they ran away. They even cursed Lin Ling to die a horrible death. They thought that Lin Ling was too cruel and heartless. However, they had completely forgotten how ugly their faces were when Lin Ling was trapped by the god-slaying crossbows. Now that they were weaker than him, they wanted to run away. They cursed, but it was too late. Extreme state, and Yuer's eyes were cold at this moment. She did not show any mercy because she had given them a chance. No, in the sky, Duan Zhengtong watched as all of his people were burned into nothingness. He knelt in the sky in agony, and his fingers dug into his hair as he trembled continuously. Lin Ling, they're innocent. Why did you kill so many people? A voice filled with unwillingness drifted out from his mouth. However, in the next moment, a slender figure appeared in front of him. The figure stretched out an arm and grabbed him by the neck. You said before that I shouldn't kill too many people. Therefore, even if they wanted to kill me, I didn't want to attack the weak. However, you lied to me and led to this massacre. Therefore, this is your sin. A heartless voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. He had already said that every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. He had come for Lord Long, and previously, as long as Duan Jingtong had brought him to see Lord Long, he would not have cared about the weak. However, Duan Jingtong had committed a sin. He had held onto a fluke and thought that he could kill Lin Ling, but in the end, he had killed everyone. It's my sin, Duan Jingtong mumbled to himself. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Yes, it was his sin. Go to hell and apologize to them. Lin Ling clenched his right hand, and a powerful force exploded. He crushed Duan Jingtong's neck, and blood rained down like rain. Lord Long, are you still not coming out? Lin Ling threw away the corpse in his hand and looked coldly at the ancient fortress. He then threw a punch. Boom! The third level profound of fire exploded, and the Flame Emperor's fist was unleashed. The fortress, which was already in ruins, exploded. Huge rocks tumbled in the sky like straw, and then were burned into nothingness. However, there was no one in the fortress other than a large number of black rocks that flickered with electric snakes. It's over. Today is New Year's Eve, so I have to go all out. However, I have a lot of things to do today, so please forgive me. At the same time, I asked for a monthly ticket for New Year's Eve. Chapter 10:10. Shocking the world. It seems that Lord Long isn't here, and these people have become his scapegoats. Lin Ling shook his head in disappointment. His eyes fell on the black stones, and he smiled. Thunder refined stones. Currently, his subordinates were lacking spirit artifacts, and forging spirit artifacts required thunder refined stones. These thunder refined stones could be used to enhance the strength of his subordinates. Lin Ling, we've made a fortune. And Yuer smiled as she walked over, her eyes filled with joy. Lin Ling also smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a massive amount of spiritual energy swept away all the thunder-refined stones. Not long after, the two figures disappeared from the earth. After a full 2 hours, someone finally arrived. However, they were shocked to see the scene in front of them. It was like a purgatory of flames. Flames soared into the sky, even burning the thunder in the sky. As for the Heavenly Dragon Empire's fortress, it had disappeared. The only thing left were the ghosts floating in the sky. It's over, they're all dead. The people who arrived were from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. At this moment, their faces were pale. Then, they saw the flames in the sky forming two giant names, Lin Ling. Lin Ling has made his move. Everyone trembled, as if they had encountered a nightmare. They stood there quietly, as if they had lost their souls. The wind blew from the distance, and they trembled even more. In just a day, the news spread like thunder throughout the entire Rainforest Holy Land. Thunder City's Brilliant Brilliance Mine was one of the 4 major mines of the Rainforest Holy Land. It was the property of the 5 great ancient countries, and all of the ancient powerhouses of the Rainforest Holy Land knew about it. However, in just a day, the mine had been destroyed and everyone had died. And the one who had done this was Lin Ling, who had been silent for 3 months. Lin Ling had begun his revenge. Many people were shocked. Not long ago, Lin Ling had swept through the hanging tiger building of the Justice Duan family, and even fought with Duan Xuanwang at the Seven Profound Martial House. But now, Lin Ling's revenge was heading towards the Heavenly Dragon Empire. This was like a dream. None of this was real. After all, the Rainforest Holy Land was one of the 5 ancient countries with deep roots. A newcomer that rose like a comet dared to challenge the dignity of an ancient country. This was no doubt a first in the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling is amazing. He comes from the middle 3 regions, but he has created countless miracles. I have investigated his deeds for a full year. I admire him. Yeah, I feel like a new king will be born in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Nonsense. Lin Ling is only attacking the Thunder City, Brilliant, Oregon. How can he be a match for Master Long alone? That's right. When Duan Xuanwang's army invaded the 7 Profound Martial House, if it weren't for the Great Qin Empire sending out the Patriarch to help Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would have already died. What's more, even though he has the Rain Clan's bloodline, everyone knows that the Rain Clan won't help him at all. Without the Rain Clan support, what does Lin Ling count for? He might even be inferior to me. Since you speak so fiercely, then why don't you go challenge Lin Ling, or say these words in front of Lin Ling? I don't think you dare. You only know how to hide in a corner and gloat. What a waste. In a lively restaurant, there was a hubbub of voices. Some worshipped Lin Ling, and some mocked Lin Ling. Everyone had different opinions, but it was undeniable that Lin Ling had swept through the Rainforest Sacred Land with the momentum of a thunderbolt. He was frivolous and tyrannical, and had shocked the world. At this moment, the 4 great desolate tribes had also received the news. This was because the Thunder City Brilliant Ore's Thunder Refined Stones were supplied to them. Grandfather, that unfilial son Lin Ling has gone too far. In the Rain Clan's Grand Hall, the elders were looking at Rain Master Mo Ping. Because of Lin Ling, their Rain Clan had become famous. But this was not some achievement to be proud of. After all, although Lin Ling had the Rain Clan's bloodline, he did not need the support of the Rain Clan. He alone did not fear the 5 great ancient countries. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, he waved his hand, disperse. Soon after, he left with large strides. However, his heart was very complicated. Lin Ling's name had shaken the Rainforest Sacred Land, and he had won glory for the Rain Clan. He should be happy. However, Lin Ling did not rely on the Rain Clan to become famous, but on his own. This point made him feel very uncomfortable. His grandson seemed to be saying that he did not need the help of his family. He alone could decide everything. Then let me see how full your wings are. Finally, Rain Master Mo Ping said indifferently. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He did not believe that Lin Ling could rise without relying on the Rain Clan. This guy is really powerful. Even if we are the Rain Clan's prides, we do not dare to challenge the 5 great ancient countries by ourselves. Mo Zilong walked out of the Grand Hall with a faint smile. Lin Ling, this guy, had disappeared without a trace, making people think he was dead. However, he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. After he returned, he immediately shook the world. Lin Ling, not far from the Grand Hall, a youth had an ugly expression. He was the former Rain Clan's prides, Mo Zihu. However, he could no longer represent the Rain Clan's younger generation. Lin Ling's rise had stolen his glory. In the gathering of the 4 great desolate clans, the crowd only remembered Mo Zilong and Lin Ling. He had to stand to the side. His heart was boiling with anger. He slowly walked out of the Rain Clan's valley and came to a distant mountain peak. He looked into the distance. Perhaps only by coming here could the depression in his heart be relieved. Zihu, Lin Ling is your nemesis. With him around, you will never rise. At this moment, a smiling voice sounded from afar. In the distant sky, a white-clothed youth was riding a single-legged bull. He stopped above a white cloud. This person was the Sparrow Clan's #1 supernova, someone whose fame was comparable to the Rain Clan's Mo Zilong, Tang Yicheng. The Sparrow Clan also had 2 great geniuses, one male and one female. The male was Tang Yicheng, and the female was Yu Tang. This was something that the four great desolate clans knew. Tangy Chang, are you here to mock me? Mo Zihu's expression turned cold. I don't have such boring interests. It's just that you and I are considered geniuses of the same generation, and I don't want to see you decline. Let me remind you, you alone cannot suppress Lin Ling. However, you can borrow the hands of the five great ancient countries. For example, the Great Tang Empire or the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. Only those ancient experts can kill Lin Ling. Although we are geniuses, compared to those ancient experts, we are still lacking some time. Tangy Chang smiled slightly. Then his feet moved, and he rode the single-horn bull away. Mo Zihu's eyes flashed. Tangy Chang's words were not without reason. Lin Ling had offended two great ancient countries. Although he had the support of the Great Qin Empire, if the four great ancient countries all attacked Lin Ling, how could Lin Ling stop them? Furthermore, he was one of the Rain clan's geniuses. If he were to persuade them, it would not be difficult for the four great ancient countries to surround and kill Lin Ling. Thinking of this, Mo Zihu's smile became even colder. If he wanted to kill Lin Ling, sometimes he did not have to do it himself. At the same time, the news of Lin Ling destroying the Thunder City's Huang were also spread to the Justice Duan family and the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Justice Duan family was silent, and all the experts had ugly expressions. They knew that Lin Ling had come for revenge. Chapter 10:11. Long Changsheng, in my opinion, Lin Ling can only be on good terms with him, not bad terms with him. The strength of this child's growth is too terrifying. Not long ago, Duan Zunwang was forced to flee, but now he has already reached the point where he takes the initiative to kill him. Although his cultivation has not increased, he definitely has another trump card, or perhaps there is another expert assisting him. In the silent main hall, an old man slowly said, causing many people to frown. They also felt that Lin Ling was very terrifying. Eldarin, what do you mean by that? At the highest seat in the hall, a tall and sturdy man looked at the old man who had just spoken. This man was a direct descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's emperor. His status was much higher than everyone present. He was also the Heavenly Dragon Empire's highest authority in the Rainforest Sacred Land, Long Changsheng. Shake hands with Lin Ling and make peace, the old man suggested. No, we can't. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire has existed for tens of thousands of years. How can we allow such a shameful thing to happen? Elder Run, you and Master Long are the most powerful people in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but I know that you and Master Long are not close. Are you trying to kill him with a borrowed knife? Shaking hands and making peace means that His Majesty wants to steal from Lin Ling and hand over Master Long. This is absolutely unacceptable. Many experts with noble statuses shouted coldly. Shake hands and make peace. Lin Ling snatched their lightning brilliant ore. This has already made the Heavenly Dragon Empire lose face. How can I let this brat be so arrogant? The bigger picture is the most important. If we provoke Lin Ling again, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, Elder Rin was firm in his opinion. He had previously researched Lin Ling's deeds and knew that this young junior was very powerful. Anyone who provoked him would end up like this. Elder Run, return to the Empire. You are no longer needed here. At this moment, Long Changsheng said. Obviously, he thinks that Old Ren has lost the face of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. My lord, Elder Ren wanted to say something, but Long Changsheng shouted coldly, Shut up. Elder Ren sighed softly and fell silent. Pass down my order. Join forces with the Justice Duan family to kill Lin Ling. Kill everyone who has anything to do with Lin Ling. Announce this to the whole world. Long Changsheng waved his hand and ordered coldly. Lin Ling wants to play with Heavenly Dragon Empire. Let's see if he can afford to play. My lord is mighty. All the experts felt their blood boil. Was Lin Ling qualified to play with them? The next day, the Heavenly Dragon Empire's announcement appeared in the sacred land of the rainforest and the prosperous cities of the 100 territories. Killing Lin Ling killing everyone related to Lin Ling, killing everyone related to him. The announcement also stated that the Justice Duan family and the Heavenly Dragon Empire were working together. Clearly, the ancient nation was enraged. The most dazzling thing was the name under the announcement: Long Changsheng. This person had the highest status in the sacred land of the rainforest. The sacred land of the rainforest was in an uproar. The two ancient nations finally made their move to kill everyone related to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was very arrogant, but the two ancient nations were telling everyone that they were even more arrogant than Lin Ling. Everyone is quietly waiting for everything to happen. They want to see the final result of Lin Ling facing off against two ancient nations by himself. Night, the sacred land of the rainforest, Heavenly Dragon Mansion, was filled with wine and meat. Laughter was like spring. A large number of Heavenly Dragon Empire's experts were drinking and feasting as if they were celebrating the death of Lin Ling. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling would definitely die if the two ancient nations took action. Killing Lin Ling would not only solve the problem of their enemies, but they would also be able to borrow the prestige of Lin Ling and their ancient nations to deter others from easily offending them. Lord Changsheng is still the most powerful. Now, the entire sacred land of the rainforest and the 100 territories are waiting to see what will happen. That's right. How can a trash like Eldarin beg for mercy? What a disgrace. In the feast, the experts of Heavenly Dragon Empire respectfully said. Long Changsheng's face was still dignified, but there was a trace of arrogance in the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that a single order would make him famous in the sacred land of the rainforest. He had borrowed Lin Ling's power. Late at night, everyone left, and Long Changsheng slowly returned to his luxurious room. Lin Ling is quite powerful. Two ancient nations were able to kill him. He is indeed worthy of being the #1 heaven's pride of the martial palace. It is said that he is a swordsman. It is a pity that I can't get his sword before he dies. Long Changsheng's dignified face had a trace of regret. He had a habit. Every time he killed a strong enemy, he would collect the spoils of war, such as swords and so on. This was not a secret in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and he had also collected a large number of spoils of war in the warehouse to prove his proud achievements. It was a pity that it would be difficult for him to obtain Lin Ling's sword. What's the use of the sword to you? However, at that moment, a soft voice came from his room. Long Changsheng's eyes narrowed. He slowly walked through the curtain and saw a young man in a black robe drinking wine in his study. He was reading a book. From a distance, it looked like the emperor was reading a book. Who is this guy? Long Changsheng's heart trembled violently. The Heavenly Dragon Mansion represented the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was like the imperial city of the rainforest. However, the young man had appeared in his room without anyone noticing. I am curious, how did you get in? The Heavenly Dragon Mansion is heavily guarded. There are more than 100 Saint Spirit Layer cultivators and tens of thousands of Emperor Spirit Layer cultivators. How did you manage to hide from them? Yes, but soon, Long Changsheng smiled indifferently. He was worthy of being called an ambitious and ruthless person. It's very simple. I have a treasure that can conceal my chi. Yes. The young man was still reading and didn't turn his head. Yes. Long Changsheng's eyes narrowed. What a terrifying treasure. It had the power to deceive everyone. Then why are you here? Long Changsheng said indifferently. He put his hands behind his back and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. He wanted to inform the strong cultivators in the mansion to come. He wasn't weak. He was an early Saint Spirit Layer cultivator, but he wasn't the strongest cultivator in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. However, he was the leader of the group because he was directly related to the Emperor. You don't need to inform them because they will be too late. All right. The young man slowly put down the book and looked at Long Changsheng. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Long Changsheng's face stiffened. He didn't look as calm as before. The young man was very strong. It was as if he could sense his every move. Long Changsheng asked coldly, "Who are you?" "All right. You announced to the world that the Heavenly Dragon Empire is powerful. You even put your name on the announcement. Your actions have shocked the entire rainforest sacred land. Now, the person you want to kill is right in front of you. All right. The young man slowly walked over. His black cloak fluttered in the wind. He looked like an emissary from the depths of hell. You are Lin Ling. All right. Chapter 10:12. Another sensation. He thought that he was the vermilion bird and Lin Ling was just a tiny praying mantis. He thought that he was the vermilion bird and that Lin Ling was just a tiny praying mantis. However, he didn't know that he was the real praying mantis. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. You're stupid. You didn't need to die, but you wanted to prove your authority. You wanted to save Master Long, but you ended up dying. Under the slightly dim light, the murderous intent on Lin Ling's face intensified. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, making Long Changsheng tremble subconsciously. You want to kill me? Do you have the strength to do so? Boom! Long Changsheng's chi exploded from his body. He had decided to fight with all his strength. Maybe he could kill Lin Ling. I'm sorry, but killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Boom! Lin Ling's fists tore through the air and appeared in front of Long Changsheng. Long Changsheng's eyes widened. Lin Ling was in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Sizzle, sizzle. The merciless flames burned out. He saw the lower half of his body disappear with his own eyes. The flames spread all the way up. This feeling of fear made him want to shout, but unfortunately, he couldn't shout anything. There was only regret in his heart. He should have listened to Run Baqian's words, and not to prove his prestige and announce it to the world. Because from that moment on, he had become a death god. Bang! Without saying a word, Long Changsheng's body was incinerated, leaving only his head behind. Lin Ling waved his right hand, wrapping the head with spirit energy and disappearing from the room. For him, a life for a life was an unchangeable principle since ancient times. He just wanted to avenge Old Man Shao, but the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't put him in their eyes at all. So, whoever stood in their way would be killed. The room was still silent, as if nothing had happened. Only the scorching heat was slowly drifting in the air. The night passed quietly. A maid came in, but Lord Long Changsheng was nowhere to be seen. Only at noon did everyone realize that Lord Long Changsheng was missing. As a result, the entire residence was on the alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. Long Changsheng was His Majesty's descendant. If something happened to him, His Majesty would be furious. 2 hours later, news spread from the main city. Long Changsheng's head was hung on the most prosperous street of the main city. It's Lin Ling. In the Sky Dragon Mansion, all the experts felt as if they were in a nightmare. Lin Ling had killed Long Changsheng right in front of their eyes without anyone noticing. It was shocking. Inexplicably, they suddenly remembered what Elder Ren had said not long ago. Everything should be based on the overall situation. If they provoked Lin Ling again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, they could feel how terrifying Long Changsheng was. As for the Rainforest Holy Land, it was as if it had gone berserk. Countless people looked at the head hanging on the building, and their hearts trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was someone they could not afford to offend. 2 great ancient countries had joined hands to kill him, and the famous expert Long Changsheng had even used his own name to rally the world. However, in just one day, Long Changsheng had died. It was ironic. 2 ancient nations fought fiercely with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was even more ruthless than them. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's actions were even more shocking than before, causing the emperors of the 2 ancient kingdoms to become furious. Kill him. We will hunt him down with all our strength. If we don't kill him, the Justice Duan family will never have peace. The Rainforest Holy Land sky seemed to become oppressive. The 4 desolate tribes, the various martial arts halls, and all the experts were watching the development of the situation. Especially the martial arts hall's geniuses. They were both impressed and bitter. They were impressed because Lin Ling was a genius like them, but he had done something they didn't even dare to think of. They were bitter because they were much weaker than Lin Ling has made his move. In the ancient Flame Clan, everyone had received the news, and they were a little excited. In the past, during the battle of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Holy Race and the Justice Duan family joined hands. If not for the great Qin Empire's 24 family heads, they would have been doomed. Hence, the great Qin Empire had helped the Fire Ancient clan. No one dared to forget this favor. This was especially true for Qin Xiao. In the past, he had a good relationship with Ancestor Extreme Flame. They drank together and chatted merrily together as if they were brothers. However, under the joint attack of the two ancient kingdoms, Qin Zhao's death was very tragic and unjust. Now, their Fire Ancient clan's Lin Ling had finally taken his revenge. Linger, go ahead and do it. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This is the principle of our Fire Ancient clan. Don't let Brother Xiao die with hatred. Patriarch Tai Yin said word by word. He was extremely excited. He was looking forward to seeing his enemy die and giving Old Man Xiao justice. At this moment, in a certain manner in the great Qin Empire, two figures strode over. One was dressed in black and the other in white. They were very attractive. The man and woman were like the combination of a demon god and a fairy. "Who are you?" Outside the ancient door, a guard immediately said sternly. The people who came had an extraordinary aura. They didn't dare to underestimate them. "Shut up. That's Patriarch Lin Ling." But soon, an old guard immediately shouted angrily. At the same time, he bowed respectfully to the two people who were walking over. The respect and admiration in his eyes came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling, one of the patriarchs of the great Qin Empire, had shocked the world in the past few days. He sought justice for the dead Old Man Xiao and took revenge. Patriarch Lin Ling. All the guards' expressions changed. They all bowed respectfully. Their hearts were filled with admiration. Yes, Lin Ling brought in Yuer to the front of the door. He smiled and nodded. Then, he wanted to enter the manor. Plop! Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded. The guard who'd shouted angrily at Lin Ling knelt down on one knee and spoke with a firm expression. "My lord, I've just come here as a guard, so I didn't know you before, causing me to act rashly. Please punish me. Even if I die, I won't complain at all." The other guards also had determined expressions. Lin Ling was the hero of the great Qin Empire. However, they had neglected Lin Ling previously, so they wanted to receive punishment. Moreover, they were willing to accept it. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Then he smiled and shook his head. He took a step forward and personally helped the guard up. "Your duty is limited. Guarding the manor. What is your crime?" "Sir." The guard's eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Ling didn't blame him. "You should be their leader. They are very good. The security is tight. These are the warriors that the great Qin Empire needs. I hope you will reward them." Lin Ling looked at the older guard and said. The other party nodded his head excitedly. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He entered the manor with Yuer. All the guards were so excited that their bodies trembled. Lin Ling was famous. They thought that he would be very majestic and domineering. However, after interacting with him, they realized that this youth was very approachable. He didn't put on any airs at all. "As expected of sir. If I can follow him, even if I have to serve him for the rest of my life, I won't refuse. Yes, moreover, he is younger than us, but his aura is extraordinary. Okay, sir has rewarded you guys. Now, stand up straight and guard the manor with all your might. After the change of guard, I will treat you guys to drinks." Huh. Chapter 10:13. Ancient Nations Alliance. At this moment, Lin Ling naturally didn't know what they were thinking. After entering the manor, the first thing he did was pay his respects to Old Man Xiao. In the ancestral hall, looking at the memorial tablet, Lin Ling's eyes flashed as memories of the past flowed through his mind. When he first came to the great Qin Empire to treat Qin Zhao's illness, they felt like old friends at first sight. Afterwards, Qin Xiao ignored the opinions of others and supported Lin Ling. This kindness was something that Lin Ling would always remember in his heart. As Lin Ling paid his respects, Qin Jingtian stood silently, his heart trembling. Lin Ling was taking revenge for his father, destroying the Huang mine and killing Long Changsheng. These actions were swift and decisive, cruel and ruthless. They didn't seem like Lin Ling's style at all. However, he knew that Lin Ling had matured and was even more resolute. To Lin Ling, this was a good thing because none of them had the qualifications to rise up and respond to a single call. On the other hand, Lin Ling had the qualifications to be their leader. Only with Lin Ling's swift and decisive actions could they follow him and roam the rainforest holy land. Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you. After Lin Ling paid his respects, Qin Tian said gratefully, "This is what I should do. Thank you." Lin Ling smiled as he shook his head. Revenge was one of his goals, but it was evident that the process wouldn't be simple. The two ancient nations wouldn't hand him over so easily. That's right, the great Qin King told me to tell you that if you come back, go and see him. He said that there's something important to discuss. Following this, Qin Tian reminded Lin Ling, causing him to nod. Great Qin had been supporting him this entire time, and it was time to meet him. After exchanging a few words with Qin Tian, Lin Ling had an Yuer stay in the manor. Then, Lin Ling left the manor. Great Qin wanted to meet Lin Ling at a secret restaurant, and Lin Ling had learned the location from Qin Tian. Lin Ling continued onwards, not fearing any assassination attempts. Soon, he arrived at a very ordinary-looking restaurant in the main city. This restaurant was called the Drunken Fragrance Restaurant. Outside the building, it seemed quite peaceful, but Lin Ling could sense that there were many experts standing guard. Evidently, Great Qin's legatee had come out to patrol, and the guards were quite strict. In the end, this was the rainforest sacred land and not the 100 domains, so Great Qin could not act as unbridled as he had in the 100 domains. Lin Ling, please enter. A middle-aged man recognized Lin Ling at the entrance of the restaurant and nodded. Lin Ling smiled and walked in. There was no one else in the restaurant, so Lin Ling walked to the top floor. There were many people there, and after Lin Ling walked in, everyone's gazes became serious, and the peaceful atmosphere became oppressive. There were many experts here, ranging from mid-stage to late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds. Lin Ling, you're late. A man in armor said calmly, seeming quite dissatisfied. I just received the news, so I'm late. Sorry. Lin Ling stood there silently and looked at the man as if he did not see him. Do you know who's here? Who allowed you to speak like this? Such rudeness is worthy of 9 familial exterminations. The man in armor said coldly. Besides him, many people frowned and released their dignified auras as if they were unhappy with Lin Ling's rudeness. It was obvious that everyone here was of noble status. Of course, they were all terrifyingly strong, which proved everything. I've already said my apologies. If you still think I'm rude, then let's talk with our strength. Lin Ling's expression became cold as he said calmly, "You're just a mere Saint Spirit Realm expert. Who do you think you are? Let's talk with our strength. Why don't we make a bet?" The man in armor said with an even more dignified aura, as if he was the king of generals. As for the crowd, they looked at Lin Ling mockingly. They wanted to see what right Lin Ling had to be so arrogant. All right, let's bet with our lives. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's resolute voice rang out, causing the entire restaurant to fall silent. How arrogant! Once he made a bet, he would bet with his life. The man in armor was at the intermediate stage of the Saint Spirit Realm, while Lin Ling was only at the initial stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. Lin Ling dared to make a bet. What? You don't dare? Lin Ling took a step forward and shouted coldly when he saw that the man in armor had fallen silent. The man in armor's expression kept changing. He wanted to make a bet, but he wasn't confident enough. According to the rumors, Lin Ling had destroyed the Lightning City Brilliant Ore and killed Long Changsheng in the Sky Dragon Mansion, which was filled with experts. This wasn't something an initial stage Saint Spirit Realm expert could do. At the very least, he couldn't do it. I don't dare. Get lost. Lin Ling took another step forward, causing the man in armor to tremble with anger. Lin Ling, you're going too far. All right, Bahu, come back. It's good that Lin Ling is here. At this moment, a soft voice rang out. It wasn't loud, and it was like a gentle breeze, but it carried an indescribable, dignified aura. Silence. Apart from this, another voice sounded out. It was deep and hoarse, causing everyone else to fall silent. The two people who had spoken were obviously of extremely high status. Lin Ling, come here. At this moment, another voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling to look over. He saw that it was a pale-faced scholar holding a white jade fan. He had red lips and white teeth, and he was the most handsome man Lin Ling had ever seen. Moreover, his hand was as white as snow, and his fingers were as white as snow. It was like the most perfect pair of hands in the world. Lin Ling, this is His Majesty, the great Qin King. An old man respectfully walked towards Lin Ling and whispered into his ear. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. The great Qin King was so young. Following this, he calmly walked over and sat down with the pale-faced scholar. After sitting down, Lin Ling smelled a strange fragrance. He couldn't tell what it was, but it made him feel very comfortable. Lin Ling, it's an honor to meet you. The great Qin King looked at Lin Ling and lightly smiled. His eyes seemed calm, but there was a mysterious power within them that caused Lin Ling's heart to tremble. It was the Emperor's aura. Lin Ling almost wanted to kneel down and worship the great Qin King. Luckily, his soul was incredibly resilient, so he quickly recovered. The great Qin King was indeed mysterious. I greet the great Qin King. I am Lin Ling. Following this, Lin Ling slightly bowed. The great Qin King had helped him many times, so he had to return this favor. Haha, there's no need for us to be so formal. We can treat each other as friends. The great Qin King waved his fan. He seemed to be quite familiar with Lin Ling's personality, and he knew that Lin Ling was incredibly prideful and didn't like people kneeling to him the most. I've asked to meet you today because of what you did a few days ago, shocking the rainforest Holy Land. As such, the great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid came to find me. They want to form an alliance with the great Qin dynasty to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family. The great Qin King calmly said after thinking for a moment. This was the reason why he had asked to meet Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the fuse that caused the two ancient kingdoms to see an opportunity, so they wanted to join forces to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the great Tang Empire, and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he fell into deep thought. From the perspective of the ancient kingdoms, they naturally wanted to destroy their opponents and turn the 5 ancient kingdoms into 3 ancient kingdoms. However, from Lin Ling's perspective, this news was quite shocking. Chapter 10:14. Duan Zunwang, it's time for you to die. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I'm sure you know what we're here for. The great Qin King asked for your opinion on this matter. What do you think? Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, a middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes said. His clothes were ordinary, but there was an unconcealable royal aura around him. Evidently, this person was the Emperor of the Lion Orchid Kingdom. On the other side, another man looked at Lin Ling. He should be from the Great Tang Empire. The Great Tang Empire was backed by the Sparrow Tribe. Although they had the same bloodline, it didn't mean that they were part of the Sparrow Tribe. The difference was that the Sparrow Tribe was a direct bloodline, while the Great Tang Empire was a collateral bloodline. Why? Lin Ling didn't agree. Instead, he asked calmly. His words caused the people from the 2 ancient kingdoms to frown. Lin Ling was so rude. Their ancient kingdoms had come to ally with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wasn't grateful, and he even asked why. Because they believe that this matter won't harm them at all. With you, as the great commander of the 3 ancient kingdoms, you can lead the 3 ancient kingdoms' experts to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family. You and the Great Qin Empire can also take revenge. This is a win-win situation. The Great Qin King explained. He knew that Lin Ling was a cautious person. Lin Ling didn't immediately agree. After a while, he would be able to sweep through the 2 ancient kingdoms with his strength. Thus, this alliance wasn't necessary. Lin Ling, this matter is beneficial. At this moment, the great Qin King's voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. He was secretly reminding Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the great Qin King and finally made up his mind. Although this matter was too sudden, he had many trump cards, so he wasn't afraid of anything unexpected. Sure, but after the alliance, I want to become the overall commander of the three ancient nations. All experts will listen to my orders. Lin Ling looked at the people of the two ancient empires and said, the people of the two ancient empires didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation and nodded simultaneously. No harm, but only against the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan clan. If you use our experts for other purposes, this alliance will be cancelled. All right. In the end, the three great forces came to an agreement and wrote a life and death contract. In the end, the people from the two ancient kingdoms left, leaving only the great Qin Emperor and Lin Ling in the restaurant. The great Qin Emperor drank his wine and said, Lin Ling, do you think this matter is inappropriate? Now that there were no outsiders around, Lin Ling found that great Qin seemed to be even more relaxed, and he gave off the lazy aura of an emperor, giving off a strange feeling. Women. That's right. Lin Ling felt that great Qin's empress was like a woman lazily sitting on a chair, and she was an extremely beautiful woman. Could it be that great Qin's empress was a woman? Lin Ling's heart trembled, and he looked at great Qin's empress. Great Qin's empress had drunk some wine, and her cheeks were red, making her look indescribably alluring. Everything happened too suddenly, and I felt that something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was. That's why I hesitated. After all, I don't know much about the two ancient nations. Lin Ling said bluntly, I have also considered this point, but I also feel that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it, we might not get another one. If the 5 ancient countries become 3, then the Great Qin dynasty will also be famous in my previous life. Great Qin's empress lightly laughed, and her voice was crisp and clear, but there was an indescribable boldness to it. At that moment, she seemed to have returned to being an emperor who reigned above all. One should not have the heart to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. Over the years, I've seen many backstabbers, so I don't want to be played like a monkey at a crucial moment. Lin Ling faintly smiled. Even though he was wary of the two ancient nations, he had hidden his greatest trump card, which was why he hadn't been afraid before. Haha, don't worry, I'll pay attention to their movements. Finally, the 3 ancient nations commander-in-chief. Lin Ling, I wish you a great victory. Great Qin's empress nodded before standing up and raising her wine cup. Lin Ling also raised his wine cup and clinked glasses with her. If the 3 ancient nations joined forces, then the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family's doomsday would come. Lin Ling had given them a chance, but not only had they not cherished it, but they had instead announced it to the world. As such, Lin Ling could only ruthlessly crush them. In the following days, a storm was brewing in the rainforest's sacred land. On this day, Lin Ling received news from the Great Tang Empire that they had discovered Duan Zunwang's figure. It seemed that the Great Tang Empire wanted to prove its stance in the alliance, so it was helping Lin Ling find his enemies. Moreover, it had given up a large number of experts to help Lin Ling. The Great Tang Empire is quite fast. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He felt that the Great Tang Empire was too enthusiastic. They had actually helped him find his enemies. However, it didn't matter what the Great Tang Empire's intentions were. What was important was that they had found Duan Zunwang. When Duan Zunwang had fled from the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling hadn't cared at that time because he knew that it wouldn't be long before he would personally kill him. But now the time had come. The powerhouses of the 3 ancient nations are helping me. You don't need to appear. Return to the mountain valley. I don't want you to kill too many people. After all, this world is a cycle of karma. Lin Ling found Inyuer and then gently looked at Inyuer. The latter was his woman. He didn't want her to carry too many burdens. Karma is a cycle of karma. But Lin Ling, you will also carry the sin of killing. And Inyuer didn't want to leave Lin Ling. She wanted to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling faintly smiled. If there is karma, then let me carry it. Right or wrong, good or evil. I have never cared about that. What I care about is having a clear conscience. If there comes a day when karma arrives and the heavens want to destroy me, then I, Lin Ling, will accept it. However, the heavens won't destroy me so easily. And Yuer saw that Lin Ling had already decided. She could only helplessly nod. She took a step forward and gently hugged her man. Everything was just like when they were children. Her man had always protected her, not fearing any karma of the world. If there came a day when karma descended upon Lin Ling, she would accompany Lin Ling to face it. If they died, they would meet in hell. I know what you are thinking, but I promise you, Lin Ling, won't die so easily. Lin Ling hugged Yuer and patted her back. He then turned and left. You should return to the Mountain River Valley. My intuition tells me that the Mountain River Valley's secret trump card will be revealed to the world soon. With that, Lin Ling strode away. He sensed that someone wanted to harm him. Or perhaps someone wanted to borrow his hand to wipe out the two great ancient nations and then let him die. One had to know that the heart of an emperor was the most ruthless and the most difficult to guess. Alliance? Lin Ling didn't believe it. However, no matter what tricks the other party played, they shouldn't provoke him. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't mind turning the 5 great ancient nations into one great ancient nation. And now, Duanzun Wang, your time of death has come. At this moment, at the border of the vast rainforest, there was a small town isolated from the rest of the world. In a restaurant, a white-haired but tall and sturdy old man with eyes like lightning was drinking wine. A large number of experts were hidden around him, as if they were secretly protecting him. Lin Ling, the old man, drank a mouthful of wine and angrily shouted. He was the Duanzun Wang who was hiding here. Chapter 10:15. Runaway Duanzun Wang was the great duke of the Justice Duan family, who dared to look down on him in the 100 territories and the rainforest sacred land. However, Lin Ling had swept through everything with lightning speed. Duanzun Wang, a great duke, had to hide in this remote town. This was a great humiliation. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would have to hide from Lin Ling like a stray dog. Lin Ling, don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I will kill you. Damn, Duanzun Wang said angrily and started drinking again. Your goal is not bad, but unfortunately, you won't have a chance. Huh. However, at this moment, a smiling voice resounded in the restaurant. A slender figure slowly walked in from the entrance. He was wearing a pitch-black robe and a cloak. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He held a jug of wine in his hand as he walked in. He looked free and unrestrained with a hint of coldness. Lin Ling, Duanzun Wang's eyes widened. He stared at the person in disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming. Lin Ling had come. He had appeared in front of him. How is this possible? Haha, an old acquaintance. Am I not welcome? Lin Ling smiled faintly, as if he was an old friend of Duanzun Wang. He sat down in front of Duanzun Wang's table. Duanzun Wang felt a great pressure from his casual appearance. Someone come. Duanzun Wang glared at Lin Ling and shouted coldly. He was shouting for the experts of the Justice Duan family outside the restaurant. After all, even though he was hiding here, the Justice Duan family had arranged a large number of experts to protect him. Usually, if he made any movements, a large number of experts would come. But this time, after he shouted, there was only silence. It was as if everyone had disappeared from the world. Someone come. Duanzun Wang shouted again. There's no need to shout. They're all dead. At this moment, Lin Ling's soft voice sounded out, causing Duanzun Wang's face to instantly turn pale. He had guessed this before, but he didn't really believe it. However, reality proved that if Lin Ling wanted to kill him, it didn't matter if he hid to the ends of the earth or how many experts he had by his side. It was all useless. Lin Ling, don't be too flamboyant. Duanzun Wang was instantly enraged. Lin Ling gave him the feeling that he was a king who controlled everything. He found him like a ghost and appeared in front of him like a divine king. All of this gave him a lot of pressure. White cloud smoke, rosy afterglow swing, Kunlun earth, jade snow ice, purple star river, black primal chaos. As long as you are not destroyed, die. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted as the middle stage Saint Spirit Realm strength smashed the restaurant into pieces. An ancient Qilin appeared, and rushed towards Lin Ling alongside the fist. Ultimate Profound. This was a power similar to Sword Profound. It had the power of heaven, earth, and man profound. It was said that when a person was in despair, they would release a mysterious power that could see through life and death, and they wouldn't fear anything in the world. Only a few people could control this power, but once they could control it, it would explode with shocking power. Duan Zun Wang was one of them, and his ultimate profound had reached the second level. Lin Ling gave Duan Zun Wang a mysterious feeling, but Lin Ling was still in the early stage Saint Spirit realm after all. You shouldn't have faced me alone. At this moment, Duan Zun Wang seemed to have found the confidence to turn the tables. So what? However, it was all just his wishful thinking. Boom! Duan Zun Wang also threw out a punch, burning the void and colliding with Duan Zun Wang's absolute power. The destructive flames broke through Duan Zun Wang's fist and forced him to retreat. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Middle stage, Saint Spirit realm. In an instant, Duan Zun Wang's shocked voice floated out from his mouth. All of this was like a dream. Not too long ago, he had slaughtered his way into the 7 profound martial house. At that time, Lin Ling had to draw support from the Great Qin Empire to force him to flee. Duan Zun Wang had always thought that as long as he could find an opportunity, killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, 3 months had passed, and Lin Ling had reached the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Moreover, in a single collision, Lin Ling had injured Duan Zun Wang. Not only are you at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm, but you also have 3 levels of ultimate profound. Lin Ling said, his words even more shocking to Duan Zun Wang. Facing Lin Ling, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. No wonder Lin Ling dared to attack 2 ancient countries. I admit that you are terrifying. As long as there is life, there is hope. See you next time. Duan Zun Wang's complexion constantly changed. He finally made a decision, and that was to run away again. He was sullen in his heart. Lin Ling had already forced him to run away like a stray dog twice. White cloud smoke, rosy afterglow swing. Duan Zun Wang slammed his palm on the ground, and a strange smoke spread out. Then, he used the smoke to rush out of the broken restaurant. In the small town, there was no one to be seen. After Duan Zun Wang rushed out, he felt a chill in his heart. Sure enough, all the experts on his side had been killed by Lin Ling. But fortunately, he had escaped this time. After returning to the Duan family, he would definitely ask His Majesty to kill Lin Ling. Right now, in the Duan family, there were only a few people who could shake Lin Ling apart from His Majesty. Xiao! Duan Zun Wang stomped on the ground and shot forward like a meteor. He only wanted to run away now. When he left the small town, he finally relaxed. However, he was still worried. He ran madly towards the rainforest sacred land because there were the most experts there, and it was the closest to him. However, just as he relaxed, a strange feeling rose in his heart. He sensed that someone was secretly following him. It's Lin Ling. Duan Zun Wang's face stiffened. Could it be that he still hadn't escaped from Lin Ling's encirclement? Run! Duan Zun Wang increased his speed and leaped across the sky like lightning. After a full 2 hours, he arrived at the edge of the Rain Sea. A huge dragon boat was parked on the sea. Right now, it was at the border area. It would take a long time to cross the mountains to reach the main city, so taking the dragon boat was the fastest way. As long as I reach the rainforest sacred land, there will be countless experts there. There will definitely be someone who can suppress Lin Ling. Duan Zun Wang kept comforting himself. He shot towards the dragon boat in midair, tried to use it to reach the rainforest sacred land. Who is this person? He's crazy. He didn't follow the rules and came straight to the dragon boat. On the dragon boat, a large number of warriors' eyes narrowed. But soon, someone said, "It seems to be Duan Zun Wang from the Duan family. This person is a top expert in the rainforest sacred land. No wonder he's so domineering and carefree." He came straight to the dragon boat. As soon as the words fell, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. There were many famous experts in the rainforest sacred land, and Duan Zun Wang was one of them. However, Many of them saw that Duan Zunwang didn't seem to be carefree. He seemed to be panicking. Panicking? Did they see wrongly? A great king would panic? Bang! In the end, Duan Zunwang landed on the dragon boat as he wished. His heart relaxed, but this relaxation didn't last long. The indifferent feeling of being watched appeared again. That's right, it was indifferent. It wasn't a focused surveillance at all. It was a casual surveillance. Come out. You've followed me for so long. Don't tell me you don't dare to show yourself. Chapter 1016. Chasing down. What is Duan Zunwang doing? Everyone on the dragon boat sucked in a cold breath. They were sure that Duan Zunwang was panicking. Just who was he afraid of? Whoosh! At this time, from the distant edge of the Sea of Rain, a beam of light shot over. A black cloak fluttered in the wind, as if a king had arrived. Everyone on the dragon boat sucked in a breath of cold air. It had to be known that the Sea of Rain was turbulent and turbulent. Besides the dragon boat that could ride the winds and break through the waves, ordinary martial artists simply didn't dare to cross the sea. Even a peak royal spirit realm powerhouse didn't dare, because that was tantamount to touching upon the might of the heavens and earth, unless it was a rumored saint spirit realm powerhouse. And before, Duan Zunwang had freely crossed the Sea of Rain. He had the qualifications to do so, but now there was another person. Just who was this person? As for Duan Zunwang, his pupils froze in the sky. Lin Ling had really caught up to him. Before, he hadn't been able to escape from Lin Ling's palm. Lin Ling had been playing with him. Pung! A moment later, Lin Ling stepped onto the dragon boat. His right hand was still holding a jug of wine, smiling as he drank. His calm demeanor caused the crowd to admire him even more. This person was even younger than they had imagined. Lin Ling, just what are you trying to do? Duan Zunwang's heart chilled. He was flustered and even afraid, but even more than that, he was angry. It had to be known that he was a grand and dignified king. He had always been the one to control the lives of others. He had never been controlled like this before. Lin Ling, everyone's hearts trembled. They finally knew who this person was. Moreover, Duan Zunwang's face was filled with panic. He was actually afraid of Lin Ling. This was simply ridiculous. Not too long ago, Duan Zunwang had brought powerhouses to the Seven Profound Martial House to kill Lin Ling. Although they had failed, the martial artists of the Rainforest Holy Land knew that Lin Ling had powerhouses helping him. But now, Lin Ling was playing with Duan Zunwang like a cat playing with a mouse. This 180-degree change in the situation made it impossible for anyone to react. All eyes were on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still calmly drinking his wine, not saying a single word. There was even a slight smile on his face, as if he was on a sightseeing tour, without the slightest bit of killing intent. If not for the fact that everyone knew of the grudge between Lin Ling and the Lin Ling Duan family, they would have thought that Lin Ling was here on a sightseeing tour. However, this silence felt like years to Duan Zunwang. He was flustered and angry. He wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he also knew that he wasn't Lin Ling's match. Moreover, Duan Zunwang could clearly sense that although Lin Ling was smiling, that smile was extremely cold, so cold that it pierced into his heart. He knew that Lin Ling was definitely going to kill him, but before he killed him, he felt incomparably depressed. Lin Ling, how can the grudge between you and me be resolved? The feeling of suppression was even more unbearable than killing Duan Zunwang. He couldn't help but roar. In the past, I had no enmity with you. You brought the experts of the Justice Duan family to kill me, causing Old Man Xiao to die. Tell me, can this grudge be resolved? Lin Ling smiled slightly, still as cordial as before. I am a member of the Justice Duan family. At that time, you were very weak, but you offended the dignity of the Justice Duan family, so the Justice Duan family sent me to kill you. This is not a grudge between you and me. It's just that our standpoints are different. Duan Zunwang's attitude softened, as if he was begging for mercy. When many people saw this scene, they felt that it was even more surreal. Duan Zunwang was begging for mercy? Lin Ling, so powerful. Yeah, at that time, I was still very weak, so if you wanted to kill me, you could kill me. If you could kill me, you would have contributed greatly to the Justice Duan family, but you couldn't kill me. This is just your standpoint, so I shouldn't kill you? Lin Ling asked indifferently, causing Duan Xuanwang to be speechless. When Lin Ling was weak, he could kill him if he wanted to, but when Lin Ling was strong, he could kill him if he wanted to. The logic was the same. I'm not a saint. I just do things with a clear conscience, a life for a life. Your life must be left behind. No matter who comes to stop me, of course. Others can also come and kill me. But if they can't, then wait for my revenge. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine, his voice cold, magnanimous, with a clear conscience. This was Lin Ling's principle of living. Duan Zunwang's face was pale. He knew that he could not compromise with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling still did not make a move and was still playing with him. Run. Without saying anything more, Duan Zunwang stepped on the dragon boat, turned into a rainbow light, and shot towards the rainforest sacred ground. He could not bear the oppressive feeling. Duan Zunwang crossed several magnificent mountains, and an ancient academy appeared in front of him. A large number of young people were studying there. It was one of the 7 great martial arts palaces, the Howling Sky Academy. I have a good relationship with the master of this academy. I have given him a lot of heavenly treasures in the past, asking him to help me. Duan Zunwang's eyes lit up. He rushed towards the Howling Sky Academy, and his arrival was immediately alerted. After all, it was very rude, but when the disciples saw that it was Duan Zunwang, they felt relieved. Duan Zunwang and Lin Xiaotian had a good relationship. It seemed that Duan Zunwang was here to see the master. However, Duan Zunwang's face was pale, as if he was running away from something. Duan Zunwang, what are you doing? After Duan Zunwang landed, a disciple said with a smile, when are you going to die? If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you chasing after me? However, Duan Zunwang did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at the sky and said, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Then, the clouds in the sky parted, and a handsome young man in black robe walked down from the sky. Lin Ling. Many people recognized Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was a heaven's pride like them in the past. Many people still remembered his proud figure in the semifinals. Lin Ling is here to kill Duan Zunwang. More people guessed Lin Ling's reason for coming here. Then they heard a clear voice from the sky. Duan Zunwang, are you so afraid of me? You've been running all the way from the border. You even escaped on a dragon boat. Now that you're here, you're still trying to escape. You're a great king. Where's your dignity? Lin Ling, Duan Zunwang said in a low voice. Lin Ling's words were too sharp, like a sword that stabbed into his heart. Indeed, he used to be a sacred place in the rainforest, and anyone who saw him had to bow respectfully. However, in front of strength, he was nothing. In front of Lin Ling, other than running away, he was afraid. Duan Zunwang's silence made the faces of the heavens' prides in the academy heavy. As expected, strength was everything. Lin Ling had grown up, and he had the strength to suppress the imperial power. Duan Zunwang could only panic and run in fear when facing him. However, Lin Ling did not seem to be in a hurry to kill him. He was slowly pressuring Duan Zunwang, making Duan Zunwang, a king, regret his actions in the past. The entire Xiaotian Academy was dead silent. Everyone stared at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a king. Lin Ling, it's your first time in my Xiaotian Academy. Chapter 10:17. If God blocks, kill God. If Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Palace Master, Brother Xiaotian, Duan Zunwang, and the people around him shouted, especially Duan Zunwang. It was as if he had found a life-saving straw. After all, the palace master of one of the 7 great martial arts palaces was comparable to the emperors of the 5 great ancient nations. The old man nodded solemnly, but he was still looking at Lin Ling. How about you give me some face and let Duan Zunwang go? Why should I give you face? Countless gazes were on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still drinking. He replied faintly, but his tone was somewhat cold. Lin Ling, how overbearing. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that Lin Ling would restrain himself since the palace master had appeared, but who knew that Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He even said indifferently, "Why should I give you face?" "Lin Ling, don't go too far." A middle-aged man walked out from behind the old man. He looked at Lin Ling and shouted coldly. He was a scholar and was at the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Going too far? Lin Ling chuckled and stared at the middle-aged man. "So what if I bully you?" Rumble. Formless soul power was released. Although the middle stage Holy Spirit realm expert was strong, Lin Ling was unparalleled in the mid-stage Holy Spirit realm. How could he be afraid of him? Dang! Dang! The middle stage Holy Spirit realm expert took 3 steps back with a pale face. Lin Ling's strength had become so powerful. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was a genius of the same age as them. But his strength, you only have one choice: hand over Duan Zun Wang, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Ling took a step forward and said coldly. Even the heavens and earth could not stop him from killing Duan Zun Wang. Moreover, he did not kill Duan Zun Wang and allowed him to escape. That was to let everyone know that Duan Zun Wang was doomed to die. It was useless even if he fled to the ends of the earth. As for going too far, if you have the strength, why don't you bully others? In the past, when Duan Zun Wang had besieged him on the prairie and tried to kill him in the 7 profound martial house, why hadn't anyone said that he had gone too far? To put it bluntly, strength determined everything. Lin Ling is killing Duan Zun Wang. At this moment, countless experts in the rainforest were paying attention. Lin Ling's actions shocked them because Lin Ling wasn't trying to assassinate Old Man Xiao. Instead, he was killing him openly. Perhaps to Lin Ling, how could he assassinate Old Man Xiao's murderer? If he was going to kill, he would do it in a grand manner to pay homage to Old Master Xiao's soul. This kid is crazy enough. Many experts who were secretly paying attention sucked in a breath of cold air, but they were curious. Could Lin Ling kill Duan Zun Wang in front of the Rainforest Sacred Land? A choice? What if I refuse? The chief of the Howling Academy looked terrible. Lin Ling was threatening him and did not give him any choice. If Lin Ling killed Duan Zun Wang in front of him, what face would he have left as the manor head? So what if he refused? Everyone was curious as well. What would Lin Ling do if the powerful chief had rejected him? If I refuse, the entire Howling Academy will be annihilated. Lin Ling glanced at everyone and said coldly, causing the entire place to become silent. If I refuse, I'll destroy everything. Do you have the strength to do so? The chief's face turned even uglier. Did Lin Ling think that he didn't exist? Lin Ling nodded and ignored the mansion master. Instead, he took out an exquisite jade token and transmitted his cold voice into the jade token. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, if the Howling Sky Academy says no or refuses, I'll slaughter everyone here. His voice drifted out like the wind. Many people's eyes widened. Lin Ling was even more arrogant than they had imagined. Did he think that he was an expert? Rumble. However, at this moment, wind and clouds surged in 3 directions as if the sky was divided into 3 parts. Countless voices stepped on the clouds and flew towards the Howling Academy. Moreover, 3 flags were flying in the sky. They were the Great Tang Empire, the Great Qin Empire, and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. The experts of the 3 great ancient kingdoms had arrived. In an instant, the sky was filled with people. The weakest of them was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were many Saint Spirit Realm experts. At this moment, they looked at Lin Ling and shouted in unison, "Commander Lin Ling!" Their voices shook the heavens and the earth, causing the earth to become deathly silent. The king had returned. Previously, everyone thought that Lin Ling was joking. However, they now realized that it wasn't a joke. Lin Ling's call was answered by hundreds of people. This was the true king's return. The experts of the 3 great ancient kingdoms have been summoned by Lin Ling. The experts who were secretly observing the situation from afar were shocked. Since when did Lin Ling have such terrifying charisma? As for the Howling Sky Academy, it was deathly silent at this moment. Everyone subconsciously covered their mouths, afraid that if they made a sound, it would lead to a massacre. Although there were many experts among them, they could not be compared to those ancient experts. One must know that those were the top experts of the 3 ancient countries. As for the Howling Academy's chief, his expression changed greatly. With his strength, he could kill Lin Ling, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of the Howling Academy. It seemed that Lin Ling was determined to kill Duan Xuanwang. If God tried to stop him, he would kill God. If Buddha tried to stop him, he would destroy Buddha. Say, do you refuse? Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the chief and shouted. The chief didn't dare to speak at this moment. He looked at Lin Ling and sighed, shaking his head. Do as you wish. In the end, he gave in and didn't dare to refuse. Instead, he slowly left with a few apprentices. However, he felt extremely sullen because today, Lin Ling killed Duan Xuanwang in Xiaotian Academy and killed his good friend in front of his eyes. Yet, he could only remain silent and even acquiesce. He had never imagined that a young man in his 20s would be able to make him, an ancient powerhouse, concede. Plop! Duan Xuanwang sat down powerlessly. His last straw of hope had left him. He was even afraid of Lin Ling. Even if he, Duan Xuanwang, fled to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. No wonder Lin Ling was not in a hurry to kill him. Because under Lin Ling's absolute strength and influence, he was like an ant. Today, Lin Ling dominated everything. Get lost. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the people of the Howling Academy and shouted coldly. Yes, none of them dared to refuse and left quickly. In this world, strength was everything. Although Lin Ling was the same age as them, he had the strength to easily crush them. Therefore, they had no choice but to leave. Moreover, there was no resentment in their hearts. Instead, there was a strong admiration in their hearts. This was the world of martial arts. If the difference in strength wasn't big, then both sides would be unconvinced. However, if the difference in strength was too big and there was no hope of surpassing the other side, then there would only be admiration left. Today, Lin Ling was all-powerful and they yearned for his courage to dominate everything. After all, this was the lifelong pursuit of martial artists. You guys leave too. Lin Ling looked at the sky and asked the people of the 3 ancient countries to leave. Only Lin Ling and Duan Xuanwang were left on the ground. Whoosh! The wind blew gently, bringing with it sorrow and natural selection. The fall of the old generation and the rise of the new generation. This was the law of heaven and earth since ancient times. Lin Ling stood quietly and looked into the distance. He allowed the wind to blow through his long hair, and his lips curved into a smile. In the sky, he vaguely saw a familiar figure. It was the old man who had supported him and spoiled him, Xianxia. Today, he was going to kill one of the 2 murderers in the prairie. Duan Xuanwang, you're very sad. You've been ruling the Duan family for your whole life. However, you become a scapegoat before your death. Lin Ling gently exhaled and slowly walked towards Duan Xuanwang. His words made Duan Xuanwang's expression change. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. Today, I've paid a visit to my relatives. I'm dizzy from being drunk by the elders. I've been dozing off while writing my story. That's why I'm late. I'm only at the 3rd update today. I can't take it anymore. I'll make up for the 2nd update tomorrow. Chapter 10:18. Undercurrent, surging Lin Ling wanted to kill him. No matter who tried to stop him. How could the Justice Duan family not know? However, after so long, the Justice Duan family didn't send any experts over. What did this mean? It meant that the Justice Duan family wanted to sacrifice him. The so-called prestige of an ancient country was actually a joke. That kind of prestige could only be used against the weak. Once it was used against the strong, it would disappear without a trace. A scapegoat. Duan Xuanwang's old face became even older. It was a kind of loss. Then he looked at Lin Ling with a firm gaze. I know I can't escape death, but I've lived an open and above-board life. I hope I can solve it myself. At this moment, he didn't have the domineering demeanor of a king. He was like an old man on the verge of death. Perhaps, when death approached, his former prestige would be blown away with the wind. No, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. Open and above board? Indeed, it was just that kind of open and above-board way of looking down on the weak. To put it bluntly, it was overbearingly crushing everything. Moreover, if it was someone else, Lin Ling could solve it himself. However, Duan Zunwang couldn't. Lin Ling wanted to kill his enemy with his own hands. Duan Zunwang's heart was in pain. He wanted to commit suicide, but Lin Ling wasn't willing. His family and friends didn't come to help him, not even to send him off. He had been proud his whole life, but in the end, he had no one to send him off. Perhaps in the past, he shouldn't have made a move against Lin Ling, because from that moment on, he had fallen into the depths of hell. One sword breaking 10,000 laws. The sword came from the horizon, overwhelming righteousness and magnanimity, causing a bloody scar to appear on Duan Zunwang's neck. He looked at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed. Perhaps dying in the hands of this rising king was also a kind of blessing. Lin Ling was expressionless. With a wave of his right hand, Duan Zunwang's head flew over. He wrapped it in spirit energy and then shot it into the distance. Duan Zunwang had dealt with his two enemies. At the same time, the entire rainforest sacred land was silent. Duan Zunwang's death had caused huge waves in the seemingly peaceful rainforest sacred land. Everyone knew that Lin Ling had vowed to kill Duan Zunwang. This was something that Lin Ling had said a long time ago, but at that time, everyone thought that it was just a joke. But today, Duan Zunwang had died at the hands of Lin Ling. He had truly died. Moreover, through Duan Zunwang's death, everyone knew that the former number one genius of the martial arts palace had risen. As for the next target, it was Lord Long. No one doubted Lin Ling's strength. If Lin Ling could kill Duan Zunwang, then he would definitely be able to kill Master Long. Now, it all depends on how Lin Ling kills Duan Zunwang. Let's see how the Heavenly Dragon Empire will deal with the frivolous Lin Ling. At this moment, in the Justice Duan family's territory, the entire vast country was silent. Countless people were grieving for Duan Zunwang's death, but there was nothing they could do. In the imperial palace, a middle-aged man wearing a nine-dragon robe looked at the sky. His dignified face was filled with killing intent. Lin Ling had made his move, and he had killed Duan Zunwang in front of everyone. This was a further provocation to the Justice Duan family. Right now, the entire ancient country was filled with resentment. After all, the Justice Duan family had a noble bloodline. How could they allow others to humiliate them? However, as the emperor, he remained silent. Duan Zunwang, I will always remember your contribution to the ancient country. However, in this time of crisis, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. The middle-aged man in the nine-dragon robe sighed softly, but soon his eyes were filled with killing intent. Only by sacrificing you can we kill Lin Ling. At the same time, in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Heavenly Dragon King was also looking at the sky. Behind him was Lord Long. All right, Duan Zunwang has been sacrificed. Long Fan, you don't have to die. Heavenly Dragon King's voice was incomparably deep. Now, he wanted to let Lin Ling be arrogant. But soon, Lin Ling couldn't laugh anymore. Behind him, Lord Long also smiled coldly. He didn't have to die. Although he gave others the impression that he was approachable, it was just an act. In fact, he was very afraid of death. But fortunately, he didn't have to die. Lin Ling couldn't kill him. This Lin Ling is really terrifying. But even so, Lord Long still had some lingering fear. He had never thought that the great massacre in the grassland would be exchanged for such a price. One must know that he had killed countless people in his life, but he had never been avenged like this. Now that Duan Zunwang has died, Lin Ling will believe in the Great Tang Empire. Then, it's time for us to take action. Heavenly Dragon King suddenly laughed. Now, the entire rainforest Holy Land knows that Lin Ling has risen. But if we bring him a fatal injury, then I don't know what changes will occur in the rainforest Holy Land. This can be considered as pouring a bucket of cold water on the fire when it is at its most exuberant. Your Majesty is wise. Lord Long's smile was incomparably cold. At the same time, in the Justice Duan family's area, the Duan family's emperor seemed to have a tacit understanding. He finally waved his hand. The trap has been laid. Lin Ling has already believed in the great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. We can counterattack now. The first step is to make Lin Ling angry. The powerhouses of the two ancient countries majestically moved out. They did not move towards Lin Ling, but instead moved toward another person. That person was Inyuer, who was rushing back to the seven profound martial house. Before, the two ancient countries had been patiently enduring. They had even not hesitated to sacrifice Duanzun Wang, and their goal was to make Lin Ling believe in the great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. After all, Lin Ling's temperament was cautious. On the surface, he had allied with the great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. Therefore, they had sacrificed Duanzun Wang in order to make Lin Ling believe in the great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. As for their goal, it was very simple. They wanted to make Lin Ling reveal all of his cards and finally catch him in one fell swoop. After all, a resurgent Lin Ling was too terrifying. As long as he was not completely erased, then Lin Ling would never be able to be controlled. Of course, to be able to summon the four ancient countries and secretly form an alliance, the person behind all of this was incomparably terrifying. And this person was one of the four desolate races, Mo Zihu. Mo Zihu was one of the twin prides of the Rain Clan. Although his strength was inferior to Lin Ling's, he was backed by the Rain Clan. Just this point alone was enough to summon the four ancient countries. Not just that, but this matter was beneficial to the four ancient countries. Besides him, there was also another hidden person behind the scenes that was adding fuel to the fire. This person was one of the four desolate races, Tang Yicheng. At this moment, in a secluded mountain valley in the rainforest Holy Land, the sound of a zither drifted through the air. It was like the wind and the rain, and the hazy sounds added a sense of beauty to the atmosphere. And in this mountain valley, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, a youth sat playing a zither. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He was intoxicated with himself, as if nothing in the world could escape from the palm of his hand. This person was Tang Yicheng, a supernova of the Sparrow clan. What was most terrifying was that not only was Tang Yicheng strong, but his shrewdness was also incomparably deep. In the past, when Lin Ling had met Lin Ling, he had given off an amiable and approachable feeling. But the real him was like an undercurrent in the depths of the sea. It was unknown when it would erupt. Lin Ling, you shouldn't have offended me. Chapter 1019. Gu Country takes action. Moreover, Lin Ling stole the person he loved and even announced it to the world. That person was none other than Tang Yuyu. Although he and Tang Yuyu were related by blood, it didn't stop him from liking her. When he first saw Yuyu, he was shocked like a celestial being. He believed that he was the only one in the world who was worthy of Tang Yuyu. Everyone else was just an ant. However, the marriage alliance between the Rain Clan and the Sparrow Clan, and Mo Zilong snatching away his beloved, made him furious. Originally, he wanted to make a move against Mo Zilong, but who would have thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? Lin Ling rose up and even announced everything domineeringly. Therefore, he wanted to make a move against Lin Ling. Lin Ling, when you die, you will know that I am the one who caused your death. I am like an enemy you can never see through. Tang Yicheng was still smiling, but his smile was very cold, even very sinister. It made the valley indescribably cold. He was like the coldest viper in the world, the king of all vipers. In the rainforest sacred land, everyone thought that Lin Ling had risen up, but they didn't know that the next heaven and earth would be turned upside down. Perhaps the rainforest sacred land's change was also to welcome the arrival of the heavenly meteor era. In the long river of history, every time the world changed, countless people would die and become cannon fodder for the merciless wheel of heaven and earth. No matter how powerful a king was, no matter how powerful they were in the past, they would all fall in the end. However, among the kings, there would always be a new king rising up. This was the will of heaven. The sky was indescribably oppressive. Lin Ling's speed was very fast. In a flash, he passed through a large number of green mountains and went straight for the Qin Manor. However, his eyes flickered. The sky seemed calm, but it always gave him a feeling that a storm was coming. Lin Ling, you're even more powerful than I imagined. Boom! At this time, a clear and melodious voice came from a mountain peak. A woman wearing a long black dress quietly stood there like a fairy under the night sky. The umbrella in her hand gave off a mysterious and dreamy feeling. The second dream. Boom! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He was extremely surprised. Back then, after you defeated me, there was a long period of time where I was unwilling to accept it. But now I am completely convinced. Losing to you is not an injustice. The second dream's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling in the sky, and Hong Yin's small mouth moved slightly. That's why you're here now. You want to kill me, steal my glory, and shake the rainforest's holy land. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the second dream with an indifferent expression. The second dream shook his head. I really want to kill you, but I know that I can't. In fact, the moment I attack will be the moment I die. Then you're not afraid I'll kill you? Lin Ling asked again. He was curious. What was the second dream? His biggest impression of this woman was that she was very mysterious and shrewd. You won't kill me. The enmity between us ended when you defeated me. The second dream smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. However, she was indeed intelligent. Her guess was correct. Lin Ling would not kill her because Lin Ling had left her life to Sakura. I'm here to say that a storm is brewing in the rainforest's holy land. The assassination plot against you has already begun. Furthermore, it has shocked everyone. There are many experts and factions that have been mobilized. The second dream's beautiful face suddenly turned serious. Lin Ling's heart trembled. No wonder he felt that everything was going too smoothly. It seemed like someone was really going to make a move on him. Be careful of the people behind the scenes. Those who can summon the 5 great ancient countries. Think about it. Who have you offended in the 4 great desolate races? The second dream took a step forward and flew into the distance, as if she was stepping on a lotus. The umbrella in her hand made her look even more mysterious. Also, your friend is in danger. I can see that you like her a lot, so I don't want you to lose anything. Finally, I hope that you won't treat me as an enemy. Her. Lin Ling frowned. He wanted to ask something, but the second dream had already disappeared into the distance. This caused Lin Ling to ponder. To be honest, he didn't really believe in the second dream. This was because this woman was too shrewd. In the past, she had deceived his big brother, and now she might deceive him. Perhaps all of this was just a trap. But her? At present, everyone in the 7 profound martial house was safe. Then this her, besides Yu, was in Yuer. Not good. Lin Ling's complexion changed, and his pupils became cold and gloomy. Before, he had destroyed Thunder City's brilliance mine, killed Long Changsheng, and then killed Duan Xuanhua. Each of his actions had been vast and mighty, shocking the world. The reason he had done this was to make his enemies fear him and not dare to move against him. However, no one knew that even though Lin Ling had shocked the world, there were still people who dared to touch his reverse scale. At this juncture, to touch Lin Ling's people, that was simply courting death. At this moment, in the direction of the main city, a massive number of powerhouses were flying toward a street like locusts. There, a white-clothed woman was like a fairy that had come from the horizon, but she was surrounded by a massive number of powerhouses. These powerhouses were all at the Saint Spirit realm, and from their clothes, one could see that they were from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family. How terrifying! They are all at the Saint Spirit realm. In the distance, many people were shocked. Saint Spirit realm powerhouses were not rare in the rainforest holy land, but for so many of them to appear at the same time was very rare. Besides a limited number of large influences, who else could summon such a large force? The person they're surrounding, is she Lin Ling's woman? Many people began to speculate. This wasn't difficult to guess. After all, if 2 powerhouses from 2 ancient countries joined forces, then they must be the one who killed Lin Ling. And Yuer's origin is a mystery, but her hometown is from the Cloud Domain, and she is Lin Ling's childhood friend. Am I right? In the silence, an old man in armor looked at Inyuer indifferently and said, his voice was full of majesty, as if he was the judge of death. You're all not afraid of death. Inyuer's beautiful face became even colder after being surrounded by so many powerhouses. In fact, she was also very surprised. After all, Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire rainforest Holy Land. And at this time, no one would dare to provoke Lin Ling, but she didn't expect that the Heavenly Dragon Empire would be so shameless as to use her, to kill her. Die. It's not up to you to say that. The old man shouted coldly, and the other powerhouses also looked indifferent, but their eyes were filled with deep hatred. Lin Ling had humiliated the people of two ancient countries, but the imperial family had asked them to endure. They didn't know why they had to endure, but this time they could finally take action and sweep away the grievances in their hearts. If Lin Ling knew that when he went to kill Duan Xuanwang, his woman was also killed, then who knew what kind of mood Lin Ling would have? Maybe he would vomit blood in anger. Moreover, no one knew what kind of huge waves would be set off in the rainforest Holy Land. After all, Lin Ling was in the limelight, but they dared to touch Lin Ling's reverse scale. This huge contrast was enough to shock the world. If Lin Ling knows that you came to kill me, you will all die. Chapter 10:20. Fury of the Infernal Gods. He won't know, because we already have a plan. Moreover, we were just enduring before, but now the counterattack has truly begun. You will be the first sacrifice. The armored old man's eyes were still cold. Fighting for the Empire was his honor. My lord, I'll kill her. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man took a large step forward. Surging spiritual energy burst out and transformed into a long spear, directly attacking Inyuer. Rumble. The void exploded as the long spear came through the void, carrying with it an ancient aura. It was a profound martial skill. Extreme Realm. Inyuer's eyes flashed with red lightning. It was similar to the sword in Lin Ling's hand. Perhaps her mutated soul force was also caused by Lin Ling. Crack! The sound of thunder rang out, and the void spear shattered like glass, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to widen. Previously, he had not placed Inyuer's eyes, but who would have thought that this young girl would be so powerful? In the next moment, the red lightning struck him, causing his body to tremble and fall from the sky. An instant kill. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was very strong. This was a well-known fact, but no one would have thought that Lin Ling's woman was also so powerful. That white-clothed girl was indeed a fairy-like existence. This woman is a genius. I'm afraid that even an early-stage Holy Spirit Realm expert won't be able to kill her. Let's attack her together. The armored old man's expression was still cold as he waved his hand. Kill. The sky became vast and mighty as killing intent surged, shocking the direction of the main city. It even attracted the attention of many powers. Many people rejoiced in Lin Ling's misfortune, especially the Great Serpent Mansion. They had a grudge with Lin Ling in the past. Now, they couldn't wait to see ancient country obliterate Lin Ling. Extreme Realm. Inyuer Hongyin's lips moved slightly as she stared at the sky with her beautiful eyes. Plop! As soon as the Extreme Realm appeared, a large number of figures descended from the sky. It was extremely easy for him to instantly annihilate an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. However, the experts here weren't just at the early stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. Moreover, there were too many of them, and Inyuer wasn't able to resist all of them. Extreme Shield. Inyuer was enveloped in a ball of lightning. Moreover, this ball of soul power was very powerful. As long as one attacked the ball, a bolt of lightning would be sent back. If the opponent was only at the early stage of the Saint Spirit Realm, it would be a one-hit kill. Inyuer was the holy son of the Water Moon Holy Land. Her strength was naturally incomparably powerful. Kill. However, the powerhouses that rushed over were not afraid of death. Clearly, they were all death warriors. As long as it was for the glory of the Empire, They would not be afraid, even if they were sent to hell. And Yuer's attack methods were very mysterious, making it impossible for them to guard against it. However, they still wanted to use numbers to kill Yuer. Bastard! And Yuer's countenance paled when she saw the endless stream of experts attacking, causing the hearts of the spectators to tremble. They didn't know why, but a feeling of wanting to help this young girl rose up in their hearts. After all, the people from the two ancient countries were too despicable. They actually joined forces to kill Yuer. As for Lin Ling, most of the time, he would decide everything by himself. He was straightforward and upright. It was much better than the ancient countries. That young girl is so determined. For Lin Ling, she would rather die than live in dishonor. If she could have such a confidant by her side, her life would not have been in vain. Someone enviously said in the crowd. They all knew that the fairy-like girl was implicated by Lin Ling, otherwise she would not have died. However, that young girl did not have any complaints. She was willing to do everything for Lin Ling. Such a beautiful and powerful girl. Who wouldn't be jealous of her? What a powerful soul power. She can even block the attack of an intermediate stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. However, I see that her face is getting paler and paler. I'm afraid she won't be able to block them for much longer. In the middle of the street, a man stared at Yuer, who was fighting a group of powerhouses, and sneered. Lin Ling was very tyrannical in the past. He came to my great serpent mansion and killed the third young master. Today, I can avenge him. Solitary serpent wandering. The man clapped his right hand, and a gray snake shot out. It instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. In the next moment, a small gray snake appeared at Yuer's waist. Then its cold teeth flashed, and it suddenly bit her. This snake was obviously poisonous. Normally, this kind of attack would be ineffective against Yuer. However, Yuer's mind was focused on the powerhouses of the ancient country. She did not have time to pay attention to what was happening behind her. Therefore, she was bitten by the snake. As a result, Yuer's breath became weak. She firmly bit her red lips. Many people in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that the red lightning balls around Yuer had disappeared. Many people subconsciously looked at the person who had launched the sneak attack. Their eyes were filled with anger. Yuer fought a group of heroes alone. This was enough to make people sympathize with her. However, someone had launched a sneak attack on her. That person was too despicable and sinister. It's the people of the Great Serpent Mansion. They launched a sneak attack on others. Sinister. How sinister? The crowd saw the man hiding in the street. That man's expression changed. He laughed and arrogantly said, "My skill was inferior. Who can I blame? Moreover, even if I did not launch a sneak attack, she would still die in the end." Finished speaking, he left with large strides. Previously, he only wanted to take revenge. He did not expect others to see him. Yuer, you still have one chance to live. Give up on Lin Ling and follow our two great ancient countries. Sigh. That armored old man looked down at Yuer indifferently. They did not immediately kill Yuer. Instead, they thought that if Yuer betrayed Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would suffer even more. Repent and be saved. This is your only chance to atone for your sins. Why go to hell with the wicked? Sigh. Others also coldly said, as if they represented the righteous side. No need to say more. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Under thousands of gazes, Yuer's white clothes were whiter than snow. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Her white clothes were stained with her blood. She looked like a withered flower. It was a ghastly sight. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. The distant crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. Yuer was as proud as Lin Ling. We have advised you. You are stubborn. You want to follow Lin Ling and disturb the balance of the rainforest's sacred land. We can only let you die. The armored old man's face was filled with holiness. It was as if he represented heaven and earth. He was the judge. Kill. His hand finally heavily swung down. Die. Many people could not bear to watch and muttered with a sigh. Yindi's fist. However, at this time, flames surged in the sky. Clouds of fire appeared. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire. It was shocking. Moreover, those flames seemed to be ancient flames. They carried a destructive aura and even more so anger. Flames of anger. The flaming fist smashed down like a meteor. The illusion of a flame god appeared and occupied one side of the world. Boom! Wherever the fist passed, everything was burned. Even a middle-stage Saint Spirit expert would be filled with hatred in the underworld. This sudden change caused the eyes of the two great ancient countries' death warriors to widen. What a terrifying flaming fist! They all scattered, but a large number of people still died. Finally, the fist smashed into the ground, causing the entire main city to violently shake. The distant buildings also turned into a sea of fire. Chapter 1021. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, I can't bear to part with you. Everything happened so quickly that no one knew what happened. They could only watch as heaven and earth turned into a flaming purgatory. Swish! At this moment, a meteor jumped down from the sea of fire in the sky and heavily smashed into the ground. Boom! Layers of cracks appeared on the ground, and then it exploded. Under countless shocked gazes, the figure that fell like a giant appeared in front of them. It was a young man wearing a black cloak. His long hair danced crazily like fire, and in his indifferent eyes there was actually a kind of fire burning. Lin Ling is here. In the next moment, countless people's hearts trembled violently. The two ancient kingdoms' death warriors' eyes widened. They dared to kill Inyuer, so they naturally knew that Lin Ling would not appear. Who knew that Lin Ling would still rush over? Who exactly informed Lin Ling? Lin Ling. Inyuer was still standing on the ground at this moment, like a stubborn flower in the wind and frost. However, after seeing the arrival of the young man, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she powerlessly sat down on the ground. Her man was here. Previously, she was already thinking about death because she knew that Lin Ling had gone to kill Duan Zunwang and should not be able to rush over. However, when death approached, she did not have much fear. Her only regret was that she had to leave him, and she was somewhat reluctant to part with him. At that moment, the bits and pieces of the Gu Yin sect flowed through her heart. The first time she met Lin Ling was in the alchemy hall. At that time, Lin Ling was insignificant and nameless, but with his elixir skills, he left a heavy shadow in her heart. Then, during the Gu Yin sect's intersect disciple assessment, Lin Ling would rather die than live in dishonor. He stubbornly refused to admit his mistakes to the sect, and that young man walked into her heart. When the Heaven Mystics Kingdom suffered a calamity, their clan declined, and she, Inyuer, almost became a prostitute. However, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. The young man came and helped her, and even saved her from a 9 nether hell. All of this seemed to have happened yesterday, and only the moment of death was so clear. Lin Ling, I can't bear to part with you. Inyuer, who had always been cold, had tears in her eyes at this moment, and she finally said what was in her heart. Pa! The ground shook heavily, and Lin Ling took a step on the ground. When the beauty was about to hit the ground, he helped Inyuer, Shiwerer. His Aiza's Huoyu, the anger disappeared, and in its place, it was replaced by fear and regret. He had almost lost his love. Sorry, I'm thousands of words. Lin Ling finally, Lin Ling's eyes, Jiang Chun, Yang's love. And you rested her head on Lin Ling's chest, and the tears in her eyes finally flowed out. At this moment, she no longer looked like an aloof fairy. Instead, she looked like a girl who had been hiding her thoughts for a long time and was finally able to speak them out. So, you'll never die. Lin Ling gently patted Inyuer's back. His eyes looked into the distance, and the flames of anger burned again. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice Duan family, you're courting death. At this moment, he was furious. No matter who it was, he had to kill anyone who touched the reverse scale. He killed Duan Zunwang, and those who stopped him died, but those who didn't stop him, even if they were from the Justice Duan family, he wouldn't care. But the Justice Duan family didn't do that. They didn't send people to kill him, but to kill Inyuer. This move was too shameless. No matter what secrets they were hiding, Lin Ling didn't care about anything today. He only wanted to erase everything. Boom! As he held Yu in his arms, terrifying flames swept out wildly from the two of them, causing countless buildings on the ground to collapse and turn into a sea of fire. Kill! In the sky, the experts of the two ancient countries were all death warriors. They didn't fear anything, they only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Death's sword. Still hugging Yu, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and the Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, the Tyrant Song sword wasn't filled with righteous energy, it was filled with sharp, killing intent. In the past, the killing intent that Gu Yan Mo left in Lin Ling's body was suppressed by Lin Ling, but now, Lin Ling didn't suppress it, he only wanted to kill. He did things with a clear conscience, but he wasn't pedantic, he killed those who deserved it. Xiao! The sword fiercely slashed out, and a decisive sword chi gushed out. It actually turned the sword into a world of killing intent. Bang! 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 With a single slash, more than 10 Saint Spirit Realm experts were split into two. The sword of death wasn't dazzling, it only had one purpose, and that was to kill the enemy. Kill! However, in the sky, the experts of the two ancient countries were still flying over like locusts. Death warriors didn't fear death. Kill! Lin Ling coldly shouted. He tightened his grip on the sword, and once again he decisively slashed out. Instantly, blood rained down from the sky, and a large number of experts died. So powerful. Is Lin Ling invincible in the middle stage of the Saint Spirit Realm? The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing Lin Ling kill so many experts by himself, they were shocked. Yu, wait for a moment. Lin Ling whispered in Yu's ear, and Yu nodded. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward. Flame Emperor's fury. Staring at the death warriors, Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. Not afraid of death? Then, all you can die. The flame of anger in his heart burst out crazily with his fire power, Upanishad. Rumble. Rings of flame rippled out from his body and exploded in the void. A giant image of a flame god appeared. Lin Ling had already cultivated the profound meaning of fire to the 4th level, but he had always been using the 3rd level of the profound meaning of fire. But now, the 4th level of the world had exploded. With him as the center, it was like an erupting volcano. Countless extreme flames bloomed. No! In the distance, the Saint Spirit Realm experts sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, their fearlessness for death was shaken. The flames burned over, shaking the heavens and earth. As soon as they touched their bodies, countless death warriors were burned to ashes, destroying everything. Run! The death warriors wanted to run away at this moment. Lin Ling was too crazy. They simply couldn't defeat him. However, they only wanted to run because they were afraid of death. So, how could they escape? The death warriors should have been prepared to die a long time ago. They wanted to kill Yu and shock the entire rainforest Holy Land. But in the end, they were all annihilated. Countless meteor-like flames shot out in all directions as if they had a spirit. They wrapped around the death warriors and burned them alive. Among them, there were even late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts. When the crowd saw this scene, they forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling had finally displayed his terrifying strength in the rainforest Holy Land. And this display undoubtedly shocked the world once again. The main city turned into a sea of fire, as if the name Flame had descended. All the martial arts palaces in the rainforest Holy Land sucked in a breath of cold air. Obviously, they were shocked by Lin Ling's strength. One had to know that Lin Ling's name had shaken the rainforest Holy Land before, but that was because of his arrogant actions. This time, it was because of his strength. This kid is really a genius. Chapter 1022. The final battle Chi. The flames were burning crazily, and there were no longer any figures in the sky. The death warriors of the two ancient countries came to kill Lin Ling. They originally thought that Yu's death would cause Lin Ling to be heartbroken, and this could be considered as the most painful blow they could give Lin Ling. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling would receive the news and rush over at the crucial moment, causing all of their death warriors to die in battle? This group of death warriors was cultivated by the two ancient countries using countless resources. Today, they died in battle, so the ancient countries would definitely be heartbroken. Lin Ling, we didn't do anything before. You shouldn't have burned the main city. Silence. In the silence, an old man braced himself and said, this was because more than half of the main city was burning. It was Lin Ling's flame. Silence. Lin Ling's eyes indifferently looked over, causing the old man's body to tremble. What a terrifying gaze, but the old man still braced himself and said, this is between you and the ancient countries. It has nothing to do with us. Silence. This time, he didn't dare to speak loudly, and there was even a hint of begging for mercy. Lin Ling slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the anger in his eyes was somewhat restrained, and his eyes became clear and clean. Then he waved his right hand, and all of the flames on the ground flew back, causing the land to gradually recover its tranquility. Only the smoke continued to float out from the ground. Amazing. Silence. The crowd looked at Lin Ling's methods, then looked at the main city that was destroyed, and their hearts were filled with admiration. When the Flame Emperor was angry, it was terrifying. Lin Ling, thank you. Silence. Many people respectfully bowed towards Lin Ling. They also knew Lin Ling's character. This person clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred and was magnanimous. As long as you didn't provoke him, Lin Ling was very easy to talk to. Previously, it was because the Great Serpent Mansion's people sneakily attacked your friend, causing her to be injured. The old man who spoke first said gratefully. Because Lin Ling gave him face, he was somewhat moved. Great Serpent Mansion, Lin Ling said in a low voice, and a jade medallion appeared in his hand. Everyone, gather together and destroy the house of great serpents. In 2 hours, I will disappear from the rainforest. Exterminate the Great Serpent Mansion. The crowd gasped. Although the Great Serpent Prefecture couldn't be compared to the 5 ancient nations, it was still a sacred land of the rainforest. Moreover, the Great Serpent Mother was in the Great Serpent Prefecture. She was an extremely ancient figure. However, Lin Ling had said that he would destroy the Great Serpent Prefecture. Would a natural disaster befall the Great Serpent Prefecture? Commander Lin Ling, the Great Serpent Mansion is not one of the 2 ancient nations. This is beyond our agreement. A man's dignified voice came from the Jade Token. Then are you going to die or not? Lin Ling's voice became even more gloomy. Right now, he wanted the 3 great ancient nations to exterminate the Great Serpent Mansion. Move out. The other party was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. At the same time, the Great Serpent Manor was on high alert. Lin Ling had arrived at Blazing Main City in Frivolous Rainforest. It was impossible for them not to know about this. Bastard, who told you to provoke Lin Ling? The Great Serpent Manor's patriarch angrily glared at the man who attacked. Provoking Lin Ling was the same as provoking an evil star. In order to vent their anger, the Great Serpent Manor had consigned themselves to eternal damnation. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous roar resounded, shaking the entire Great Serpent Manor. Everyone rushed out of the manor and saw that the sky was filled with martial artists. Lin Ling's attack had arrived. Kill! Kill! Without saying anything, the experts of the 3 great ancient nations attacked one after another, destroying the earth. No! The Great Serpent Manor's patriarch shouted in fear. Although their Great Serpent Manor had a reputation, it couldn't compare to the 5 great ancient nations, let alone the alliance of the 3 great ancient nations. Where is Lin Ling? I want to talk to him. Kill. The Great Serpent Mother also came out of seclusion. She could not come out, otherwise, her bloodline would be exterminated. However, the experts in the sky didn't seem to care at all, only continuing to attack. This caused the Great Serpent Mother's expression to become extremely ugly. Her strength was terrifying, and she could kill many experts of the three great ancient nations, but she couldn't guarantee that none of her bloodline would die. After all, the three great ancient nations had joined hands, and there were too many of them. She could choose to kill Lin Ling and stop this disaster. Unfortunately, in the entire rainforest sacred land, only she knew that Lin Ling was from that place. She couldn't afford to provoke that place. Everyone, leave this place and go to the 100 territories. The great serpent mother coldly shouted. She could only do her best to save people. Grandmother, where are we going? Grandmother, the great serpent manor's patriarch anxiously asked. He thought that since his grandmother had appeared, she would definitely lead them in an all-out attack. However, his grandmother had chosen to escape. The 100 territories, this place is no longer suitable for us. The great serpent mother sighed softly. Their great serpent bloodline was about to leave the rainforest sacred land forever. She then shook her head and said, "You shouldn't have provoked him." Sigh. If it was anyone else, she wouldn't be afraid. However, Lin Ling made her feel apprehensive. That was because Lin Ling had that enemy protecting him. If she dared to make a move, the price she would have to pay would be even more terrifying. Let's go. Sigh. Seeing the great serpent mother's serious expression, the patriarch felt a chill in his heart. In his heart, Lin Ling had become an existence akin to the Grim Reaper. The remaining people of the great serpent manor all left. As for the three ancient countries in the sky, they didn't continue to pursue. They only returned to report after destroying the 1,000-year-old Great Serpent Manor. As for the others in the rainforest sacred land, they thought that since Lin Ling dared to destroy the Great Serpent Manor, he would definitely suffer a desperate counterattack. However, who would have thought that the Great Serpent Mother would remain silent? She was afraid of Lin Ling. For Lin Ling, she gave up her ancestral land and left the rainforest sacred land. This also meant that the Great Serpent Manor had been destroyed. The rainforest sacred land was a place they would never dare to step into again. And the reason was because of one person, Lin Ling. And the source of the fuse was because Immortal was ambushed. Lin Ling, no one can stop you when you're angry for a woman. The crowd felt like they were in a dream. Lin Ling's rise was getting more and more frightening. It was as if he was going to dominate the entire rainforest sacred land. But what was he going to do next? After all, the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the other two ancient countries had made a move on him. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. At this moment, on the main street of the main city, Lin Ling waited quietly for 2 hours. Finally, in the sky, a large number of powerful figures appeared. Other than the patriarch of the Great Qin Empire, the other two ancient countries, people looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. They seemed to be angry because Lin Ling casually ordered them to do things. This made them very unwilling. But since it was an order, they had to do it even if they didn't want to. Lin Ling looked at these people indifferently and said nothing. In his mind, countless thoughts flashed. From the Great Tang Empire telling him about Duan Zunwang's appearance, to Immortal being ambushed, all kinds of things made him feel that this was a conspiracy. The Great Tang Empire told him about Duan Zunwang's whereabouts. Lin Ling didn't know what was hidden in this, but in Immortal being ambushed, the intention was very obvious. It was to provoke him. After all, Lin Ling's footsteps of revenge had shocked the entire rainforest sacred land. Unless the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family were idiots, they should be focusing on defense instead of provoking him. So what was their purpose? Let's have a final battle. Go. Chapter 1023. The 5 great ancient countries gather. The final battle. The powerhouses in the sky narrowed their eyes. Was it finally here? Was Lin Ling finally going to reveal his true strength? As for the distant crowd, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The final battle seemed to mean that Lin Ling was about to make his move. Not only was he going to attack Lord Long, but he was also going to fight the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the other 2 ancient countries. At this moment, everyone's hearts were shaken. The era of the Holy Land of the Rainforest had quietly begun. But no one knew whether Lin Ling, the new king, would become king or fall. All of them. A prince from the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid lightly said. Of course, all of them. All the powerhouses of your 3 ancient countries have gathered. Lin Ling calmly replied. The great Qin Empire's side let out excited cries. They had also been waiting for this moment, but their wait was different from the Great Tang's. All right, Lin Ling, release your full strength. The Great Qin Empire, Great Tang, and ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid will also erupt with their full strength. An expert from the Great Tang Empire also spoke up. Good, the first battle is to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yes, Lin Ling didn't seem to know what they were thinking. He lightly nodded and waved his flag. All the powerhouses of the 3 ancient countries moved out. They finally made their move? It seems that Lin Ling trusts us, and the Great Qin Emperor trusts Lin Ling. Since Lin Ling has spoken, then the Great Qin Empire's powerhouses will all move out. Yes, most importantly, Lin Ling can release his trump card. That is the most precious thing. Yes, maybe he doesn't have a trump card, and is only relying on the Great Qin Empire. But no matter what, Lin Ling has become a sinner of the Great Qin Empire. Let them all die. Yes, although there are people in the 7 profound martial house who support Lin Ling, they are only protecting him. They don't follow Lin Ling's orders. So, let's catch them all in one fell swoop. The Great Qin Emperor and Lin Ling must die. Yes, a low voice sounded from the Great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. All of this was indeed a scheme. The Great Tang Empire had revealed Duan Zunwang's whereabouts and sent experts to help Lin Ling in order to gain Great Lin Ling's trust. If Lin Ling trusted them, then Great Qin's king would also trust them. As for the sneak attack on Inyuer, it was because they knew that Inyuer was Lin Ling's reverse scale. For a beauty, Lin Ling would not be afraid to fight with the heavens and earth. If Lin Ling was furious, he would naturally take revenge, resulting in a decisive battle. At that time, all the trump cards of the Grand Qin dynasty and Lin Ling would be revealed, and at that time, it would be the time to wipe them all out. The skies of the rainforest Holy Land finally began to stir. Countless people were paying attention to everything that was happening. On the ground, Lin Ling looked at the gradually departing powerhouses. His pupils flashed, but he didn't say anything. He returned to the 7 profound martial house with Inyuer. He had reached an agreement with the 3 ancient countries. One day later, he would go to the Heavenly Dragon Domain and destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Thus, he guessed that at this time tomorrow, powerhouses would descend from the Heavenly Dragon Domain. The war of the ancient countries would begin. Whoever controlled the winds and clouds. Everything would be decided tomorrow. You want to see my trump card? Good, I'll let you see. But the moment you see, it is also the moment of your death. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. He had already sensed that something was wrong, but with the reminder of the second dream, the doubts in his heart were easily resolved. Everyone wanted to see Lin Ling's final trump card, so he would show them. With the ancient tombs, endless resources piled up, it was time to show them. 100 territories, Heavenly Dragon Domain. This was the homeland of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Every bloodline had the pride of the dragon. Everyone here was surnamed Long, and they even believed that they were the descendants of the dragon. Of course, this was only what they believed. After all, the 9 sons of the dragon were all different. They only had impure bloodlines. So how could they have the qualifications to call themselves the descendants of the dragon? At this moment, a massive number of the common people of the Heavenly Dragon Domain had left. The vast Heavenly Dragon Empire was incomparably peaceful. The only ones that remained were the Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouses. This was because the final battle had begun. Without the strength of an Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse, they were no different from ants. No matter how many people there were, it was useless. But an Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse was the cornerstone of the ancient countries. Your Majesty, the Justice Duan family has arrived. All of the Emperor Spirit Realm and above powerhouses have arrived. At this moment, on top of the walls of the massive dragon city, a middle-aged man wearing a robe with 9 dragons on it looked into the distance. Behind him, a guard respectfully reported, "They've all arrived?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly, as if he was in control of the world. The three ancient countries had joined forces to kill. The Justice Duan family would definitely come to help the Heavenly Dragon Empire. After all, once the Heavenly Dragon Empire was destroyed, the Justice Duan family would be next. Xiao. On the other side, densely packed martial artists appeared. Qilin Aura was released. There were a total of 100,000 experts from the Justice Duan clan. Among them, an emperor wearing a Qilin robe looked at Dragon King Tian and nodded faintly. Qilin Immortal King, the current emperor of the Justice Duan family. His strength had reached the level of omnipotence. The two emperors of the ancient countries had appeared. Clearly, they placed great importance on today's final battle. How confident are you in destroying them? The Qilin Immortal King said faintly. 80%. Dragon King Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. Because he was so happy, 9 dragons appeared on the surface of his body. 90%. On the other side, the Qilin Immortal King shook his head and smiled. The two emperors looked at each other and laughed. Lin Ling was very arrogant. They had no choice but to fear him. However, today, Lin Ling would die here. Being able to kill such a rising king would undoubtedly give them a sense of accomplishment. The net has been cast. It's time to collect the prey. Finally, the two emperors sat down and quietly waited for Lin Ling's arrival. Other than them, many warriors of the Rainforest Sacred Land had come to watch the battle. One had to know that the 5 ancient countries were established under the heavens. Other than the martial arts hall and the 4 desolate races, no one could shake their prestige. Today, the final battle had begun. Hence, they wanted to see who would be the final king in the rolling wheel of history. What a huge faction! Many experts looked at the 2 ancient countries' people and were secretly shocked. There were countless Emperor Spirit Realm experts and a large number of Saint Spirit Realm experts. Among them, there were even peak Saint Spirit Realm experts. One had to know that Emperor Spirit Realm experts were existences that could summon wind and rain in the 100 domains, not to mention Saint Spirit Realm experts. Look over there. At this moment, someone pointed into the distance. A large number of experts had arrived. Among them were several dazzling banners. They were the Great Tang Empire, the ancient country of Lion Orchid, and the Great Qin Dynasty. Furthermore, they had brought many experts with them. It seemed like they had turned out in full force. Is that the Great Tang Emperor? He looks so majestic. The ancient country of Lion Orchid's emperor looks like an old man. He's at the peak of the Saint Spirit Realm. Only the Great Qin Dynasty's emperor is the youngest. He's also very handsome. He could be said to be the most beautiful man in the world. The crowd began to discuss. Chapter 1024. Betrayal of the Ancient Kingdoms. Looks like the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and the others are going all out. Great Tang's king said calmly. We're the same. Lion Orchid King's elder nodded and looked at Great Qin's king. Lin Ling hasn't arrived yet. He'll come when it's time. Great Qin's king was as handsome as ever. He looked calm on the surface, but he felt uneasy inwardly. If they won this battle, the Great Qin Dynasty would benefit greatly, and its name would shake the world. The 5 ancient kingdoms would become 3 ancient kingdoms. However, if they lost, the Great Qin Dynasty would disappear from this world forever. After all, the Great Qin Dynasty had mobilized all of its forces today. If they were all captured in one fell swoop, the Great Qin Dynasty would no longer have any experts to defend it. However, Lin Ling was the one who had said that the final battle would happen, and he trusted Lin Ling a lot. He knew that Lin Ling was very cautious, and if he was certain that the final battle would happen, he would be confident. Lin Ling is here. At that moment, someone spoke, causing the heavens and earth to fall silent. Millions of people looked at the figure in the sky, especially the younger generation. Their hearts beat violently. Lin Ling was their idol, and he had become a king as a genius. They didn't know when they would be able to reach the same height as Lin Ling. 5 people, plus a demonic beast? Following this, the crowd looked at the people following Lin Ling and found that there were only 4 people and a giant red-furred ape. Lin Ling and the others were sitting on top of that giant ape. However, apart from one person, Lin Ling is at the Saint Spirit realm. Yes. Are these all of his trump cards? Many people thought to themselves, in such a big battle, Lin Ling should have used all of his trump cards. The eyes of the 5 ancient kingdoms' emperors flickered. Following this, when Lin Ling arrived at the mountain range, Great Qin's king smiled and said, "He's here." Yes. Lin Ling glanced at the emperors of the other 2 ancient countries and nodded. This was the first time he had seen the emperors of the other 2 ancient countries. They were very powerful at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. If he did not use his trump card, he would not be a match for them. "You're Lin Ling." The emperors of the 2 ancient countries looked at Lin Ling. This was also the first time they had seen him, but they couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire rainforest Holy Land, but only after seeing him with their own eyes did they realize that his aura was indeed extraordinary. A black cloak, long robes, and long hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was indifferent, unaffected by the world. It was clear that Lin Ling had experienced many great battles. Only like this could he remain calm when facing an ancient expert. Let's begin. Lin Ling did not care about the attitude of the 2 emperors. Instead, he said calmly, "Sure." The 3 emperors nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling came to the edge of the mountain and looked at the endless sky. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "The great battle begins." Boom! Along with his voice, the entire world seemed to tremble. Countless experts narrowed their eyes, and killing intent leaked out from the depths of their eyes. "Fight!" A mighty voice sounded. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward, and the army followed Lin Ling towards Heavenly Dragon City. So handsome! Many people in the distance were trembling in their hearts, especially the female experts. Their eyes were flickering with light. Lin Ling was indeed very handsome to be able to summon 3 ancient countries. As for the Heavenly Dragon Empire, they had been waiting for Lin Ling's arrival for a long time. The moment they saw Lin Ling, everyone's eyes focused on him. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling, but now they could faintly feel that Lin Ling was difficult to deal with. "Get ready." Dragon King Tian waved his hand, and all the experts prepared themselves for battle. In the sky, invisible auras collided with each other. King's chi bloomed. A total of 6 kings were like dazzling stars, intimidating the entire world. After an incense stick's time, the experts of the 5 ancient countries drew their swords and clashed with each other, making the sky inexplicably more oppressive. Lin Ling, as expected of a young hero. "However, the enmity between you and me, is it unresolvable?" Dragon King Tian looked at the black-clothed Lin Ling in the distance and said indifferently. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he scanned the crowd. Finally, he found Lord Long, who had a cold expression on his face. He said coldly, "Unless he dies and you 2 emperors apologize, we will never understand." "Lin Ling, what kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to our emperor like this?" Lin Ling's voice was as if he did not hear anything. This made many people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire angry. "Do you have a right to speak?" However, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The sword in his right hand ruthlessly slashed out and instantly took the lives of those people. The current situation was very clear. However, those people still wanted to show off. In addition, the 2 armies were fighting. Lin Ling naturally could not show weakness. It seems that there is no solution. However, I also did not think that there would be a solution, because those who violated my Justice Duan family cannot possibly still be alive. Immortal Qilin said indifferently. Then he suddenly laughed. "Before the battle, I want to ask you a question. Lin Ling, have you ever thought that you would die?" When these words came out, many people of the Justice Duan family laughed. They seemed to be looking forward to this question. No. Lin Ling did not know why the other party was laughing and shook his head indifferently. "If one day you discover that everything you control is a dream and you are about to die, how would you feel?" Dragon King Tian said indifferently. No. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. Haha, you don't have now, but you will in a while. Dragon King Tian laughed lightly. His expression suddenly became somewhat playful. He even looked at the great Tang King behind Lin Ling and said, Yesterday, the wine at the Imperial Wine Banquet was not bad. Haha, that was the great Tang Empire's 1,000-year ice-burning jade. Naturally, it can't be wrong. However, the great Tang King also laughed. His words caused the eyes of the great Qin dynasty's people to narrow. What was going on? The battle was about to begin, but Dragon King Tian and the great Tang King were drinking yesterday? You. The great Qin King's expression changed slightly as he frowned at the two of them. Haha, sorry, I was also at the Imperial Wine Banquet yesterday. However, what made him even more surprised was that the immortal Qilin also said with a faint smile. Immortal Qilin, you are like a Qilin, but your alcohol tolerance is poor. After the immortal Qilin spoke, the Lion Orchid King laughed. His voice was indescribably heroic. Silence. The entire world fell silent. Countless people in the distance narrowed their eyes. They also couldn't see what was going on. The great Qin dynasty's people began to tremble. Vaguely, they seemed to have guessed something. They had been betrayed. Or it could be said that the entire battle was a trap to deceive the great Qin dynasty. Are you surprised? Originally, 3 ancient countries joined forces to wipe out 2 ancient countries. Now, it has become 4 ancient countries to wipe out the great Qin dynasty. As if he felt that there was no need to hide it anymore, the great Tang King spoke indifferently and spoke the truth. Qi. Although many people in the great Qin dynasty had guessed it, when the truth was revealed, they were still shocked and gasped. 4 ancient countries joined forces to wipe out the great Qin dynasty, wipe out Lin Ling. The crowd in the distance stiffened. The situation had changed beyond their imagination. Lin Ling had been tricked. On the 3rd day of the new year, I still pay my New Year's greetings. The Chapter 1 owed yesterday has been made up today. Chapter 1025. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After a moment of silence, the 4 sovereigns suddenly started to loudly laugh. They seemed to enjoy seeing the great Qin King and Lin Ling's shocked expressions. Perhaps they knew that Lin Ling had wanted to take revenge, but now that things had changed, he had become a ghost under someone else's blade. As such, he felt quite uncomfortable. The people of the great Qin dynasty were pale. They had come out in full force, but they were facing the experts of the 4 ancient kingdoms. They could not escape this calamity. All of you are despicable. I should have listened to Lin Ling. I should not have trusted you. Ha ha ha. The great Qin King's handsome face was filled with anger, but his anger was met with even more mockery. It was as if the great Qin dynasty was an ant that they were toying with. Great Qin Emperor, you were too focused on benefits, and in the end, you lost the entire battle. Lin Ling was much more cautious than you, and he was not blinded by benefits. However, we sacrificed Duan Zunwang as bait, and then ambushed in Yuer. In the end, Lin Ling still fell for it. You trusted Lin Ling, and brought all the powerful cultivators of the great Qin Empire out, and you were all wiped out. The great Tang King seemed to have everything under control. Great Qin King, you must be in pain. More painful things have yet to come. Your great Qin dynasty will disappear from this world, and you, the high and mighty emperor, will become a slave. Furthermore, I know that you are a woman, the most beautiful woman in the world. I look forward to the day when you serve me. Ha ha ha. TSK, TSK. A slave like an emperor, and a beauty. I look forward to it too. Ha ha ha. The other emperors could not help but laugh. Among them, Dragon King Tianlong looked at Lin Ling and suddenly shouted, Lin Ling, I said before, have you ever thought that you would die? How do you feel now? As he said this, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest not long ago. But today, he had fallen from heaven to hell. They wondered how Lin Ling would feel. If you were an ant, then so be it if you died. However, you can be considered a great king, so before you die, tell me your thoughts. The Qilin Immortal King looked down from above and indifferently asked. He was also looking forward to what Lin Ling would say. Perhaps he would beg for mercy, perhaps he would regret his actions, but no matter what he said, he would be incomparably pleased. I just want to know what kind of person can make the four great ancient nations work together. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he calmly spoke. Everyone was astonished. They didn't think that Lin Ling would ask such a question. The four great kings looked at each other, but remained silent. This made everyone feel that they were incomparably mysterious. It was because of me. At this moment, a clear and elegant voice drifted out. Under countless gazes, a young man with long flowing hair strode out. He had a slender physique, and his hands were clasped behind his back. He had an indescribable expression on his face, causing many spectators to suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was very strong. He had surpassed all the heavens chosen from the martial arts palace. But who was he? Many people didn't recognize that young man. One of the Rain clan's twin prides, Mo-Zihu, Lin Ling coldly said. He already had a guess in his heart, but now he had finally confirmed it. Rain clan. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, the four desolate races were like the most mysterious ancient races. They were rarely seen, but today they had finally seen a genius from the Rain clan, and his strength was astonishing. Young Master Zihu. The four great kings looked at Mo-Zihu and laughed. They had to give face to the desolate race's bloodline. And according to what they knew, although Lin Ling also had the Rain clan's bloodline, he wasn't treated well in the Rain clan. He was treated like a servant. As for Mo-Zihu, he had the true Rain clan's bloodline. Haha. Mo-Zihu faintly smiled. He enjoyed the respectful gazes from all around him. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You never thought that it would be me in the end, right?" He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's shocked expression, and he guessed that Lin Ling would be extremely shocked, or even regretful. However, he didn't know that he was overthinking things. It's not much of a surprise. I already guessed it, Lin Ling calmly said. It made Mo-Zihu's pupils constrict. He came here proudly because he wanted to see Lin Ling's shock, but Lin Ling was too calm. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. To be able to summon the four great ancient countries, other than the desolate race, no one else has the ability. And the person in the desolate race who hates me the most is none other than you, a loser. Furthermore, you are a piece of trash who has been defeated twice by me. Lin Ling's lips twitched as his disdainful voice floated out. Mo-Zihu has lost to Lin Ling before. The crowd's pupils trembled. This matter came from the desolate race, so they did not know about it. The four great kings also frowned. To them, Mo-Zihu represented the Rain clan. His status was extremely noble, but he had lost to Lin Ling? This seems somewhat embarrassing. Why does a dying person like you have so much nonsense to say? Mo-Zihu's expression instantly turned ugly. He came here with pride, enjoying the reverent gazes of the crowd. However, Lin Ling had reopened his scars. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded once again. Mo-Zihu, you are very impressive. You think you control everything, but in fact, you are just a piece of trash who relies on his family clan. Besides, if the Rain clan's patriarch knows of your actions, I wonder what punishment you will receive. After all, the Rain clan is considered a large family clan. How can it produce a sinister and cunning person like you? Upon hearing this, the four great kings' hearts trembled once again. They believed that Mo-Zihu had come here on behalf of the Rain clan, but Lin Ling's words had said that everything was Mo-Zihu's personal wishes. The Rain clan did not know of any of this. Mo-Zihu's body began to tremble. Today, the scene he imagined did not happen. Instead, Lin Ling's few words had made him lose face. Mo-Zihu's embarrassment has turned into anger. In the distance, the crowd's gazes focused. Facing Lin Ling, Mo-Zihu could not be arrogant. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Mo-Zihu roared, afraid that Lin Ling would say something else. You don't dare to face me alone. So you borrowed the hands of the four great ancient nations? Mo-Zihu, after losing to me, you seem to be declining more and more. Lin Ling was still not afraid. The four great kings took a step forward. Now that the arrow was on the bow, they had no choice but to release it, destroying the great Qin Empire and killing Lin Ling. This was a fact that could not be changed. Lin Ling, what's the use of saying so much? Winner takes all. Today, all of you will die. I will still say the same thing. Have you ever thought that you would die? The four great kings released their powerful auras as if they were invincible war gods that had conquered the north and south. However, under the pressure of the great army and countless experts, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter was frivolous and carefree, shaking the clouds and causing the entire world to become silent. Not to mention the people from the four great ancient nations. Even the people from the great Qin dynasty were stunned. Lin Ling, such courage. Facing the pressure of experts, he was still unafraid of death. Just based on this fearless courage, he was much better than the two prides of the Rain clan. And Mosey, you said before, have I ever thought that I would die? Let me tell you now, no, I have never thought of it. Instead, I want to ask you this question. Have you ever thought that you would die? Chapter 1026. Unsheathing the Sword. You asked me what I was thinking before I died. Now, I'll ask you what you were thinking before you died. However, an even more shocking voice floated out. Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, causing the four kings' eyes to twitch. One had to know that Lin Ling should be panicking in the current situation, but Lin Ling asked them what they were thinking before they died. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding something? The world suddenly became silent. The experts of the four ancient kingdoms were silent with solemn expressions. Lin Ling was like a sword that was about to be unsheathed. It made them feel as if the sky and earth had changed color. Although they did not know what Lin Ling was relying on, based on their understanding of Lin Ling had never dared to play his cards according to common sense. He had never dared to turn the tide and turn defeat into victory unless you could nail him to death in one move. You set up this trap to catch us all in one fell swoop, but did you think I didn't know? Everything was just a plan to beat you at your own game. Under the heavens, only Lin Ling's voice floated out. It was as if today was his stage, his battlefield, and he was all-powerful and dominating everything. Beat them at their own game? As for the experts of the four ancient kingdoms, they were even more silent. The excitement from before had completely disappeared, and the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. This was because the more Lin Ling showed off his ability, the more afraid they were. They couldn't see through Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling knew they had set up a trap, but he still dared to come. This meant that Lin Ling had absolute confidence. He's only deliberately mystifying to scare you. Don't be scared by him. Kill. And Moziu couldn't help but be shocked by Lin Ling's boldness. 3 sentences to intimidate the world. This was something he couldn't do. That's right. The situation has been decided. The Qin Dynasty's experts are all here, and Lin Ling only has a few Saint Spirit Realm experts as helpers. There's nothing to worry about. He's just trying to scare us. Unfortunately, we've fought on the battlefield millions of times. How can we be so easily scared? Kill. The 4 kings took a deep breath. They were indeed intimidated by Lin Ling before. To them, this was a great humiliation. Of course, it wasn't because they were cowards, but because Lin Ling was too mysterious. After his rise, his name repeatedly shook the rainforest sacred ground. They couldn't help but be afraid. Intimidating? Kill. Lin Ling laughed coldly, unsheathing the sword in his hand. Haven't you always wanted to see my trump card? Today, I'll let you see a powerful trump card that can kill any Saint Spirit Realm expert. Kill. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the front. Mystic Golden Ox. Yeeting Tengu Formation. 100 Demon. Universe Tiger King Formation. At the same time, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. Illusions of ancient beasts appeared one after another, shaking the heavens and the earth. Among them, there was a giant ox, a roaring Tengu, a mighty demon rat, and a heaven's might tiger king. These were the ancient 12 zodiacs. What was surprising was that these 12 zodiacs looked like demonic beasts, but they seemed to be condensed by spiritual energy. What is that? No one understood. Everyone's heart trembled. They felt as if they were trapped in the 12 zodiacs. This is his trump card. The four kings looked around in shock. One must know that they had been waiting for Lin Ling's final trump card to appear. They wanted to catch him in one fell swoop, but now Lin Ling finally showed it. However, they didn't know why, but they felt that it was irresistible. Deliberately mystifying kill. Dragon King Tian coldly shouted and waved his hand. He didn't believe that the 12 beasts could stop the experts of the four ancient countries. Dark gold sky shaking. At this moment, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. It was the heavenly concubine who had been following Lin Ling. A banner appeared in her small hand, and she waved it in a beautiful arc. Roar! At the same time, the indomitable and resplendent giant bull let out a roar. Golden rays of light shot out from its mouth like needles. That aura was incomparably terrifying. Boom! Wherever the needles passed, it was like a forbidden light. Countless experts who rushed towards the dark gold giant ox were pierced through, and then they were destroyed like paper. In one move, 30,000 experts were killed. Moreover, the weakest of these experts were at the Emperor's Spirit Realm, and there were even quite a few Saint Spirit Realm experts. So terrifying, what is that? The faces of the four ancient countries' experts stiffened, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. That's a human array. As expected of someone from the Rain clan, Mo Zihu's knowledge was vast, and he immediately made a guess. That was because he vaguely saw someone within the colossal ox of profound gold when it attacked. This meant that the colossal ox of profound gold was a human formation set up by an expert. As for the 12 ancient zodiac beasts, they were all human arrays set up by experts. The Tao of arrays was ancient and mysterious. It was vast and boundless, allowing a martial artist to display 10 times or even 100 times the power. However, the more powerful an array, the more difficult it was to set up. Disregarding everything else, just the array diagrams alone were enough to stump many people. This was because these mysterious things only appeared in ancient times. Those human arrays were probably set up by Emperor Spirit Realm experts. The great Tang King said in fear. At this moment, he no longer had any of his previous arrogance. Kill. I don't believe that a mere 12 arrays can defy the heavens. The immortal Qilin King angrily roared. Lin Ling was too hateful. They had wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would be the aureole behind the mantis, revealing his trump card in the end? 12 strands. At the same time, the heavenly concubine lightly shouted. The silk banners in her hands began to intertwine, releasing a dazzling light. As if an order had been issued, the 12 vicious beasts that occupied the heavens and the earth began to radiate a majestic aura. Like a blazing sun, they began to release powerful attacks. Roar! The dark gold giant ox roared, causing everyone to feel a splitting headache. Roar! The Universe Tiger King array was activated. Heaven and earth turned into a giant black and white circle. A terrifying suction force was produced. Any martial artist that was sucked in would be turned to ashes. All of the human arrays displayed a terrifying might. One had to know that this was an ancient array from a higher-level saint realm. Moreover, the ones who set up the array were the Flame Core. They had grown with Lin Ling's endless cultivation resources, and each one of them was extremely powerful. Even without the array, they could match the power of an ancient country, let alone when the array was fully formed. Massacre. The moment the 12 strands were activated, the Flame Core released a dazzling light. Any Emperor Spirit Realm expert would be strangled to death. Even mid-stage and late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts would find it difficult to resist. Outside the 12 beasts, the people from the rainforest's holy land widened their eyes. There was no blood falling from the sky, but they could see countless lives being devoured. The strength of the 12 beasts had probably reached the peak of the Saint Spirit Realm. This also meant that 12 peak Saint Spirit Realm beasts were slaughtering. How terrifying! Many people muttered to themselves. When Lin Ling hadn't revealed his trump card, no one knew how terrifying it was. However, after he revealed it, the four great ancient countries were still able to sweep through them. Your Majesty, they're too powerful. These beasts don't even come from the rainforest's holy land. A large number of ancient countries' experts were alarmed. They saw the 12 beasts in the sky with their own eyes. As for the four great kings, there was no need for them to say anything. They could see it themselves. Peak Saint Spirit Realm Array.